All right, I'm just testing the audio on the stream. Everything looks good. So I think we're ready. Give it a few minutes here and
Good deal.
Good morning, everybody. You hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you good, Lee. Good morning.
Great. Good morning.
Is my mic working?
Yes.
Very good. Morning, Tim.
Yes, Rob.
Morning, Rob.
Morning, Lee.
Morning. Something has bloomed. My nose is feeling it this morning.
My wife was in surgery for 7 hours yesterday, so
How's
I
she
will.
doing?
Okay, so far. I'll go see her once we're over with this afternoon. But boy, what a long day for her and for everybody else that was keeping their fingers crossed.
Okay. Keep her in our prayers, Rob.
Thank you.
Bill, you're in charge of Marty, and he's
Yeah,
not-
let me find him
Apparently
real
here.
quick here.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
there.
Hey, there you are. Morning, buddy.
Good morning. Reporting for duty.
All
I'll
right.
clock in.
Punch the card.
That man a helmet that fits.
Sun is just coming up in the Bay Area for Bill.
Yep. Yeah, actually, give me 1 second here. Let me open the blinds. There we go.
Yeah.
Is he having a 320 hour here?
Yep.
Did I hear someone say that a helmet was required?
Nice pet, man.
Got a Marty helmet.
Pretty good on short notice.
This is the George Freeman recommended Petzl helmet.
Looks
Wow.
good.
Hey, Timmy, we should have a participants button on wind tests. You know, it says people call in and we log in another participant, you know?
We keep the radar.
Yeah, exactly.
How many users can we take care of today?
3,000 or more.
Okay. All right. Just like last year. Huh?
Yep.
All right.
We're about the same. I was saying, and I realized I was muted, but we've got a lot of good mornings, good evenings, and good afternoons in the chat already. So all over the place. I showed everybody the heat map real quick, Tim.
Oh, good.
Yeah, this good morning list that keeps flying by in the chat almost looks like K3LR contest logging.
I thought I was going a little slow for that.
Yeah.
Ray, where are you physically?
Just south of Dallas, Fort Worth area. So not traveling this week. Last week I was in Seattle.
Hey, does my audio sound okay? There was a report during the Visalia thing that I was breaking up and all that, but does this sound okay this morning?
5908.
Sounds great, John.
Okay. All right, that's what I figured. Thanks. Like your hat, Marty.
Somebody has to wear the appropriate colors. I was grateful that the CTU shirts were made in honor of the Red Sox.
Yeah. Be careful now. It's close to Cincinnati red.
With the Red Sox nation is well represented here.
If you're a really old Reds fan, you grew up in Crosley Field, long gone.
Crosley was a great radio guy.
Hey, we got Zone 38 just checked in.
Nice. Michael, please check your phone.
All right.
That's going to be your first official duty.
We've got some people streaming on YouTube already as well, so.
Great.
All right. I got that, Tim, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's your first announced for the radio.
Got it.
Okay, we're coming up on 1 minute before the start.
Looking at my screen, I got the bandage, Timmy. I'm okay.
You're not going to get fired today.
Watch out.
Not till 5 o'clock anyway.
We got a nice long day here. Thirty seconds.
Feel like we're doing a space station launch here.
Right. Everything good, Corey?
Everything is good. Yeah, I actually watched that missile launch and that's how it was. Like, oh, yep, we're good.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to Contest University 2021. This is all about having fun with amateur radio and sharing hints and help for radio amateurs around the world. And I'd like to welcome all of you to Contest University. I want to say a big round of thanks to Terry, K5TR, Corey, W8CI, N5KO, all of our professors and moderators. A special thanks to Michael, W8CI, to Ray, N9JA, and also to our Hamvention General Chairman, WS8G. Ray, over to you for your opening comments. N9JA, good morning.
Greetings, everybody. I'm looking forward to doing this virtually and then next year in person, fingers crossed. Appreciate everybody attending and all the cooperation from this great lineup of panelists. So that's pretty much it for me.
All right. Again, thank you, Ray, for all you do to support Contest University. You've been with us since the very start, and your help and assistance has been extremely valuable to Contest University. Michael, W8CI, good morning. And as you do every year, please welcome all our participants and panelists to Contest University.
You know, it is an incredible honor to be able to do this, to be able to welcome people here. First off, let me thank once again Ray for his participation, Tim, Corey, Terry, and the rest of your team is just totally amazing. And I see that there's amateurs from around the globe, and Hamvention is very much an international event, and so is CTU. So today's event should be absolutely astonishing. But I'd like to wish I was welcoming all of you in person, but on behalf of our hardworking volunteers from Hamvention, and once again, Rick, WSHG, our general chairman, welcome. This is going to be a lot of things happening this weekend around Hamvention, around amateur radio period. We will be having tomorrow the forums, as you know. I hope you're signed up for that. Lots of great prizes to be given away. So make sure you're signed up for all of that. But I really want to say hello to all the special amateurs that have signed up and are here for this event. And, it's really heartwarming to see that this is happening. I mean, you couldn't have this many participants in Dayton in any one place right now. I mean, this is just huge. And what the team has put together is absolutely astonishing. But thank you all for showing up to this. And it just shows how many hams out there really want to improve their skills, not just as a contester, but as an amateur radio operator. And I also quickly want to say a special thanks to Tim, K3LR. He's really an amazing dynamo of energy. And I think most of you recognize that. But I wonder where amateur radio would be sometimes without him making things happen all the time, never quits. I mean, just it isn't like he gets to the top of a mountain and then coasts down. He wants to look for the next mountain, and he brings a lot of people along with that. So I've been involved in amateur radio, and as a chairman of the awards committee for Hamvention, I pay attention a lot to what's happening, get a lot of communication. And it's hard to see people do more than Tim. I mean, and he's actually very humble about it. And so we ought to all recognize that, instead of beating each other around, we recognize some of these people that just do so much. Anyway, I'd like to start off by giving away a radio. I mean, we got over 800 participants here, and I know more are coming in, but I think, all right, we got a winner, and it looks like if this person is here, you're going to have to raise your hand or something, and that is going to be Kilo Bravo 3 Zulu Victor Hotel, KB3 Zulu Victor Hotel. Are you here? Raise your hand, do something, let us know. This is for an ICOM 7300.
KB3 Zulu Victor Hotel. We need to see you in the chat. We believe you're online. KB3 Zulu Victor Hotel. Maybe that the chat is backed up, but
You see him in the chat.
do you see him?
I see the name in the chat.
Chat is delayed, so.
It looks like he raised his hand. What's his name, Peter? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
a bunch raised. I don't know.
KB3 Zulu Victor Hotel, congratulations. You're an IC 7300 winner, and Terry will send out the radio next week. So that's great. KB3 Zulu Victor Hotel, congratulations. With that, it's time to get started here. Our first presentation today is from Lee, WW2DX, and it's cloud contesting. Lee, take it away.
All right, Tim, thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning to everybody. Welcome to CTU. Thanks everybody at CTU for making this happen. This is fantastic. Just quite a few participants here. This is great. So we're going to talk about cloud contesting a little bit, sort of We're going to go over the past, the present, and the future of how contesting has sort of been done and where we are and where we're going to be going here. So let me get the screen share going here. Okay. I'm going to assume everybody can see that okay. Great. Cloud contesting, past, present, and future. And like the little screen in the car there, don't panic. It's all good. It's going to be a good time here. So I'm Lee, WW2DX. A little bit about me. I grew up in Maine, got my ticket at age 12, holding a cap for a future amplifier there. I'm a big DXer contester. Represented W2 call district in the 2014 WRTC, had a great time. And I like running around the globe and doing some playing radio. So what are we going to cover today? We're just going to cover some little bit of brief history of some contesting, the architectures of those stations, the old school way of doing things, where we are today, and probably where we're going. So here we go. OM contesting. There's probably a few OMs on the panel that this might look familiar to. But this is good old school shack, right? We can see all our QSL cards on the wall. We can see our radio. We can see our microphone and key on the table. And this ham had a good old QST sitting there on the table as well. Everybody's got to have that. But when we look at this station, we see sort of the theme, right? We have a radio. We have the key, the microphone, the antennas are in the backyard. And in this case, there's a typewriter, but typically is a notepad to take down your QSOs and your logbook and so on and so forth, right? So that's sort of the old school way of doing things. So what makes up the design of a station, right? It's pretty common. We got the radio on the desk. The mic and key is there. In this case, a typewriter, and a QST mag. So some of the technologies or the contesting technologies that happen today, SO2R, things like that, some think that that's sort of a new thing, but it's really not. It's been around a long, long time. And so here we're looking at a bunch of shacks of all contesters. And we can see in the top left corner here, there's a single op and 2 radio. It's been around a long time, right? Here's another guy in the top right corner, single op 2 radio. These guys at the bottom left, really pushing it, single op 3 radio. And we got some multi-2 RIDI down here in the bottom right corner. So this stuff's been around a very, very long time. So in the old school way of contesting, right, you had paper logs. You had to write down your own dupe sheets. Everything was manual, right? From tuning your radio to getting your receiver and transmitters on the right frequency. There were zero modern tools, right? You didn't have clusters and skimmers and all that stuff. It was extremely manual, very crude process. But it was done and had a lot of fun doing it. No automation. Everything was manual. Just the way it was, the old school way. Today's contesting, we've come a long way, right? Here you can see a modern SO2R station, right? You can see there's clearly two separate stations here, right? You got the radio A and the radio B, same sort of thing. You got your radio, you got your amplifier on both sides, and this operator could run on two bands simultaneously, right? That's a good old fashioned SO2R. But we start to see some things changing here. We start to see more modern technology, more computer integration, more automation, things along those lines. If we start looking at this here, we got In this particular case, this operator has 3 mice at the bottom there. That could be a little confusing. We got 1, 2, 3 keyboards in this particular setup. And if we look at the bottom right corner, there's a knife there. Got to have a knife, right? Got to be able to cut through the QRM. So this guy was clearly prepared for the band conditions. So it's pretty impressive stuff. So with this modern type of shack layout, right, we have all these modern luxuries. We have local logging now. Our PCs do tremendous amounts of work for us. The software will track your mults and your dupes, your score, everything for you automatically, right? On the fly, instantaneously, don't even think about it. Really taking that focus for the operator and putting it right into actually making cues, right? That's all that other QRN has been stripped away for us over the years. CW generation is done by the computer instead of reaching over there, grabbing a paddle and sending, which actually some guys still do. We have all these modern, awesome transceivers today, software defined stuff, and just amazing technology in the radios themselves. Automation is in place now, right? So when you change bands, it just happens for you, right? The remote antenna switch changes, band pass filters get changed in, automatic solid state amplifiers are automatically tuning for you, right? If you just switch bands, hit the key, and you're running, right? You don't have to think about it. We really got some really awesome automation technology in place today in a lot of our shacks. And of course, all these tools, all these net tools, right? DX cluster, PSK reporter, skimmers, all this crazy cool computing technology that we're integrating into our ham radio shacks and contesting shacks, right? We're always pushing those boundaries. So there's this common theme, right? We're still seeing this common theme. When we look at these shacks, we still have radio on the desk, we still have microphones, we still have a key. A very common theme here, which we can see in these photos. And then we start looking at the more modern station, and we can see there's a little more glass, if you will, right? A little more computing integration happening. Still a lot of buttons, though. Still a lot of buttons, but we're getting some automation and some glass computer screens into that mix as well. And here's the cockpit of the space shuttle when we used to fly the space shuttle, and you could see sort of looks similar, right? we got a ton of buttons, but we also have some glass panels in there, computing power. So you could kind of see the parodies there of how this stuff all kind of evolves together across all these types of industries. So when we get into multi contesting, there's actually a new mode or a new category called multi-op distributed, which came out of the pandemic. And so we started to think about that a little bit. And we're like, that sounds pretty cool. What could we do with this new multi-op distributed category? We were messing around with some cool multi stuff, but we wanted to take a stab at the multi-distributed category and see what was possible from a tech perspective. So today's distributed contest station, right? You get a bunch of buddies together and you want to do a contest, right? And this could apply to both traditional multi as well as this new distributed, right? And it looks very similar to what you see here. You got a bunch of hams around the country, around the world, and they all have their local stations, their local computers and microphones and so on and so forth. And they're going to connect their computers together through the internet. and typically connect to one of these stations or some other station, right? And they're all going to try to remote over the internet and try to make this happen. This is a very common topology of how this is done today. So you and your buddies get together and you go, okay, we're going to set this up, right? This is going to be great. It's a piece of cake. So you go and you start reading the docs, and just picked up the N1MM doc here. And this is how to set up for distributed multi-ops. And I kind of highlighted some of the key words here, right? There's some caveats, right? More than basic computer knowledge, IP addresses, firewalls, routers, right? NAT, the command IP configs, right? So you start looking at this and you start to glaze over, right? And like, I'm a network engineer. I just start to glaze over looking at all this stuff. It's like, oh my God. So you go and you attempt this, dealing with all your buddies' routers and trying to log in and forward ports and figure out your local IP addresses and try to piece all this stuff together, right? And this is basically where you end up right here. So there you go. We've all been there, right? So there's got to be, is there a better way? Possibly. There's possibly a better way of handling these types of integrations. So we're going to talk about sort of tomorrow's contest and kind of where we're going, where we are. And you can see this SpaceX capsule here where a lot more glass and a lot less buttons, right? And a lot more automation from the space shuttle. So with tomorrow's distributed, it's going to look, or does look like this. In this case, what you'll notice is there's a few things missing here. Each ham buddy, right? Don't care about antennas and stuff locally, right? Those just don't exist. You could be anywhere you want. You could be on your boat. You can be wherever. But you have your computer or your terminal and your microphone or key, whatever, and you're connected to the internet. Simple as that. And then all the stations could be anywhere pretty much. In the case of distributed, they're all in the same zone. And in this case, on this example, they're all in zone 5, which means basically on the East Coast from Maine all the way down to Georgia. Multiple stations. So everyone's connected going through the cloud, but nobody has local antennas. Everything's all completely somewhere else. So how do you make that happen? So typically a remote station looks like this, right? The operators on the left, they have their local stuff, whatever it is, their logger, their software, their control, their VFO knobs, whatever it is, mic, headset, browser, going off through the internet, and then going over to the remote station, and that magic happens over there, right? But for contesting, you can strip most of this stuff out, right? You can strip all this out, and the operator only needs these couple things. They need a mic or headset and a browser. That's it. There's nothing else that they need from their end, right? The goal is to focus and for everything else to become automated for you. So think about it, right? You're sitting there in your shack, and all you have in front of you is a piece of glass. That is it, right? Think about it like modern airplanes, glass cockpits, very little dials, all glass. It's very similar here. So you're everything that you're doing is focused in front of you between your face, your keyboard, and the screen. So you are completely focused on your goal, and that is to win, right? To get your rate as high as possible. So we've developed this really cool interface, and this is all in the cloud, right? There's nothing local. Basically, an operator simply opens up a web page or simple app, and they connect. That's it, done. And they're presented with this screen. So there's no local radio, there's no local anything else, just everything is here. No logging software, no opening ports, nothing. And so when the operator logs into this console, there's a lot here, but we're going to kind of piece it through. But all the major pieces of what you need to contest are all here, with a few extras and stuff. But it's all in one spot. You can see what pan adapter and a few other things here, but we're gonna kind of dig into this stuff a little bit deeper here. So what are the advantage of this cloud architecture? Well, all your data is centralized, right? So instead of having everyone's computer locally with a local running version of their software and having to get all this stuff connected and synchronized, and somebody drops off the internet and the logs got to get synced again, those problems all go away. Since everyone's in one place, there's one log, right? And everybody's working off that one location. And all that intelligence is sitting in the cloud. All the switching, all the interlocks, who's where, what bands, what everything is in one place, right? All the packet feeds are centralized, right? You're not sending them out to, somebody's a master and somebody's a slave. All that stuff just disappears. We have this cool lockout in the cloud, right? Since everybody's going to one central location, one piece of intelligence can control those things for us instantaneously. And we could change those rules on the fly as well, right? Depending on what type of contest you're doing, how many users you have, so on and so forth. All the users are just terminal connections, right? Don't even have local logging software or anything else, just a terminal, just dumb terminal. So a lot of those issues go away of sync issues, local configuration problems. It's literally like getting up in the morning, having a cup of coffee and checking your bank account. It's like the same thing. It's just logging in and going or checking your mail, right? But the big piece is, I think, the two last bullet points, and that's no local distractions and focused operator experience, right? You think about the OM style shack where you're doing everything manual, tuning your tubes, getting the receiver and the transmitter on the same frequency, writing your own dupe sheets, to where this is going. It's pretty mind-blowing, actually. So what can you do in the cloud? So here's a pan adapter. And I'm going to hit play here. I'm going to show you what you can do with the cloud. So I'm going to pause it here. A couple things you're going to notice, right? You get the pan adapter. You can zoom into any part of the band that you want. You can focus on whichever CW, phone, whatever. You can zoom in, zoom out. The spots are integrated, right? And they're color coded, just like you would expect for your mults, right? Worked, not worked, duped, whatever. You could just click on those and go. So all that stuff is there that you would expect. Simple control with the mouse, point and click and shoot. Right, so from the navigation piece, you're SMPing, you can see the band, you can see the signals, you can jump there instantaneously, work them and move on, right? So we got that piece covered, very cool. As we zoom down into the console a little bit more, you can see that we have a map at the top there, and the operator can simply just click a preset, Europe, Africa, South America, Pacific, JA, whatever, to get to that part of the world quickly. You have which also acts as your 4-square controller. So if you have 4 squares or receive arrays, they're just buttons. You just point and click and shoot, and it's instantaneous. You have your super check partial. So we can see here where it's LZ9W. We're going to do a little demo of this, but LZ9W, you can see where as you start typing in, your super check partial automatically starts doing its job, figuring out what the most likely call sign is for you. If it's a mult, it's color coded, so on and so forth. Does exactly what you expect. Serial numbers as well are all taken care of. And again, there's no sync problems with serial because the log is centralized. We got our dupe check below that. And also previous worked bands and modes and times, right? So you type a call sign in and you'll see instantaneously what other bands and modes and times you worked that station. And of course, at the bottom is your summary, right? Your band summary, score summary. It's all there. Little more zoomed in on the summary here, broken out by band, and also by call sign. So below that, we also track the operator and how many queues and points and mults that operator had worked, right? So we break it all down. And then at the very bottom, we have a cool, gotta have a mult bell, right? Every multi contest has a mult bell. So we had to put the mult bell in, and you're gonna see that work in live action here shortly as well. So this is a quick demo of just how the super check partial works. As you can see, as you're typing in a call sign, you can see the color code happening, the super check partial happening. And in this case, there's a serial number being sent as well, or tracked. And we have a run and a S&P mode as well, depending on what you're doing as the operator. And the pan. So just like a local logger, it's all here. So we always get asked, does it work? Is this whole cloud thing really, is it effective? So we'll play a little, this is more, so this is where we start getting into the multi-distributed category of operation. And so this, we're going to start showing you the cloud lockout, right? So down here at the bottom right, you'll see 4 stations. You'll see a station in Atlanta. You'll see a station in Maine, 2 stations in Maine, and the 3rd station in New York, and the operators connected to those stations. So here we're doing this multi-distributed contest. And what you're going to hear and see moving forward in this little short video, you're going to hear a couple sounds. You're going to hear a bell. It's going to be the mult bell. So when an operator works a mult, you'll hear the bell go off. And you're also going to hear like a bong sound. It's very harsh. And that is basically telling that you got locked out, right? That there's another station on that band that's already transmitting. So that's the cloud lockout happening. So here we'll go, little demo here. So you heard the bell. You can see that the little TX badges happen on each station, showing you who's transmitting when. There you can hear the lockout. You'll see the little badge change from 20 meter TX OK to TX wait. You can see our super check partial happening. You can see the transmitter on the other stations happening in real time. And you can see the 2 little locks because they're on the same band. This guy's going to tell me his life story here, but you get the right idea. So there's how the operator is operating He's focused on his run frequency. He's got his super check partial. The cloud is taking care of the lockout between the two stations of two different states, right? I mean, you got one station in Maine, another station in New York, and the lockout's happening for us in the cloud instantaneously. Let's see, did it skip one? Okay. So we did the first multi-distributed, and we ended up doing 32 million points, 7,600 Qs. And this was WPX phone, if I remember correctly. And I think it was about 15 operators or maybe more. It may have been more operators, I forget, that we had in hand. But I think most of us, you only seen the first end number here, but 32 million points. We had half of the operators were youths, were kids. And we had a blast. We had such a great time, such a beautiful way of operating. And there it is, WPX sideband contest 2020. So we ended up winning that with 29 million points. So does it work? Yeah, it definitely does work, without question. It works. And this is super early stuff here, very, very early stuff that we're working on, but it kind of gives you an insight on where things are heading here. The same technology was used in the Youths on the Air, in the Yoda contests. And you can see that the station that made the most Qs was a station in Croatia, which is using that technology. So we had all these kids basically all over Europe operating the station in Croatia remotely and just making, well, what, over 8,000 Qs, right? Sitting in their homes during the pandemic. So the future of contesting. I'm going to give you some of my insights of where I think things are going. And it's okay. Don't panic. It's all good stuff here. The lines between hardware and software become blurred for sure. It's already happening. It's going to be very, looking at the console and operating, it's just software, right? Your eyes just see a piece of software on the screen. But the reality is there's software and hardware all underneath the covers there that you just can't tell what is what anymore. That's going to happen more and more without question. Things like opening up multiple VFOs on your radio. One's going to be in one state, one's going to be in another state or another country, right? It's all going to happen. I think there's going to be serious advances in automation as well, as far as arrival angles, right? So traditionally, you'll have a stack of Yagis on a tower. You use the top ones for, opening and closing, and then lower ones during the day because the angle of arrival is different. That's going to be automated, right? The technology is already there where we can see in real time the angle of the received angles, right? That's already being done. So it's just a matter of time until that technology makes it to us, and then it's automated. So you're just going to pick your band and it's going to be done for you instantaneously throughout the day. It's just going to change as it needs to be to optimize your signal to wherever you're working. So that's all happening. It's going to happen. There's more of the centralized computer thing is going to happen as well, where I think there's going to be more of this centralized computing device that's going to handle a station. Everything from antenna switching to filtering to different types of transceivers to modes to everything, right? I think there's going to be more of that type of device showing up in our shacks. The other big thing I think is going to happen is radios, commercialized radios, are going to be networked out of the box, right? And most of them are coming this way today. You pull them out, there's an Ethernet cable on it, you plug it in and you go. But that's just the beginning. Things are really I think, going to heat up there with auto configuration discovery features where, you just take a radio out of the box, you plug it in your network, and everything auto configures. It says, oh, you have a remote antenna switch over here, and oh, you have this amplifier and this antenna tuner, and it's just going to see all that and auto configure for you, right? That's all going to happen. I think things we have to worry about, well, not worry about, but think about, is standards for this type of thing, right? We have to think about making sure that all this equipment can talk to one another. All these manufacturers can talk to one another, because it's only going to be better for everybody if that all has some continuity between it. And I also think that this same architecture is going to work for and be applied to de-expeditions in the future, where you basically show up to an island, all your gear is in one spot, right? In some single area. And then there's all these tents or whatever where all the operators are, and all they have in front of them is a terminal. That's it. There's no radio, there's no amplifiers, there's nothing on the table. It's just the operator and a terminal, and they're operating, right? So I think that type of architecture is absolutely going to happen in the de-expedition realm as well. Okay, so that's where we are, 9:37. I think that's about right for timing. But as hams, we all got to keep pushing the boundaries, right? We've come a long way. We're going to keep going. And I wish you all the best of luck in the coming years and as we get past this pandemic, and just enjoy radio, have fun. Thanks.
Lee, thanks so much. Great presentation. This is a lot of really forward-thinking material, and you and W2RE and Rock are on the cutting edge, absolutely on the cutting edge of what's going on. So, this was a lot to look at.
Absolutely.
This is not our grandfather's ham radio.
For sure.
But I want to welcome our moderators today. We've got two great moderators starting us off. We have Marty, NN1C, and we have Bill, W9KKN, out on the West Coast. And so if you have questions, put them in the Q&A or in the chat, but we prefer the Q&A. And again, thanks, Lee, for putting together that presentation. That was great. So Marty, Bill, let's start with Marty. Marty, got a question for Lee.
Yeah, there's lots of questions for Lee. One question that I've seen kind of continuously through his presentation has been about your internet. What sort of internet does somebody need to be able to operate remotely?
Well, it really depends. It depends on a number of factors. Depends on the type of radio you're using, depends on a number of things. But basically anything from 0.5 megabit and up, you can pull off reliably. We like to see about 3 megabits, but anything around that realm is perfectly fine. And I think with Starlink coming and really making headway here, I think that's going to be a big game changer for our hobby. So a lot of cool stuff happening there.
And good morning to Bill. Bill, a question for Lee.
Yeah, sure. What kind of latency do people see through this ecosystem? I mean, when you're running stations, it's important to be able to get back to them quickly.
Yep. From an operator's perspective, you're not noticing anything because it's a two-way street, right? So 28 million points, very little, if any. Yeah, it works really, really well, actually.
Very good.
Marty, how about another good one?
Sure. Let's see here. Somebody asked about how they can try this technology, or if it's going to be publicly accessible or open source. People just have a lot of questions about that.
This particular implementation, probably not anytime soon, maybe, but it's all, the idea is there. It's anybody can start coding this stuff up. So the whole hobby is moving in this direction. So you're going to see more and more of this stuff popping up.
Bill, how about another one?
Yeah, so we had an interesting question. So with this distributed multi technology, could you do something, for example, shift focus away from radios with high performance, since receivers won't necessarily be overloaded by the fact that they're not close to each other.
Right. So like, I think what you're asking is during the demo, we had two operators on the same band, right? I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. So the fact is that you don't necessarily have to worry as much about filtering between bands and such. You don't have to have as high performance of a receiver because
absolutely
you're not going to overload the front end of the other one. So
absolutely, states away, miles away, those issues go away as well, without question. Specifically in the multi-distributed, for sure.
Very good.
Back to you, Marty. What do you got?
So Brett Glass asked an interesting question. He says, this is cool, but how does this mode for contesting sharpen our skills and educate us about science and technology? And how might this help us prepare to handle emergencies when infrastructure, including the internet, might fail?
That's like anything else, right? There was always, the internet, you're relying on the internet, sure, but you're also relying on a utility power if you're contesting locally. You're relying on a lot of things. You're relying on the hardware that you're operating that doesn't fail. This is just another aspect, another avenue, if you will, another technology. This is all the stuff the hams have been doing since the beginning of time. And yeah, this absolutely hones our skills, right? Because the whole idea of a contest is for maximized rate, right? The whole idea of contesting came from emergency communication, moving traffic fast and accurately. So this type of technology, where you're stripping away all that noise from the shack and you're focusing that operator on moving that information, it's only getting better.
Yeah, very good, Lee. And back to you, Bill.
Yeah, sure. So Lee, do you have a way of supporting manual CW fills with like a local paddle?
Yes. Yep. There's local hardware if you needed to do that. Typically, the good old Alt-K thing, most people are used, but for the most part, in our particular situation, we're running mostly. So it's just so fast and, so focused. But yes, you could have a local paddle.
Marty, what do you got?
Somebody asked about how this remote cloud contesting technology pivots for other types of operating besides phone and code, like digital modes.
Well, I think the remote technology in general can apply across the board. I mean, if you want to think about the emergency type of realm of amateur radio, I mean, think about being able to literally connect to a station somewhere in the world close to a particular problem, whatever that may be, forest fire, earthquakes, whatever. But think about being a traffic handler in the States and trying to help with a earthquake in China or somewhere, where you can just remote into a station and pass traffic, and not so much relying on the propagation to try to get to those parts of the world at certain times of the day. So this is really a fantastic technology across the board.
Back over to you, Bill.
Sure. So what provisions are being arranged to ensure that hams meet local licensing requirements? For example, if you're allowed to operate in a different DXCC than what you're originally licensed in.
I'm sorry, ask that question one more time.
So what provisions are being arranged to ensure that the hams that are participating in this distributed multi are actually meeting the local licensing requirements?
Oh, sure. So in our case, when we operated the WPX phone, all the foreign operators that were on our team all had US call signs. They're all US licensed. Yes, absolutely.
Marty, what do you got?
We are quickly working through the questions here. Let's see. Let me throw a personal question at you. How do you think distributed contesting affects contest participation in contests and other people who aren't operating distributed in a contest?
I think it's a great question. I think it's a fantastic question. I think the distributed is definitely, I mean, obviously the pandemic, I think, was a big push in this type of class. But at the end of the day, I think it's a fantastic show of us hams in general thinking more broadly about contesting, about how we operate, getting more people involved, getting more people on the air, traveling, forget about it the past year, right? And there's a lot of hams that can't travel for whatever reason, right? Financially or medically, whatever. And the technology alone just really allows our fellow hams to operate, right? So, I mean, what is better than that? It's fantastic.
And it's just one thing of many things in amateur radio.
Absolutely.
Whatever gets people on the air, right, Lee?
Without question. That is absolutely our focus here, is just to get people on the air, especially kids. It's been fantastic.
Over to you, Bill.
Let me unmute there. So do you see major rule changes in the contest with this on the horizon? I mean, are you going to try to lobby for distributed multi-ops in all contests? Or, I mean, I know there's only a few that really support this today.
I don't know about lobbying for it. I think each contest committee, I think, will just look at, what's happening and the participation and numbers and go, yeah, this makes sense. If we want more people to be a part of this, and we should open it up to that. So I think you're going to see more and more of this type of stuff happening without question.
Yeah. Back over to you, Marty.
Somebody asked about what paradigm distributed operator places on the other operators who might not be. And I think what the question was asking about was, I'm not quite sure, but I think about kind of the advantages and the advantages that one has by joining a distributed multi, and I think how that affects the playing field, if I'm reading the question correctly.
Well, I think contesting in general, you are always going to go for the advantage, right? It's what we do, right? We put bigger antennas up. We put, more better filtering and quieter antennas, and in some cases better locations, right? So we're always going to try to maximize our advantage, whatever that may be. So is it a paradigm shift? Absolutely it is, for the better, quite honestly, because it gets way more people operating and experiencing that experience on the air, but it gets people involved, right? That's the most important piece, just getting people on the air.
And so, Bill, another question from you.
So you mentioned an open standard for radio gear connectivity on a local network. Is there ongoing work for this? Are you getting any buy-in from the various manufacturers?
No, there's no nothing there yet. It's sort of where I see things going, and trying to maybe think about getting in front of it. It's things like this type of, we have over 1,000 participants here or something like that. And, I think this type of exposure gets people thinking about those things. So, but like anything else, natural progression, it'll probably just happen at some point.
Marty, what do you got?
Somebody asked, as a casual operator, why should I care about this technology?
You may not. You may not care about it as a casual operator. This is simply another tool in the toolbox. This is like having an amplifier on your desk, an antenna tuner, a different antenna. It's just another tool in the toolbox. That's all it is.
Bill, back out to the West Coast.
I'm just trying to see. So what did the youths that operated on your WW1X team think about this?
Loved it. I mean, one of my most favorite memories from that contest was probably the last 6 hours or so of the contest, after a 48-hour test, last 6 hours, because the kids, every time we use Slack as a communication tool during the contest. So anytime you heard a mult bell go off, right? Because anybody knows the last 6 hours is pretty rare to, every time you hear a mult bell, it gets pretty exciting. And the whole Slack channel just exploded, right? I mean, the kids were just going crazy. It was awesome. It was just such a cool experience. So yeah, no issue there. We have a youth program and it's going through the roof. Kids are just eating it up. It's a great opportunity for sure.
So back to you, Marty.
What do you think about, or why do you think, I guess, why some contest sponsors have resisted adoption of distributed multi into their rules?
I don't know. It's a good question. Couldn't tell you. It could be a technical piece, or could be resources to try to incorporate that type of rule change or category into their contest. I can only speculate, but I think it's so new that it's like anything else. It's gonna just progress in that direction.
Bill, back to you.
So I'm just trying to look for some more questions. I think we might have worked the pile up here. Let's see here.
Lee, how can folks find out more information, and where's the resource? Where's the go-to place?
Well, so probably just our website's probably a good place to go to if you want to read more about what we're doing. That's just remotehamradio.com. And we have a great, for any youths on the chat or in the group here, definitely check that out. We have a fantastic youth program. Sign up and play radio instantaneously. So yeah, that's probably the easiest thing to do, Tim.
Yep, no, that's great. Marty, sifting through it, what do you got?
The pile up, this is like, after the 3-hour CQ Worldwide Saturday morning run, the pile up is dying down here, but the frequency is alive. Somebody asked what you would recommend if they wanted to remote their station.
That's a great question. That's a loaded question. There's all kinds of ways to do that, and it's getting more easier every day. As a matter of fact, I was just testing out. I have a 705 sitting here on the desk. Love that radio, by the way. It's fantastic. And I've been testing this WF view. If anyone has played with WF Whiskey Fox view, it's awesome. Open source, cool little remote tool. For ICOM gear, works beautifully, very active group. So there's lots of cool pieces of technology out there that are just popping up. So it's getting more and more every day. So for the average ham who just wants to play around and remote their own station, ton of stuff out there.
Bill, what do you got?
So I guess there's a lot of interest here, and I think you already answered this, but whether or not you guys are ever considering having an offering for people that want to do this themselves.
It's a great question. It's so new right now. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. There's still a lot of stuff to do and tweak and add in there. Maybe, possibly at some point in time, but right now it's just so cutting edge. We're still learning as we go, so it's still a lot of work to be done.
Marty, another question.
Let's see what else we have. Let's see here. Just getting through the where do you see the future as to operator interfaces? So we've talked about remote operating, we've talked about distributed operating, and one of the things that comes up with there is how the operator interacts with their radio, what the control services look like, what the physical inputs look like. Maybe it's all software, maybe there's a hardware component. How do you see that progressing, and how do you see that progressing as far as operator integration to kind of enhance performance?
Yeah, so I think there's definitely a parity between amateur radio and flying, right? And we see this quite often. There's a lot of hams that are pilots. We see it happening, right? We see aircraft going from traditional dials to glass cockpits. That same exact thing is going to happen in our hobby, without question. We see it with our radios already, right? We see less buttons and more screen, more touch screen, more all that stuff, right? More iPhone or iPad type of integration. So that's going to keep going in that direction. Without question, it's going to happen. So that's how I see it going.
Bill, what do you got?
Yeah, sure. So what was the biggest challenge in developing this mode?
Well, Rock would probably be a better person to ask about that. But, a lot of it is wrapping your head around all the pieces and making sure all the logic is correct from the cloud perspective, right? Because you have all this information coming into one central location, and you have to be able to process that data correctly, especially in this crazy high speed game that we call contesting. So there's definitely challenges there with any sort of technical challenge that you have, but it's only going to get better, for sure, without question.
So Marty, last question for Lee.
Sure. Thank you, Tim. How do you envision multi-distributed scores comparing to the peak multi, everybody's sitting together, everybody's remote connected to one station scores? I know we saw in WPX phone that there was some multi scores that were competitive with the distributed scores. And, you know, as we move into as we hopefully move past the COVID pandemic, we see more multi activity. How do you think the scores will stack up?
I think, just thinking about it logically, I think multi-distributed in theory should have way more of a bigger score, because once you start getting multiple radios on the same band, or, you know, multiple, at the same station at multiple locations, soon as those next pieces start to get integrated and working, it's going to be a tough one to compete against, because, you know, a lot of those issues go away that you have today at a traditional multi station. But I'm not advocating that they should be placed in the same category. They shouldn't be at all. It should be just another category that we should all be able to play around with and experiment with and see where it takes us. But in theory, I think it should. In theory, I think it should score more. I think, yeah.
So Lee, thanks so much for putting this presentation together, and to your entire team. And thank you for presenting. First time for you here at Contest University. And you got to do some things using the internet for your presentation that we wouldn't normally have on the in-person when we're in Dayton, Ohio. So thanks again for presenting, and we wish you all the best in the future, and let's see where it goes from here.
Tim and everybody at CTU, I appreciate it. I really appreciate the opportunity. Love what you guys are doing. It's fantastic. And looking forward to seeing you guys in person, hopefully next year, with a little bit of pizza and maybe a few drinks. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay. And give our best to Ray and to Rock. You guys are phenomenal. So thanks.
Appreciate it.
So
Thank
much.
you.
We want to remind everybody that we are recording today, and we will have Contest University available for replay on YouTube. And you can go to contestuniversity.com and see videos of past years. The presentations from past years are there. Terry, Kate, MNJ loaded up all the presentations that you're going to see today. They've been loaded up on contestuniversity.com already, so that if you have an internet connection that is not fast enough, you can get the presentations there and download them, and then you can go through them as they're being presented here. But we're just getting started. This is, you know, Lee's presentation was phenomenal, but we are just getting started. And of course, Marty and Bill, NN1C and W9KKN will be along as your moderators here for our second session, which is, this is just tremendous, because Frank, W3LPL, has been with Contest University since the beginning. There are many years that he was giving 4 and 5 presentations. And at the end of the day, he was, his voice was pretty well worn out. And of course, Frank answers lots of questions on email and through club meetings around the world. And his station is legendary. His operator team is phenomenal. And please welcome Frank Donovan, W3LPL. Good morning, Frank.
Hey, good morning, Tim. How are you?
Great. Go ahead, Frank.
I guess everything's working here. So let's get started. Do I have to do anything here to share my screen?
Just the green button to share screen, and
okay, let's find it here. Was that the green button with the up arrow on it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Share. We got it?
Yep.
Good. Okay.
Go into slideshow mode there.
Yeah, okay, good.
There we go.
Okay, good. So Just by way of background, a lot of you folks know this, but I've spent my career as a systems engineer, and systems engineering lives at the junction between business and engineering. Helps engineering teams meet the goals of businesses. And you know, it's a funny thing because contesting is much the same. You've got the business side, which is the competition and winning, and all the constraints associated with your home, your family, your finances, and all that stuff. And that has to be balanced with technical capabilities and skills needed to compete. So there's a lot in common between a career in systems engineering and what it takes to build a competitive team, competitive skills among those team members. But the topic of this presentation is a competitive station. And in business, there's often a question there's often a capability known as the elevator speech. And what is that? The elevator speech is something you always have in mind, so that if you happen to encounter one of the executives or leaders in your business, and you only have a couple of minutes to buttonhole that person, what are you going to say? And I like to, when I talk to people about their stations or their competitiveness, kind of ask them about their elevator speech. And what is that? And that is, I ask them, what are the most important improvements you can make to improve your competitiveness? And I'm always surprised that very, very few people have an answer to that question. But you should know that. Anybody who's listening to this presentation, you're obviously interested in competition. And in order to be competitive, you need to know what you're going to improve. And it should be a short list. So if I should buttonhole you someday and ask, what are you doing to improve your competitiveness? You shouldn't have to think about it. You should know right away. And they should all be things that you can do, but just haven't gotten around to doing quite yet. So I said right here in this presentation, for many contests, the winners are determined before the contest even begins. Maybe not exactly the winner, but certainly the top 3 or 4 competitive entries. They know that they're prepared for competition. Everything's ready. It's not an accident. And they know that they're going to do well before the contest even begins. And they're going to finish right up there at the top. And they do consistently. So how do you go about developing this list of the 3 or 4 most important things that you can do to improve the competitiveness of your station? Well, you have to start with, just like in systems engineering, you have to start with, what are your goals? What is it you intend to achieve? You can't possibly go through and figure out what improvements you're going to make unless you understand how they relate to what your goals are. Otherwise, you might wind up working on the wrong things, or working on things in the wrong priority, or spending money on the wrong things, or failing to recognize something that's really important that's not even on your list. So a good place to start is just a simple introspection about what is it you really intend to do as a contester. Do you intend to be able to compete to win? And it nearly as difficult to consistently place in the top 3 or 4 or whatever. That takes a very competitive station to do that in most contesting categories. Or in the top 10, that's a very good goal for someone who aspires for even better results, to start by trying to place in the top 10. Or to identify some of your peers that you enjoy competing with, and figuring out how to successfully compete against those peers rather than against a wide array of people. So this is where you start, and then try to put those goals in some sort of a time phase sequence. You know, if you're a beginning contester, it doesn't make sense to decide that your goal is to be the first place winner next year. That's just not realistic. By the way, that has happened, but it's rare and it's not realistic. So not only lay out your goals, but try to identify the goals that relate over the next year or two, rather than laying out long-term goals. Not that long-term goals are not important, but often the nearer ones, the ones that are closer in, will certainly produce the results much more quickly. And then after you've identified your goals, you need to think about realistic constraints. Does it make sense to lay out a set of goals that can never be achieved? So think about a time frame for achieving those competitive goals. If you don't have time to implement the things you want to do, well, maybe you should go back and look at those goals again and try to balance the goals against the time you have available to implement these ideas, or to implement the capabilities to achieve your goals. And of course, almost everyone has physical space limitations, whether it's in their ham shack or in their home or in the available space on their own property, or like I do, cooperative neighbors where I can extend my available space well out beyond the boundaries of my own land. So physical space is an important constraint to think about. Doesn't make sense to dream about 4 200-foot towers if you have a quarter of an acre of land. And then, of course, the financial aspect of this, to balance your goals against what you can actually afford to do, not only in terms of time and space, but also funding. And then go back and balance all this. And hopefully you'll come out of this with a set of goals that you can actually achieve. And another thing to do well before the next contest is to do a self-evaluation of your own station's strengths and weaknesses, regardless of how large or small your station is. You have strengths. That might be your location relative to your peers, for example. And no matter how good your station is, it has weaknesses compared to peer competitors. So it's important to know those as you think about the improvements you want to make to your station. And some of the areas that's suitable to think about are to look at things like reliability. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have great capabilities if you can't be sure they're actually going to be available to you. So think about areas where you've had problems, especially during contests. If you experience reliability issues, things that were working fine before the contest, or that you thought were working fine, but really weren't. And evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of your station, look at every one of your transmitting and receiving antennas and compare them to your peers. And how effective are your own antennas compared to what your peers are using? And especially are some of the limitations of your antennas causing you not to be as competitive as you'd like to be. The capabilities of your transceiver is certainly important, and most important at all is receiver performance. And receivers have improved quite a bit over the years, and are likely to continue to improve. So that's an area where you can improve inside your station. And in terms of your amplifier, reliability is the big issue here. Amplifiers are a constant source of problems. And you definitely want, if you're intending to compete, you definitely want an amplifier that you have very high confidence will get through a contest without any reliability issues whatsoever. And it's a good idea to have a backup also, because of all the things in your station that might fail and do the most damage to your competitiveness, your amplifier might be the most likely cause of problems. Audio quality is a big deal. It's any contester knows you get on the air and you find people with audio problems. If you're running pile-ups, you'll probably notice that about half the people that call you have audio that's not very good quality. And this is certainly a source of weakness in many, many stations. If you're not sure, do like we do in the Potomac Valley Radio Club, and that is before contests, we often have an on-the-air get-together a day or two before, and everybody gets on with their contest audio, and then everybody gets an opportunity to say if they like it or they don't like it, or something's wrong here. It's not uncommon for people to have intermittent problems in their audio. And similarly with CW keying, I remember getting in a contest one time, and you should monitor at some level the signals that you're transmitting. Some operators do not monitor their own transmitted signal, and they wind. And I remember in one contest, one of the stations was sending the wrong exchange for the first 30 minutes or so of the contest, and didn't know about it because he wasn't monitoring his own signal. Logging software is a big deal, and everybody has their own preferences. But if you're not thoroughly happy with how your logging software helps you in meeting your competitive goals, maybe it's time to think about some sort of a change. And many of us have environments in our stations that are not conducive to long-term operator performance. So if this is holding you back compared to your peers, then maybe you ought to think about some improvements, whether it's ventilation or chair comfort or location of your equipment relative to your seated position, the need to constantly move your head around, which will definitely wear you out by the end of the contest. And lastly, and this is an area that differentiates the performance of you versus your competitors, is RFI. And that RFI for a single op station is probably mostly external. It's important to do a survey of all the bands and make sure that you don't have any RFI problems. And if you do, to track them down and get them corrected well before a contest, because it can take quite a long time to correct those things. And not only in terms of strengths and weaknesses in terms of performance, but also reliability. Doesn't do you any good to have invested a lot of time and effort and treasure to develop a really strong station compared to your competitors, only to have important aspects of it fail during or immediately before the contest, before you can do anything, too late to do anything about it. And very strongly related to this, in contesting, we have a way to measure how well we do compared to our peers. And we can also measure how well we're doing during the contest to identify what is working really well in our station compared to our peer competitors and what's not working so well. We're usually very aware of this as a contest proceeds. So make some notes about this. And if you have guest operators or either in a single op situation or multi-op, ask them to make their own notes as they go through the contest about the things that were strongly competitive in your station, but most importantly, the things where they thought that they were falling behind compared to their competitors. And also try to identify improvements that you can make to your station that your competitors can't match or maybe won't match. There's a lot of things you can do. I'll just give you an idea of one thing that I did when I was a single op back in the 70s. I decided to try to compete to win the US as a single op during the 70s, and decided that I would build a single op 2 radio station using a pair of Collins S lines side by side. And nobody else was doing that. And certainly that capability does not compare whatsoever to what SO2R is today with computers and so on. But believe me, it was a big advantage as a single op during the 70s. And it was amazing that almost nobody ever did that. And it was an obvious thing to do as a DX contester. So try to identify improvements you can make that you don't think your peer competitors. Don't worry about the others. You're only worried about your peers. What you can do that your competitors probably can't do or probably won't do. And then prioritize after you go through the contest and have created these notes about strengths and weaknesses of your own station and opportunities, maybe that if only I had done this, prioritize those and prioritize those by score improvement, because that's what you're really after. So try to quantify the benefit you might have achieved if you had made these improvements. And then also quantify them by how difficult it is to achieve each improvement. You know, some improvements are really simple and very low cost. Identify the practicality of you achieving the improvement. Try to identify the impediments that have prevented you from making that improvement in the past. And then, of course, the cost, because some of these improvements can be very costly indeed. So let's get into some of the practical aspects of this. I always categorize towers first. They're big investments and they can be major safety problems. So well before your next contest, and especially after any major storms, it's important to go through your tower system and identify any problems that may exist. And I'll tell you, I do a lot of volunteer work for members of the PVRC, and I see consistent problems in the towers that I work on, and I'll mention a couple of those. But they're very consistent, and if I see them very consistently among guys that are very strong competitors in PVRC, I'm sure many of you have these same issues. Guy wire tension, you should check that at least once a year, and after any very serious storm, the correct strength is, or the correct tension is 7 to 15% of breaking strength of the guy wire. This assumes that the guy wire is the correct guy wire for your tower. Guy hardware is a big problem. I see many towers have been installed, especially with thimbles that go around the end of guy wire terminations that hams have purchased at hardware stores, and they're drastically underrated for towers. And I'll guarantee you, if I went out and looked at 6 different ham stations today, I would find problems with guying hardware in at least half of them. Particularly after major storms, check the plumb and twist of a tower. It's very easy to check the plumb of a tower. If you could just get a 4-foot long level and hold it vertically in front of your eyes and compare that to the plumb of your tower, that's not too bad. And also look up the tower and make sure it hasn't gotten twisted, particularly if you have a very heavy load on your tower. Tower bases are a big problem, and you see these problems all the time, and most hams don't even realize they have them, even if the tower base is at the threshold of causing the tower to fail. Take a look at your tower base and make sure you don't see any corrosion, especially at the interface between the tower member and where it penetrates into the concrete. It's a very common location for corrosion. And if you find some serious problems there, they need to be corrected. There are many ways to do this beyond the scope of what I can speak about today. But take a look, and if you see these problems, you've got to do something about it. And also make sure that water is not settling, especially in the location where the tower metal penetrates into the concrete at your tower base. And also, you know, this is the time of year when many of us are out mowing lawns, and it's pretty easy to send debris into the tower base area. So it's important when you have your blower out there cleaning off all the debris from your driveway and sidewalks, that you also go around to your tower bases and remove any lawn debris from the tower bases too. This stuff is extremely corrosive and can lead to tower failure. It just takes a couple of minutes to do that, and your tower bases are probably just as important as your sidewalks, so you should be doing that. Rotators are one of the most common reliability issues, and often caused by rotators being overloaded. So take a look at your rotators and well before a contest, and make sure they don't have any unexpected play, and think about whether this is the right size rotator for your antenna system. You should take a look at your tower to make sure you don't have any damaged or missing or badly corroded components. And these components are especially important adjacent to guy wire attachments. So I'll just conclude this by saying that at least annual inspections are essential to tower safety. Everybody should do this. And these inspections should also be performed whenever you have a major storm. Similarly with antennas, there are very common problems developed with antennas. Most of them self-induced. Coaxial cables and control lines running up the side of a tower are subject to a lot of wear and tear during just the normal winds, not even necessarily very strong winds, and also ice. The tremendous amount of weight gets imposed on coaxial cables running up towers when they get covered with ice. And if they have not been correctly secured to the towers, those cables may be slipping down the tower, or they may be slapping into the side of the tower during windstorms and damaging the cables. So, and those problems are just caused by careless installation. Good idea to measure coaxial cable losses, not necessarily annually, but regularly, to make sure that they haven't degraded. A good investment, and they can be found for reasonable prices on eBay, is a time delay reflectometer, commonly abbreviated TDR. This allows you to inspect your coaxial cables from the comfort of your station all the way to the feed point of your antenna. Very, very good investment, and they're not terribly expensive on eBay. You should have a record of all your antenna VSWRs. If they improve, that doesn't mean your antenna has gotten better. It means something has degraded. I always prefer to use PL259 connectors outdoors. They're inexpensive, they're easy to waterproof, and they're much, much less subject to failure than N connectors, which really do not perform at all well in an outdoor environment. And many hams think it's completely adequate even to waterproof their PL259 connectors with electrical tape. Well, that is not adequate. And you can prove that to yourself if you use a pair of PL259s and a barrel connector, connect them together, waterproof them the best way you know how to do with electrical tape, and then dip them in a bucket of water for 5 minutes. And take that connection out of that water, and you are going to find that water has penetrated that electrical tape no matter what you have done. And I will show you how to solve that problem. But I'll guarantee you that most of you are using electrical tape for waterproofing, and it does not work. Most of us have ropes to support our antennas. Rope should be replaced before it fails, not when it fails the day before the contest in the middle of the winter when there's 2 feet of snow on the ground. So inspect your ropes for wear and replace them long before they fail. Similarly with wire antennas, and especially their connections to the feed lines. And if you have rotator problems, and many hams do, months before a contest begins, this is the time to think about replacing that unreliable rotator with a more reliable one. And there's lots of choices in the market there. Lightning damage, we're very aware that that happens inside the ham shack, but it also happens out in your antennas. One of the things that it very commonly does, if you're using flexible coaxial cables going up your tower, lightning very often causes pinhole damage in coax cables. And that's one of the reasons I don't like to use flexible cables on towers, because of lightning damage to those cables. And of course, wind damage. So, and annual inspections are essential not only to tower safety, but also to to maintaining the competitive performance of your antenna system. So, what about coaxial cables? Where are some opportunities to improve here? I like to use hardline cables, and you can find Andrew Heliax and some of the other competitors at very reasonable prices. At Hamfest, I guess we'll have Hamfest again someday, and also on some of the resale sites. And for most of us, half-inch Heliax is just fine. But if you have towers at a fairly good distance, 500 feet or more away, then it's certainly worthwhile to think about heavier cables. But be very cautious about the use of these heavy cables. When they get isolated, they have a tremendous amount of weight and wind load. So be careful about putting very large heliax cables on light duty towers like Room 25 and Room 45. It can lead to the failure of the tower. So in terms of improving the reliability of coax cable connectors, nobody should be using end connectors outdoors. It only takes 1 millimeter of center pin slippage for the end connectors to become very unreliable. And in my experience, the only end connectors that are reliable outdoors are captive pin connectors installed on hardline cables. And why is that? Because the slippage that occurs outdoors is caused by variations in temperature from cold to hot, and also the tremendous weight of the cable standing vertically on a tower. Well, hardline cables like heliax never slip, so there's no slippage problem. And if you're using a captive pin end connector, the precision alignment of that center pin is not a problem. But apart from that, I have never found end connectors to be a desirable solution outdoors. They're perfectly okay indoors if they are properly installed, which almost always means using captive pin end connectors. But outdoors, they are a terrible choice, and UHF connectors work just fine. You do need to know how to install them. If you don't know how to do it, find a friend who does. You need to know how to tighten them correctly. Basically, they need to be tightened just enough so that you can't untighten them by hand. And they also need to be waterproof properly, which is not difficult. You should know with UHF connectors, PL259s, what the normal mating force is. PL259s always mate with a matching female connector. And those pins are subject to wear. So just go in to your stock of connectors and get yourself familiar with how much force it takes to mate the center pin of the UHF connector into its mating connector, whether it's an SO239 on the back of a radio or an antenna switch or a barrel connector. So you should know what that mating force is. Your muscle memory should tell you. And every time you mate a connector, whether it's to the back of a radio or anywhere else, just pay attention to the amount of mating force. And if the mating force is not correct, chances are that SO239 connector needs to be replaced. That's a source of problems. And when you notice that, make a record of it and go back and fix it. You shouldn't be using adapters, especially outdoors, but if for some reason it's absolutely necessary, make sure you're using very high quality adapters outdoors. UHF connectors should be tightened with a tool. If you're tightening them by hand, you're doing it incorrectly. It's a source of problems. And I have many stories that I could tell about myself and others who have encountered problems with UHF connectors because they've been hand tightened. Use a tool to do it just enough so you can't untighten it by hand. And this is the connector that you should be using. It should be labeled exactly Amphenol 83-1SP. No more characters than that. If there are extra characters, that means those are cheap versions of this connector that you should not be using. And they're widely available. This is absolutely the wrong place to be saving money in your station. If you have any other PL259s in your stock of connectors, throw them away. They do not belong in your station. This is the only one you should be using. And there are a couple of others that are suitable, but I'm not going to go through a lengthy list. For the most part, this is the one you want to use. In terms of waterproofing, a very common problem with station reliability. I suspect the vast majority of you are either not waterproofing your connectors or almost as bad, using only electrical tape to waterproof those connectors. Electrical tape will not Let me say that again. Electrical tape will not waterproof PL259 connectors. You must use a tape such as Scotch 133, rubber splicing tape, and there are other versions as well that are quite suitable. You must use this, and it must be installed with 50% overlap. And the same with electrical tape. I see people install electrical tape and they overlap it about 10%. Well, you may as well not be using it at all. It needs to be overlapped at least 50%. But even that does not waterproof connectors without using Scotch 133 under it. So let's look at the indoor station environment. Always first is the performance of receivers. And modern receivers perform remarkably well compared to previous generation equipment. So it's worthwhile, after you've made the improvements to your towers and antennas, to look at receiver performance. And then after that, amplifier reliability. If you've had problems with your amplifier, probably time to think about replacing it, because this amplifier should be very rugged and well able to withstand many contests without attention. I always like to have digital watt meters in my station. That way, just by glancing at it, you can tell that your amplifier is working correctly, and you can immediately tell whether your antennas are performing correctly or not. So I'm a big fan of digital watt meters. And physical environment, you know, think about this during a contest. Are you unnecessarily suffering in performance because of things you just haven't done right in your station? And very common among these is excessive noise. And that can be taken care of either by reducing the noise or by a more effective set of headsets that reduce the noise. Either one of those is fine. Ventilation is very commonly a big problem in the ham stations. Uncomfortable chairs, they're very common, and they're not that expensive to find a suitable chair that's much more comfortable. And equipment placement is commonly a problem. You shouldn't find yourself moving your head all the time. And when you look at your computer monitor, very common problem in stations. When you're looking at your computer monitor, you should see that your eyes are focused at about the top 1/3 of that monitor. And if that's not the case, your monitor is at the wrong height. And this is a very easy problem to solve. And then you can look at the remainder of the list here in terms of things you can think about improving. These are all less important, but nonetheless worthy of consideration. Go through your station immediately before the contest and check all of your PL259s. PL259s, although they are very reliable connectors, if installed correctly, they are also a source of problems if they have not been mechanically tightened. If you're tightening them by hand, you run the high risk of problems. So just go through the station and go through and just tighten them just enough so they can't be loosened by hand. No more than that. In your station, you should have a checklist that you use well before a contest to be sure that everything in your station is working correctly. I keep my checklist in a Microsoft Word document because I'm continuously changing it as I discover problems or as I add equipment or remove equipment. So you should have a checklist and you should use it. And on that checklist should be some performance measurements that you make. VSWR measurements of antennas is a very good one where you should just mark down the VSWR that you measure at a particular frequency where you always check it from contest to contest. And if you see an improvement, it's not an improvement, it's a degradation. And of course, it's obvious if you've got a problem. Never, ever try to compete with unproven equipment. If you add a new antenna or a new transceiver to your station, be sure that you exercise it and prove that it's actually working. It could prove to be a real liability. And especially check everything outdoors. well before a contest, so you have an opportunity to fix it before the contest begins. So let's just look at a few ideas for stations. Probably most of the people listening to this presentation have a single op station. So I'm just going to go through and prioritize these rather than reading them. Number one in any station is tower safety. And I spent a lot of time earlier in this presentation discussing that. And I would say number two is tower reliability, things that might cause you problems in the near or long-term future. Rotator problems are very common. And then transmit antenna performance. And this is a good opportunity during contests to evaluate how well your transmitting antennas are doing in pileups, for example, or how well they perform in attracting stations when you're trying to run. Receiving antennas are a big opportunity for improvement on 168 and 80 meters. There's now a very wide range of receiving antennas for small lots or receiving antennas that occupy 10 acres or more. So there's always an opportunity for improvement here, and on the lower bands, this can make a big difference. Any single operator should be aware of the RFI environment that they are in and should be able to go before a contest and go through all the bands and identify whether any new RFI sources have developed. Now, it used to be that we worried about power lines as RFI sources, but now electronic devices are a big problem, and they can even be on our own homes where we've purchased a piece of equipment or a new smartphone or any number of things that are creating RFI and we didn't know about it. It's easy to resolve these things if you give yourself enough time, but if you wait for the contest to begin and realize, oh no, I've got RFI, well, you're in big trouble at that point. Modern transceivers offer a great deal, but I'll tell you from my own experience with my own operators, looking at the settings of the receivers after a contest, I guarantee you after every contest, I will find some of the receiver settings are absolutely incorrect. Many of you do not know how to use your receiver to best benefit. And the areas where I discover problems all the time is that preamplifiers and receivers are set incorrectly for the band that they're operating on. Attenuators are either in use or not in use when they shouldn't have been. So learn how to use your receiver. It doesn't cost you anything, and that may be more valuable than purchasing a new one. And I really like digital watt meters, and I think they're worth the investment. So in terms of antenna improvement ideas, if you have a very small station, investing in a 50 or 60 foot tower is well worthwhile. And here are some of the antenna ideas. And if you have that kind of a system, there's a big improvement to be gained if you can get up into the 70 to 80 foot level. And if you're at that level and you have enough land and other constraints are not in the way, then going to towers of 100 feet or more also offer significant benefits. In terms of SO2R stations, bandpass filters are probably the most important capability that you need just to protect your investment in your transceivers, or if you borrow transceivers from someone else, to not destroy it before you have an opportunity to return it. Stubs may be necessary on amplifier outputs, particularly if you're using SO2R in a relatively small station. I do not recommend multi-band antennas for use in an SO2R, for example, a tri-bander, because if you're operating on 20 and trying to listen on 15, and you're getting an enormous amount of 20-meter energy into the transceiver operating at 15, it can create problems trying to effectively work in that environment. So it's a good idea in a more serious SO2R to have monoband antennas. And of course, at SO2R, you're going to inevitably run across cross band interference problems. Well before a contest, identify what they are. And a very common problem is intermodulation. And what is this? If you listen to the harmonic, let's say your 40-meter transmitter, and an SO2R you're trying to receive on 20 meters, if you hear broadband growling noise away from the harmonic, that is usually caused by intermodulation. And what the heck is that? It's caused by your very strong 40-meter signal, in the case of this example, getting into electronic devices in your home or in neighboring homes and re-radiating strong harmonics mixed with AC power or computer network signals and creating broadband noise on the sidebands of the harmonic. Normally in the lack of intermodulation problems, the harmonic of the 40-meter signal should be very, very clean, but usually it's not because electronic devices mess it up. How do you find this problem? First of all, you have to excite the intermodulation problem. That means you have to have the 40-meter station on the air and turn the antenna so that the noise sidebands are as strong as they can be. It's easy to use spectrum monitors like the Elecraft P3 to peak up the strength of the intermodulation product. So once you've pointed the transmitting antenna or selected the transmitting antenna that produces the worst problem, use that to excite the noise and then locate the source the way you would any other RFI. But you can't locate these problems without causing the problems with the transmitted signal. Okay, so that's my last slide, and I'm prepared to answer any questions, just in case anyone is thinking about improving their station.
Thank you so much, Frank. Great presentation, and boy, that's a lot to think about. No matter how big or how small your station is, we all have stations, and there are a lot of great ideas that you presented on how we can make our stations better. So thank you so much for that. And just a tremendous presentation. I want to welcome back our moderators. It's Bill, W9KKN, and Marty, NN1C. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A. And I know our moderators have been scanning the chat as well. And we have some time here, so let's go ahead and start with you, Bill. Give us a question.
Yeah, sure. So what is the best way to actually secure VLANs to a tower? You mentioned that there's a wrong way to do it, but.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. That's an excellent question. The wrong way to do it, you see it all the time, is they're not secured at all. There's just minimal attempt to secure it. And the worst possible way to secure it is to use zip ties, because they will degrade in UV. Even the best zip ties will degrade, but the consumer grade that you buy at Home Depot, they probably won't last 6 months. So the worst possible thing you can do is to not secure the cables. And the next worst possible thing is to use consumer grade zip ties to do it. So I like to use solid number 12 or number 14 insulated wire and just wrap it around the cables and secure them that way. Or you can use high quality zip ties. But if you're using flexible cables especially, you can tighten those things so much that you actually damage the cable. And these, you do not want your cables to be slapping up against the tower. So I like to secure my cables on the tower every 3 or 4 feet as they go up the tower. So there's a lot more I could say about this, but I'm sure there's some other questions.
So Marty, over to you for a question for Frank.
Sure. There was a conversation going on in the chat, and then somebody asked the question. I think you answered the question in the presentation, but maybe you can elaborate on why your decision as such. What do you prefer, Scotch Super 33 Plus or Scotch 88?
That's a good question. And thanks for that question too. Those two tapes are made out of the same material. The difference is the thickness. So for applications where you don't need strength, Scotch 33 is perfectly okay. And that's what I use most of the time. It's only in a relatively few situations where you need tape to add strength to something you're waterproofing, do you need to use Scotch 88. And Scotch 88 is a lot more expensive. So usually I use 33, which is the same material, but only about half the thickness and doesn't have a lot of strength.
Okay, back out to you, Bill.
Sure. So we had a question. Is it okay to pack connectors or connections with dielectric grease?
Yeah, that's a very good question too. It is a good idea to do it. And there's a material that I like to use. It's called Stuff, STUF. You can look that up online, and I suspect many of the suppliers carry it. When you put connectors together, there are always air voids, and those air voids have moist air, unless you live in Arizona. And as the temperatures change, the moisture in that air, when the temperature drops dramatically, turns into water. And this cycle repeats over and over and over again. So those air voids inside the connectors eventually become a source of failure. So it is a really good idea to pack those connectors with the right kind of material. And the one I prefer is the one called Stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have a slide that shows that, but it's easy to find using your friend Google.
Okay, Marty, you're up.
Okay, Rich, K1CC asked about securing big hard lines to, well, big heliaxes to towers, say 1.25 inches or 1 5/8 inches. Do you have any recommendations on if you run on the tower, say using cable hangers or something, or on the ground, do you bury it or do you hang it up above ground, and what your thoughts are there?
Okay, so there's really two questions there.
Yeah.
Not many of us use very heavy heliax on towers. There's really no important reason to do so for the HF bands, because you don't gain very much advantage by using heavy cables, but certainly for VHF contests, this can be an important factor. So the first thing I would suggest is to think about, why are you doing this? The difference in loss between very heavy heliax and 1/2-inch heliax is probably only 1/4 dB on the HF bands for almost any tower. So the first thing I would suggest is don't do it. Most amateur towers can't support very much of that. And think about those towers or those cables loaded with 1/2 inch of ice. It can easily cause a row 25 or a row 45 to collapse. So first of all, think about why. And if you decided, well, I really need to do this, then I think the only appropriate solution is to use the commercial hanger hardware that's supplied by the manufacturers of those cables. And in terms of burial, hardline cables are quite suitable for direct burial, but be careful. Many of us have soil that has stones and rocks in it, and it's important. And those stones and rocks move during freezing and thawing cycles, and they can easily damage cables. So if you do direct bury those cables and you do have rocky soil, do what I did and lay a layer of sand in the bottom of the trench, and then lay the cables in the sand, cover them with sand, and then cover them with soil.
Marty, another question for Frank.
Sure. There are some questions about PL259s and people who want to crimp the shield using crimp connectors.
If you have the right tools, that's perfectly okay. Usually the problem the hams run into with connectors is they don't have the skills and experience to use them correctly. If you have the correct tools, then go for it, but be sure you got the right tools.
Bill, another question for W3LPL.
Yeah, sure, Frank. So you mentioned that end connectors are really not the best idea outdoors. For VHF and UHF and microwave operators, what is the better connector for outdoor operation?
It's called a 716 DIN. They're more expensive, but we're talking about competitive stations here, not casual stations. And it doesn't make sense to have connectors outdoors that are very unreliable. For example, early, and Tim probably knows about this, early in the cell industry, they used end connectors. Nobody uses them anymore. Extremely unreliable outdoors, no matter how good they are. The only exception where I have found end connectors to be reliable outdoors is Andrew heliax cable with Andrew connectors that have captive pins. And they're the only ones I've ever used that are reliable outdoors. Everything else is always subject to failure. And I'll tell you, if I had a station with end connectors outdoors, I would think about removing them this summer. They don't belong there. And I've been asked by my neighbor K3MM to come out to his station to help him. And why is that? One of his end connectors just failed. And I suspect I'm going to find that the center pin probably pulled back 1 or 2 millimeters and doesn't work anymore. And that happens very easily on a tower. Don't use end connectors outdoors unless you have no alternative. And the 716 DIN is an excellent alternative.
Marty, another question for Frank.
Sure. Somebody asked about rotor loops. The question was how to minimize the bending of it when it leaves the boom down to the rotator, but I assume you might have some thoughts on rotor loops in general and how you like to do them.
Well, rotor loops are one of the most common causes of problems. If the top of your tower is not congested with obstacles, it's a good idea to run several turns of coax cable loosely around the mast, sitting on the top plate of the tower, and then that way the rotation loop does not blow in the wind. It's sitting on the tower top. I don't have an illustration of that, so I'm kind of limited in terms of how I can describe it. But if anyone really wants to know about that, send me an email. My email has been on qrz.com, same email address for 20 years. And it's easy to contact me that way. The other commonly used method for a rotator loop is to hang the coax off of the boom of the antenna some distance from the tower, maybe 4 to 6 feet away, and hang it down. That method is subject to failure because that coax is blowing in the wind essentially all of the time, and it will eventually fatigue the coaxial cable shield. So if you're using that method, that rotation loop needs to be examined for failure. The best way to do that is with a TDR. You can do that from the comfort of your ham shack. If you don't have a TDR, that means you've got to climb the tower and go up and take a look. And the most likely place for that to fail is right at the point where the coax cable is hanging off of the antenna boom, and it will fail.
I found one of those broken this week, Frank.
Yeah, it's real common. That's probably the most likely place for coax to fail on a tower is right there. I prefer not using that method, but many of us have towers where we just can't use the method of coiling, let's say 3 turns of coax cable laying on the flat plate at the top of the tower. So if you can't do that, you're forced to use the other method, but there's a big fat failure waiting to happen someday, and it will happen.
Bill, a final question for Frank.
Yeah, sure. So as far as coax and control cables going up a tower, do you have a preference of PE versus PVC, or are any of them more durable or rodent proof?
Very simple answer, it's PE. Shouldn't be using anything else. PVC is a very cheap, very unreliable alternative. You shouldn't be using it. So when you buy coaxial cable, look very carefully at the manufacturer's specification and make sure you're using PE cable.
Okay, thanks so much, Frank, for your presentation. You can go ahead and release the share screen. And Marty and Bill, thank you so much for being our first moderators here for Contest University today. And welcome to those of you who have just joined us. And we had an exciting drawing right at the start where Michael, W8CI, gave away an ICOM IC 7300. And that went to Kilo Bravo 3 Zulu Victor Hotel. And so I think it's time to give away another radio. And I'd like to bring on Terry, K8MNJ, who does all of the hard work for Contest University. And Terry, I think you have another winner of a radio. You got to be here and you got to let us know that you're here. So Terry, take it away.
All right. So for the IC 705, I have the call sign of VE3TOB. Victor Echo 3, Tango Oscar Bravo.
VE3TOB. put something in the chat that lets us know that you are here. VE3 Tango Oscar Bravo, are you here? I see VE3 Hotel Golf, but maybe you can call VE3 TOV and tell them to get in the chat.
Yeah, you busted the call. It's NN1C.
Thank you so much, Frank, for your presentation. I know you put a lot of work into that, and as Frank mentioned, he is very available on email. Just go to qrz.com, look up W3LPL, and do we have Victor Echo 3 Tango Oscar Bravo?
Yes, he raised his hand in the chat.
All right, there we go.
Right,
So
perfect.
thank you, Terry, and thanks for all your hard work to make Contest University a success.
You're welcome.
All right, so we only have done 2 presentations, and we've got a lot of great stuff coming up. I think everybody has gone to contestuniversity.com to see what the outline of talks is, and we are on schedule and getting ready for our next presentation. That'll be at 1500 UTC. And Mark, are you on with us? M0DXR.
I am indeed, Tim. Good,
Oh.
Good morning to you and to everyone on online.
So good afternoon to you, Mark. How are things in England?
Well, we're just desperate for some sunshine, but that's nothing too unusual for over here. But yeah, things are great, and we're you know, coming through this very difficult time that the world has been facing for way too long, and you know, things are looking good. How are things over there, Tim?
Everything is fine over here, getting better every day. And so, Mark, what have you been doing in amateur radio here for the last year or so?
Oh my, well, I have been doing some experimenting with remote contesting. For you know, somebody like me with limited space at home for decent size big antennas. I've been playing around with remote, so I've got some friends here in the UK that have allowed me to remotely connect to their stations, and so I did a remote entry on 20-meter single band in CQ Worldwide, CW, and I think K3LR was also there, and also in ARRL CW, and it was great fun. You know, it's definitely an answer to those who wish to put in a competitive entry, and even more so when you're in lockdown conditions. It's a great way of getting on and putting in a decent competitive entry. So the Flex remote system, which is what I was using, remoting to a Flex 6000 series, really is a good solution for that. So that's been my main radio activity for the last year, Tim.
Yeah, very cool, Mark. I'd like to welcome our moderators. We've got Nathaniel, W2NAF. Good morning, Nathaniel.
Good morning, Tim. How are you? Nice to see
Great
you.
to see you. And we have Dave, Kilo Mike 3 Tango. Good morning, Dave.
Morning, Tim.
And great to have you guys on board here to take us through our next 2 presentations. And with that, Mark, let's get started with contest categories, making the most of your entry by M0DXR from England.
All right, thank you very much, Tim. Would you shall I present my my screen here? Is that the way to do it?
Do a share screen, yes.
Okay. All right. So. Just trying to find the screen to share here. Okay. How's that? Can you guys see that?
Yep. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Well, a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here presenting at Contest University 2021. I would normally be over at Dayton and catching up with friends from all over the world, but course, the world's a bit of a different place at the moment. So great that we can keep this going, and that Tim and all of the team have been able to put this together. Absolutely tremendous. So I would like to talk about a topic around the category selection area of contesting. Now, this is something that for somebody like me, as I was just explaining there, with you know, kind of limited station at my disposal here, it's a very important thing. And there are so many different aspects to consider with with category selection. So this will take a look at that topic, dig a little bit deeper, maybe think about things from a different perspective and different angles, lots of factors to think about. So for experienced contesters and also new contesters, hopefully this will help in your activations. Just very quickly, a little bit about me, who I am. So my name is Mark Haynes, and I've been licensed for 25 years, and pretty much all that time I've been interested in contesting. I became hooked on contesting very quickly, very early in my amateur career. I've held what were previously the novice license call signs here in the UK before they became an intermediate standard. And I also have the special contest called G9W over here in England. I pretty much am interested in everything in amateur radio. I enjoy VHF, UHF, as well as HF, all modes from SSB through CW, data modes, FT8, you name it, I love it. So I'm interested in pretty much all angles of the hobby, more focused on contesting, I guess, than any other. So I have a lot of radio friends that are not contesters, but we do share the passion of of amateur radio. And one of the questions I get, or one of the points that are made to me, is quite a familiar one, and I guess many contesters hear this a lot. There's no point in me entering a contest with all of these mega stations out there. I am never going to win. It's a very familiar statement, and I've thought about this for a very long time, and really it's about what we mean by winning, I guess, what we mean by doing well. And at the end of the day, this hobby is all about having fun anyway. So I guess we only really set our own targets. So we can explore this a little bit further as we go through the presentation today. There are many factors that will affect how well we do. But I suppose initially we need to really think about what we mean by doing well. What does that actually mean? How do we define that? Do we mean a high country placing? So scoring well for your DXCC? Do we mean from a continental perspective, doing well? Or are we talking about a world rank? For many, it's about doing better than last year. So many will set a barrier, have a baseline of which they want to improve on. And for many contesters, casual contesters, that's just doing better than they did the previous time. And I've also heard many saying that they will have personal targets. For example, you might want to beat your friend, do better than your friend across the other side of town. It may be making 100 contacts, 1,000 contacts, or maybe even setting a DXCC or multiplier target. There are many different perspectives of doing well, is really the message here. And there's no right or wrong answer to that. So this prez will talk about how we can make the selection of our category to better or improve our chances of having a higher placing in the results. And the contest that I'm going to focus this prez on in terms of its category build-up is going to be the CQ Worldwide contest. Okay. So, factors affecting our success. So there are many. There are so many. I'm going to focus maybe just on a few, but these are the ones that I felt were quite important and worthy of exploring. So your station, of course, has its own comfort and ergonomic arrangement. So for me, one of the most important things is my chair. The chair is so important, and the headset. So I've tried maybe a dozen different headphones and headsets, and what really works for me are the really lightweight headsets that sit around the ear rather than on the ear. But you know, if you have an arrangement in your shack that isn't very comfortable, or after an hour or two becomes difficult, this is going to be a factor that will actually have an impact on category selection. Operating for 48 hours in an uncomfortable environment is not going to be the way to go. That's going to be very, very challenging, and you could end up entering a category that you actually start regretting 6 hours into the contest. So this is actually a very important factor, and you can extend it so far, you know, in terms of a PC monitor at eye level, having the transceivers at easy reach, the lighting, the temperature. I know that Tim, at your station, you have temperature-controlled shack, which is a great help. But very high temperatures can make it difficult to remain alert and awake at those dark hours. Logging. So the choice of logging software, and there are still, you know, even today, there are still paper log entries coming in. So the choice of logging software and the logging approach, type of keyboard, you know, all these things have an impact on ultimately how you can best operate, and therefore which category is the best for you. Automation. So for the serious single op all band guys running 2 radios, automation is very important. So what I mean by automation are things like changing bands, having auto-tune amplifiers, filter and antenna selection occurring automatically on the band change. All these kind of things will allow you to be more effective in a single operator all band environment. Station hardware. Very, very important, of course. So the type of radio, the type of antennas, whether you have effective antennas on certain bands, but not so on other bands, that will have an impact on selection of category. Whether you have amplifiers available or not, of course, that will determine high power and low power entries. And the design of the station, of course, is very, very critical for more so the all band entries and the multi-operator entries. Available time. So this, as a father of 4 children between the ages of 2 and 11, this has become something which has been very much on my radar. Available time tends to become more challenging, and the contests, maybe the 2-hour contests are not too difficult to arrange, but 48-hour contests are very difficult to actually get agreement from the family management committee. So actually available time is something that perhaps if you were able to plan on times, off times of the contest, this would help in personal life scenarios as well as your contest entry. So for me, I've chosen to go more down the single band entries these days, just because of my available time. And that, together with all the other factors that we're covering, will equal a category that is best for you. Of course, operator experience and skill comes into it. For the newly licensed, perhaps it would make sense to take a more laid back approach and not set high targets. But of course, if you're serious about entering the single op-all band high power category of CQ Worldwide, and you're expecting to be placed in the top 5, top 10 perhaps, these are really difficult categories up against guys that are have been doing this for many, many years, even decades, and have pushed the limit of what's possible. So, of course, your experience and skill is going to have a lot to do with how effective you are in that category. But it's a great encouragement for training. I watch these YouTube videos of Dan N6MJ down in Cayman Islands and what he's been able to do down there, and even remote. Is quite tremendous, as well as, of course, Chris KR9A from TI7W and a lot of the other guys up there. It's really quite incredible. Your level of enthusiasm and motivation is going to be a key component to success levels, and perhaps if your enthusiasm is not quite extreme enough to enter single op-all band, maybe consider something that's doesn't require quite so much time and allows you to be a bit more flexible with factoring in all these other things. Strategy, of course, planning your activation, thinking about which bands to be on at what time is going to have an impact also. Whether you're running more or searching, search and pounce mode, searching for those multipliers, whether you are an operator that likes to search for those multipliers, or you prefer to be aided by the cluster, the RBN, if that suits your operating style, that's obviously something to consider. Propagation, of course, I would say that it would be very difficult, or it would take a very particular breed of contester to want to enter the 10-meter QRP category over the past few years. Propagation, of course, has got a lot to do with it, so it's a good idea to keep an eye on that. Fortunately, we're seeing a little bit more life on those higher bands now, but propagation is going to be something that not only aids your contest category selection, but also your level of enjoyment. Assistance. So a couple of aspects here. Assistance in terms of assisted and unassisted, sure, but also how much help do you actually have around you for things like providing food and drink? When I sit here, I'm doing my contest entries remote, I'm actually quite suitably placed because my operating position here is next to the kitchen. So that's quite useful. But I also have a very helpful wife who will provide me food and drink during the contest. This kind of assistance is actually quite important for the serious entries. So that arrangement is very helpful, and it's just another thing to consider if you do want to be able to, or if you need to do these things for yourself. Just maybe have a think about how that can be considered in selecting categories. And of course, your shack's distant from other necessities. Tim, I was thinking about whether you want to implement this at the 11 operating positions at K3LR, but perhaps not. Okay. But of course, the most important factor with all of this is the category selection. And it can end up being quite a complex decision. The decision, maybe mapping out a decision tree is the way to go for this. Every contest is different, of course, and there are different categories for pretty much every contest. So there are lots of things to consider that are unique to every contest. So, some questions just to consider. Would you enter the multi category of CQ Worldwide as a single op? And the obvious answer there, of course, is no. Why would you? But it'll be interesting, you know, in a number of DXCCs, if you enter the multi-multi category as a single op, you would actually be placed higher than your single op ranking. It's just something to consider, as just to sort of give light on the point that's trying to be made in this presentation, is that the category selection is very important. Would you enter single op all band high power with a 200 watt radio? So maybe with a 200 watt radio, think about reducing it to 100 watts for a low power entry, rather than the benefit of that extra 100 watts that you would get would probably be lost in your position in the final results, as it puts you in competing with potentially guys running over a kilowatt. Would you enter single op all band high power if the station manager, i.e. your other half, only gives you permission to play radio at night? So maybe you would, maybe it's not important to you. That luxury of being able to play on all the bands and run high power and not use the cluster or the RBN, that may be okay for you, but in terms of maximizing your position in the results, if you're only got permission to play radio at night time, for instance, perhaps think about maybe a low band entry on 160, 80 or 40. That may be better. So the key message here is to think about how your entry can count for more, and by that I'm talking about position in the results table. And there are, of course, many strengths and weaknesses to consider. It's going to be about the strengths and weaknesses of your station, of your situation, and of your abilities as an operator. They kind of center around those three areas. So let's have a look at the CQ Worldwide categories. There are many. There are many. So as you can see here, we have on the left-hand side, these are the all band categories, the far left column. So we've got the multi-multi, multi-operator, multi-transmitter, multi-2, multi-single, high power and low power, and then all of the single op, all band categories. So high power, low power, QRP, and then the same again for assisted. And then of course, you've got all the single band possibilities of high power, low power, QRP, assisted, unassisted. So there's a lot going on there. And of course, with CQ Worldwide, you also have the overlay categories of rookie and classic. So there's a lot there to consider. So we'll just take a look at this a little bit further. So consider scenario one. You're a single op. Okay. So you can pretty much remove the multi-operator categories instantly. You have no 160 meter antenna. Okay, so we can take out these 160 single band categories now. Now you may also want to think about whether you remove the entire left column of all the single op categories, because of course this covers all 6 bands. But there will be many operators out there that would still enter all bands without a 160 meter single QSO and still be placed pretty well. So that's not necessarily a definitive to remove those all band categories at this stage. You don't own an amplifier. Okay. Well, that would pretty much remove all these high band categories. Your partner doesn't want to spend the nights alone. if you're lucky enough for that scenario, then okay, well, maybe we want to think about removing the low bands, seeing as they are predominantly nighttime propagation alive. So 160, 80, and 40 all go away at that point, plus all the all bands. And you're left with the low power and QRP entry sections of 20 meters, 15, and 10. You cause awful neighbor RFI on 10 meters. I know some guys that would choose 10 meters just as a bit of a thing there, but let's assume you want to keep your neighbors happy. That would remove 10 meters. So you're starting to narrow the selection of category now. Then you check the propagation. The MUF is 18 megahertz. Okay. So there's not really going to be too much going on 15 and 10. So at this point in time, you're left with pretty much 20 meters is the band, low power or QRP. And you've never been a fan of using the cluster and RBN. Okay, so this removes the assisted 20 meter categories and you're left with 20 meters low power or 20 meters QRP. So you've run through kind of the key points there that have allowed you to reach a decision on category. So the answer is 20 meters, single band, low power, or QRP. Okay, it's obviously not a right or wrong answer, but based on the information there, that would be a sensible selection in terms of maximizing your possible result. Okay. Consider scenario 2. You have a friend and you both want to enter from your station. Okay, so pretty much everything is available here. You have 2 operating positions. Okay, so that remains all open. So you have 2 tri-band Yagis for 10, 15, and 20. And the low power bands, you have dipoles and wires. Again, everything is still available at this point. You've got the key things going on here: 2 operators, 2 operating positions, and antennas times 2. Selection of antennas times 2. So that's all looking good. You're both available for the entire weekend. Okay, everything's still there. And the propagation is good on all bands. So this is looking like a good contest. There's no obvious dismissal of any categories at this point. I guess the only category that would be easy to eliminate is multi-multi. I know that there are entries in multi-multi with very few operators. You know, on some occasions it may be 2 or 3 operators, but perhaps multi-2 or multi-single would perhaps be more sensible there. Or of course the alternative is that you run 2 single band entries. That is a possibility in this situation. Of course, your station design and engineering would come in there about, you know, reducing the RFI between the 2 stations, depending on the bands, antenna arrangement, aerials pointing at each other, the classic sort of questions that you ask yourself in a multi-operator, multi-transmitter environment. So I briefly touched on the fact that CQ Worldwide have overlay categories for single operator entries. These are great, these overlays, and there are 2 of them. There's the Rookie, which I believe is for stations that were licensed within the last 3 years. But just quickly on the Classic. So this Classic overlay refers to operating with just 1 radio with a maximum of 24 hours on airtime, non-assisted, and 60-minute, a minimum of 60-minute off times, you know, making up the between times of the 24-hour on air. So this Classic overlay, I think, is an excellent is an excellent choice for perhaps the operator that doesn't really feel up to operating the whole 48 hours, or maybe that has other commitments during the weekend and family commitments perhaps, or personal things going on. And also for the majority of hams, I guess, that just have the ability to run just the single radio, which is the case for me here. So entering the single up all band category, I know that I'm competing against guys with 2 radios running SO2R and maybe, you know, 2BSIQ, this kind of thing. And I'm immediately at a disadvantage because of my lack of hardware availability. So the one radio option can be a really good one. And this is what I did a few years ago in the Isle of Man as GD9W. I actually didn't make this decision to enter in the classic category until 5 minutes into the first 24 hours on air. It was 5 to midnight, and I was considering my options. I was originally setting out to do a 48-hour entry in the CQ Worldwide SSB, and I was approaching 24 hours in, and I was thinking, you know, this is feeling pretty tired now, and also I know that I just have one radio. Maybe now's the time to just stop and take benefit of the good score so far, and that was a good decision. That resulted in first place Europe. So, and of course, the other thing to consider here is that one radio on sideband is maybe less critical in single op all band than it would be on CW. The SO2R and more so the 2BSIQ approach of literally running on 2 bands simultaneously, running stations, is far more productive. I think the experienced guys on this would agree with me on CW than it is on sideband, purely based on the fact that you're running pre-programmed CW messages that you don't really need to listen to. Whereas on sideband, of course, speaking out the exchanges and saying them, physically saying them, would distract you from receiving at that time on the second radio. So therefore, it may be that on sideband, just having one radio available wouldn't make too much an impact on a 48-hour single op all band entry. But on CW, perhaps that would be the time to consider this classic category a little bit more. And the rookie category is for newly licensed entrants, so within the last 3 years. So this is a great way of new stations coming on, trying contesting and getting that recognition, having only really been licensed for potentially up to 3 years. So it's a great way of being placed in the results with that considered. It's a different placing at a table. So definitely something to consider there. But of course, if you don't know about the rookie category, then you may not select that box on your entry. So definitely something to consider. So single up all band. So there are many entries that you see in CQ Worldwide that enter less than 24 hours of operation. So by that, I mean they're not actually labeled in the classic overlay. And there may be reasons for that. That could well be because the 60-minute off time rule hasn't been adhered to, perhaps, and therefore it would automatically go into the SOAB category. But just a point to note there that should that classic, if 24 hours was all that was available, or less than 24 hours, maybe planning that entry a little bit more and thinking about those off times and just running one radio could result in your placing being a lot more favorable and a lot higher up in the ranks. So here we go. Yeah, just making the point here that if entered in the classic category, they will be placed much higher in the results. There are also entrants who do very well, who were licensed within the last 3 years of the contest. And if that would have been identified on the entry, then they would have been, the first, second, and third positions would likely change. So it's just reminding those newly licensed contesters to not keep quiet about that. So here, do you want to be placed high in the world or continent in single up all band if you don't have SO2R capability? So it's just coming back on that point about thinking carefully about how effective you are with a single radio. You could consider trading the extra 24 hours of operating with a classic entry. And the serious competitors in single up all band will be running 2 radios. So if you're thinking about, you want to be in the top 5, world top 5, then that's going to be pretty tough with one radio. Perhaps a single band entry would meet your desires better, or maybe even, and this table at the bottom of the slide here demonstrates this, that maybe 2 single band entries would be possible, but only with separate call signs. So here, if you can see, it's a little bit small, but one of my friends here in the UK, G0VDZ, he actually in 2020 CQ Worldwide Sideband, he made 2 entries, one for low power 80 meters and then one for 15 meters QRP. And I guess he's been able to be effective there, but because 80 meters is a night band and 15 meters is a day band usually. So just something to think about, that you can slice this entry or entries up in many different ways. Propagation, of course, is an extremely important factor, as I've already mentioned. So monitoring the propagation and the conditions on the build up to the contest itself is a good idea. You can check the solar forecast online. 10 meters is, of course, the band that really is responsible for some very, very high all band scores, very high single band 10 meter scores, or not so. And of course, there have been many recent years where we've seen 0 QSOs on 10 meters by many entrants. Whereas, of course, on other occasions, it can produce several thousand QSOs. So it's something to keep an eye on. And 15 meters can be similar. If that MUF is not quite high enough, then 15 meters can be very, very tough. And so choosing a 15 meter band, I know that in ARRL, I think it was, or maybe it was CQ Worldwide, 15 was pretty tough. So that's something to think about. There's a Space Weather Prediction Center website that is an excellent source for getting a feel for that. So highly encourage that to be looked at on the build up. So just some examples here of some friends I have on their entries here. So this is G4PIQ, who entered as Mike 7 Quebec. In 2020 for CW, he actually set the England record for the classic low power category. So this is all bands, low power, 100 watts, classic. So he's been on the air here for 24 hours with one radio with a maximum of, a minimum of 60 minutes off time between operating sessions. So he's actually not only got the England record here, but also been placed first Europe. Now, Andy, G4PIQ, explained to me that he actually entered this with a broken 300 tri-bander and wire antennas. So he's really been selective, and he's considered very carefully about the station that he has and how he can make best use of that entry. And it looks like he made a very good decision here. In Japan and similarly in the US, the placings, the rankings are broken down by call area. So here you can see Juliet Kilo 8 Victor Papa Quebec entered the assisted 15 meters low power category. Now he only made 20,000 points, but it's actually placed him first place, Cool Area 8, Japan. Overall in Japan, he's been positioned in 7th. But another example of how not a huge score has actually put him in a really good position here, and a certificate for the wall. Another example here, Oscar November 3 Delta India has entered 20 meters QRP, and with a score of 40,000, just over 40,000 points, has placed him first Belgium. And, you know, if you go on to the CQ Worldwide website and many other contest organizers, that you can see the records. So you can see the records by country, by continent, and by world. And some of the categories have very, very low record scores against them. So it would be a good idea to take a look at that for your country and see how you can plan an entry and maybe have a very high probability of being placed in maybe first place or even breaking that record. It's a good facility, and I very regularly check CQ Worldwide and CQ WPX for the WPX contest on what the records and where they stand, and planning an entry. And you know, if you only have space in your yard or your back garden for a single antenna, it's a good idea to maybe have a look at that, have a look at the records. Maybe you can target a record entry, and just put up a single band antenna as your entry. So that's a good approach, well worth considering. So a few interesting facts. Looking at CQ Worldwide CW 2020. So UA2 Fox achieved a world winner on 160 QRP with 616 QSOs. That's an amazing QSO number for QRP on 160. But it just goes to show how UA2FF sounds like he has a pretty good 160 station, and he's thought very carefully about how he can do well, and that's a staggering number. And of course, UA2 Fox being quite a rare multiplier for many has obviously helped him there as well. Interestingly, 9 Alpha 6 Kilo on QRP 160, so same category. He achieved first place Croatia with just 1 QSO. And that's not rare. That happens a lot, and a lot of countries, you know, active with many hams. There'll be these categories that you end up winning for your country just by making a single QSO. And here, Yankee Echo 1 Whiskey India Lima achieved first place Indonesia in single band high power 10 meters, having made 1 QSO. And then if you look at the single op all band high power, the first world made 662 QSOs more than the second. So second place was Zulu Fox 1 Alpha, operated by N6MJ, a staggering 10,920 QSOs, and that's just an unbelievable number. And then you've got TI7W there with 11,582, just outstanding numbers. Which quite frankly just would be nowhere near possible with a single radio. So it just goes to show that the level of the number of QSOs being made by these single up all band entries is just staggering. But, you know, 662 QSOs difference between the two entries is more QSOs than some single band entries, you know. So it's still an amazing difference. Yet, you know, these guys are pretty much on par with each other. I think they'd agree with their operating style. And there's lots of factors that would have come into why that difference is there. Anything from, some things would have been perhaps in the control of the operator, some things not, based on propagation and geography. And the interesting thing here is that if Zulu Fox 1 Alpha would have entered the multi-single category, he would have also been positioned second world. So it just goes to show that sometimes, you know, you would naturally assume multi-single would be yielding a higher score. Obviously, a lot of that is to do with the operating ability of the single op, but it just goes to show that in these multi-operator categories, it doesn't always result in higher scores. And just moving on here to some thoughts as we move towards the end. You know, the important message is to do whatever is necessary to have as much fun as possible, of course. And if that means entering a category against the suggestions in this presentation, that of course that's the answer. The ultimate thing here is to have fun and enjoy your entry. If you're operating 24 hours or less, consider the classic category and also the rookie category, as mentioned already. These can be an excellent scenario, an excellent solution. Check the rules for category information for each and every contest. They do differ quite a lot. There are so many different contests out there, of course, and this has mainly been focusing on CQ Worldwide, but the kind of decision trees that you need to go through are similar, I guess, for pretty much every contest. However, there will be factors like a contest that I quite enjoy is the UBA contest, the Belgian international contest. And the idea there is to contact as many stations around the world as possible. It's not just to contact stations in Belgium, but I have to consider that the Belgian multipliers could be pretty tough to work on some of the high bands from here, because Belgium is actually pretty close. So on 10, 15 and 20 meters, I'd be skipping over them on those bands. So a single band entry in that contest may be better on 40, 80 or 160. You know, 20 meters in that contest for me, I'd be competing guys in perfect skip distance for Belgium. There are other contests that countries that run their international contests, but stations outside that country are only really allowed to make QSOs with that country, with the hosting country. So if that were to be the case with the UBA contest, I would probably make 0 QSOs on 20 meters, for instance. So it's well worth thinking about the propagation to the area of the world that you need to make QSOs with. More so relevant for the hosting country's international contest, more so than something like CQ Worldwide, perhaps. And the message here about if you want a good placing in the results, think about all the pros and cons of your station, your situation, and you. Consider propagation, of course. I've given the link for that. And also here, have a fallback plan. You know, if you're planning on a 10-meter entry, the conditions are looking good, you're thinking everything's looking on track, but then on the Friday, solar storm hits, the aurora sets in, and there goes that plan. So it's always a good idea to have a backup plan, just in case Mother Nature takes over and Murphy strikes. All right. That is 45 minutes, and I'm open for anything, any questions, anything anyone would like to ask me. I'm not sure which format we're taking on questions.
Yep. So thank you, Mark. Great presentation. And if you do have a question, please put it in the Q&A or in the chat. We do have 2 excellent moderators, KM3T and W2NAF will be searching through there for questions for Mark. Before we get to questions, I want to give away a pair of Hamvention 2022 tickets. So these are free tickets, 2 tickets to Hamvention 2022, which is next year in Xenia, Ohio. And we're going to give away several pairs of tickets today. The first pair of tickets goes to Kilo Echo 7 Delta X-Ray. Kilo Echo 7 Delta X-Ray gets a pair of tickets to Hamvention. Remember, we have 2 more radios to give away today too. So, and it's going to be at random times. So you got to be here on Zoom to be eligible to get the radios. But KE7 Delta X-Ray is going to get the tickets. A lot of the acronyms that have been used today on Contest University are available in the glossary, and that's the files section of contestuniversity.com. The glossary, as written by Pat Barkey, N9RV. Thank you, Pat, for doing that. And thank you to Terry for posting the revised glossary this morning in the files section on contestuniversity.com. Nathaniel, first question for Mark.
Thank you very much, Tim. Let's see. Sorry. So actually, the first question was for you, Tim. Do you ever do a contest without amplifiers?
Yes, we've actually done an RTTY contest here without amplifiers. And when I operate the North American QSO party, I don't use amplifiers.
And one for Mark here. What is the usual speed for CW that you use during CQ Worldwide?
Yeah. Now that of course, that depends on a lot of things as well. I think if you're operating from a DX location where you're maybe a unique multiplier, you tend to crank the speed up. You're in much demand and there's a lot of traffic constantly. So cranking that speed up is quite common. If you're operating a single band and perhaps you have a lot more slow times, you can be expecting to call CQ a lot more than the speed. You tend to pull the speed back. So I guess from the UK here, I'd probably be cruising at something like 32 usually. At times you'd go up to 34 and 36 perhaps. On those quiet times, maybe even coming down as low as 28. But of course, the good operating practice is that if somebody calls you at slow speed, that speed comes right down. If I get called at 20 words a minute, I'm pulling that speed all the way back.
Okay,
thanks a lot.
A question for Mark.
Yeah, Mark Dean, N60E asks, what's your advice in contests with many fewer categories than CQ Worldwide? Is it to lobby the contest sponsored to add more categories and overlays to their rules, or is it for participants to determine an alternative goal other than winning a category?
Yeah, there are, and something came to mind there. The IOTA contest, which is run by the RSGB over here, was getting a bit crazy a few years ago. There are so many categories, and it was a bit too much. The way that contests like CQ Worldwide have it at the moment feels about right. I had suggested an additional category or maybe an additional overlay to CQ Worldwide, which was a 48-hour category of just one radio, because that would open up the full contesting period to the majority of operators who I think just have one radio. Some of the smaller contests will not have as many categories. You tend to find that for some of the national contests, a DXCC's national contest maybe would just have a single band but both modes and not break it down into that single mode for each band. They tend to sort of factor it at a sensible level, depending on the activity of that contest and the likely number of entrants, because it wouldn't be very enjoyable, I'm guessing, for many, that if you just ended up with 1 or 2 or 3 entries per category. So by all means, make suggestions to the organizers if you have ideas on categories on how things can be shaped. The majority that I've worked with and put suggestions to have always been very receptive to that. And at times we'll say, yes, we've considered this, but these are the reasons why it's not a good idea, based on the entry traffic and other things like that. So it all depends on the contest. They're all structured quite differently, depending on, largely depending on the number of entrants.
So Mark, you can go ahead and stop the screen share. And Nathaniel, another question for Mark.
Sure. Christopher Ray asks, what's the best way to include operators that are not participating in the contest but call you anyway? They often don't have the proper exchange. Do they still count as credit?
Yes, so this happens quite regularly. For me, when people are calling who are not in the contest, you can ask them for a number. If they choose not to give a number, then generally it's acceptable to log a 0 as the exchange. For a contest like CQ Worldwide, where the exchange is a zone, usually it's, you can usually work out which zone they're in, or other times you can have multiple contests taking place at the same time, and we have that a lot over here. So you log what you hear. If you get a number that maybe isn't a number for your contest, your particular contest, then that's what you log. And generally speaking, I think the log checking organizers will accept that. It's all about logging what you hear, and if it's something that doesn't make sense to you, or that is maybe letters when you're expecting numbers, then log the letters and raise that question if you have any with the organizers.
KM3T, another question for Mark.
Mark, I've got one for you. What are your thoughts and opinions on so-called category shopping, whereby a operator refrains from picking a category until he sees how the 3830 score reporting is going?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I guess there's nothing really stopping that happening at the moment, because you're not committing to a category when you begin in a contest, right? So, but at the same time, I guess it would you're already at a bit of a disadvantage by taking that approach, because you're losing out on all the planning and preparation and setting your strategy as you go through the contest if you're not actually committing to a category at the beginning. So, whilst that is available, it is something that I would say you should be cautious of, just because you're really setting yourself at a bit of a disadvantage by not being able to strategize as you go through the contest itself.
So Nathaniel, another one for Mark.
Sure. John Streety asks, what are the options for contesters in HOA controlled communities?
HOA controlled communities, I'm not sure if that's a term I'm familiar with.
Yeah, it's a big thing in the United States, homeowners association controlled communities. So basically the other homes around you prohibit you from putting up antennas in your yard. It seemed like what you were talking about with the remote stations is certainly one option.
Yeah, I would, I mean, there are lots of options possible for, conspicuous antennas that are maybe mounted internally into a property. But this remote option is something definitely to consider in that situation, and it's not just Flex Radio that offer that these days. The main radio manufacturers, ICOM, Yaesu, Kenwood, Elecraft, they're all offering solutions for this. So I would highly recommend that as a solution, either by remoting an antenna and a station somewhere yourself, or maybe teaming up with another ham friend who has their station available for you to use. As long as you have a pretty solid internet connection, then you can expect that to be very productive.
Dave, another question for Mark.
Hey, Mark, Paul W6PNG asks, while CQ Worldwide has many categories that kind of all assume a static or established station already in place, what's your perspective on maybe a new category called Suitcase De-Expedition that groups and levels the playing field for those that are essentially a supersized portable operation?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Obviously the de-expedition stations, who are rare multipliers, have an immediate advantage based on their multiplier status. Yeah, it's something definitely to consider, but it can become very difficult because you have to draw the line somewhere with categories and breaking things down, and before you know it, if you were to try and please everyone, I guess you would end up with an endless list of categories. So whilst it it can level the playing field for some, there are so many ways that you can try leveling the playing field, and it reaches a point where perhaps you need to be comparing your scores with people inside your call area or your DXEC, rather than looking at that world position.
Nathaniel, final question for Mark.
All right, Andy Maluzzi asks, my CW speeds are around 10 words per minute. Should I hold off on entering a contest until I get my speeds closer to 30, or should I jump right in?
Jump right in. What you tend to find, my experience is that the higher end of the CW portion of the bands, you tend to find slower speeds. So, and of course, once you get on the air, you get on the RBA, and you'll instantly have callers. And I would say that the majority of operators will pull back the speed in calling. 10 words a minute is definitely good to get on the air and make QSOs in the contests, either by calling CQ yourself or calling others. I would highly encourage it. And if you get called by guys that are sending at 12, 14, 16, that can be quite healthy for putting you in that position of building your speed, building more confidence, pushing the boundaries. So it's the best way to gain experience and improve on your CW speed. Get on the bands and make cues.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Great presentation, and thank you for taking your questions. And thanks to our moderators, KM3T and W8CI, who will be on board for our presentations starting this afternoon, Eastern Time. I want to thank Hamvention for all that they have done to support Contest University. The two IC7300s that we're giving away today are courtesy of Hamvention. They were donated to Contest University by Hamvention. So we want to thank Hamvention and the almost 800 volunteers that put Hamvention on every year. God willing, we'll be back there for May of 2022. And then thanks to ICOM America and Ray Novak and DX Engineering for donating the IC705 and the IC7610 that will be given away here today as well. We've given away 2 radios, and the lucky winners are Kilo Bravo 3 Zulu Victor Hotel. He won an IC705, and Victor Echo 3 Tango Oscar Bravo. He won an IC7300, and we've also given away a pair of Hamvention tickets to Kilo Echo 7 Delta X-Ray, and that's for Hamvention 2022. And so now we're going to bring on the CQ Worldwide Contest Director. This is the guy that coordinates the very large contesting events that happen on CW and sideband every year. He's got a great contest committee and a lot of hardworking team members. Please welcome John Doerr. And John, I couldn't help when Victor Echo 3 Tango Oscar Bravo won a radio. It just brought back great memories of the contest dinners and all those Victor Echo 3s.
Indeed, and good still morning by 1 minute here. So good morning from the East Coast of the United States, and what a fantastic morning it's been so far here. And thank you to everybody who's presented, and just want to add my congratulations to you all. This is actually one of the most challenging parts of the day, at least for me. We started this tradition in the contest dinners where we would acknowledge hams who have contesters who have passed away and become silent keys over the past year. And just like in the contest dinner, we decided here during the online COVID period that we would continue that tradition at CTU, and actually we have the ability now to share this information with a lot more people. So we have today, sadly, 59 different call signs and individuals that I'd like to recognize. And one other comment I guess I would make is that even though we have 59, I think there's actually many more that are probably should be on this list because of COVID that we simply don't know about. But this list represents the folks we do know. And I would like to just take a minute and read off each of the calls as we do in our tradition, and then have a brief moment of silence when we're done. So let's begin, and we'll start at the top. So it's with deep regret that I remember the passing of the following respected contesters, and please share with me. W1 Alpha X-Ray, VE1 Oscar Papa, W3 JTV, F2 MA, UA0 LCZ, KN4Y, HP1AC, W3 NQN, N6GD, W5FU, N3ED, NP2L, ZP6CW, SP3DOI, W2YE, W3GNQ, K1DC, N8PR, PY0FF, VK6HZ, K6JAT, KM1C, K8SIA, W1BX, ON4UN, K1DQV, K2FL, K6RV, DL6GFB, DL9GFB, I'm sorry, K8CC, WF5E, OM3PA, OK2ZW, K2PLF, NT0V, VO1SA, E51 Charlie Golf, N4NO, HC2SL, W1MA, K0CS, W6XD, ER4DX, JF1IWL, W1UF, K3UOC, K4SSU, OZ4FF, OZ1BTE, I4EAT, HA8EK, E77W, HA3UU, EK7DX, K1PT, WA2WVL, XE1ZW, K6VNX, and lastly, W4NL. And if we could just take a brief moment in your own way, just to remember these folks in a brief period of silence, and then we'll finish up. Okay, we celebrate their lives, each and every one of them, and we're also equally celebrating the fact that all of you are still with us here today. So happy for that too. And with that, I turn it back to you, Tim.
Thank you, John. I also want to recognize Bob N6TV that keeps track of this for us every year. And I appreciate your help with that, John. And God willing, we'll be back at the contest dinner next year in person. I did make a mistake here, and thank you to Terry, KMNJ, for pointing it out. KB3 Zulu Victor Hotel actually won the 7300 that W8CI gave away this morning, and VE3 Tango Oscar Bravo got the 705. So KB3 ZVH is the IC 7300. VE3 TOB gets the IC 705. Hamvention tickets to Kilo Echo 7 Delta X-ray. And those moderators and professors that are online, certainly, and support staff, you can turn your cameras on. This is the open part. This is where you can go get a snack, go get dinner, go get lunch, go get breakfast, whatever. This is 25 minutes of open discussion, and do see that N5KO, this is 9 o'clock in the morning out in Northern California. And how are you, Trey?
All good here. Still have my eyes open, enjoying the presentations, and we got a nice blue sky day today, and life is good.
That's great. And you know, I want to remind everybody that we have some great presentations coming up this afternoon. We've got 4 great presentations coming up. And then we do have the Contest Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And that is really special, and it's worth sticking around for. It is a very, very special event. And most of the time you don't, unless you're there at the contest dinner in Dayton, you don't see it. So this is a great opportunity to help recognize some of the people that are involved in contesting and have given back in very unique ways. And so I suggest that you stick around for that. And hello to Rick, N6XI. How are you, Rick?
Hi, Tim. All well here. Had to get up early this morning.
Well, hopefully you've been having a good time here at Contest University.
As usual.
That's great. It looks like, you know, California is very well represented here with Bill and Rick and Trey. And then we go down to close to Austin, Texas, and K5TR is there. 6 meters is popping again today.
Yeah, but I'm not listening. I'm here on CTU.
There you go. And George, is that a green screen behind you?
No.
No.
That's my real station.
Okay. So yeah, that's very nice. Tell us about the SB220 up there, George. What's the story on the SB220?
That's a single band 6 meter amplifier.
Oh, okay. So it's been modified and just does 6 meters.
Yeah, although I'm thinking about taking my AL 1500 and making it a 6 meter amplifier.
Yeah. And I see a DX Engineering sticker, and then you have a DB sticker.
Yeah, so there's my girlfriend takes her dog to a dog boarding place called Dog Boys. And so that's a Dog Boy sticker. And I said, man, I gotta have some Dog Boy stickers. Those stickers are on an 8877 for 2 meters.
Oh, okay. Now, is that an amplifier that you built for 2 meters?
No, I don't know who built that amplifier. I got it from N5RZ, who got it from somebody else. It's some ancient W6PO design. It works really well.
That's nice. And you have some other amplifiers in that rack as well?
Yeah, there's a 222 solid state amplifier made out of a Larkan TV transmitter that'll do 1,000+ watts on 222. All my transverters for those bands are there, along with some amplifiers for 1296. There's a big power supply at the bottom for the 8877, and then to the right of that I have 432 kilowatt and 902 amplifier and things like that. So it's all the VHF equipment typically in that rack. Wow.
Yeah, that's a busy shack with VHF, UHF, and HF. Boy, that is beautiful. I want to say hello to I want to say hello to our friend Ray Novak, N9JA. Still mourning down in Texas, and thanks again for all your support, Ray.
Glad to be a part of all this, Tim, and look forward to any questions that are out there.
Great. And of course, there's Scott N3RA. And Scott, I know all you have up is a dipole, but have you worked anything on 6 in the last 2 days with all these great openings?
No, unfortunately not. I have my two my 6-meter Moxon that I built. Going to get it put up here maybe later today or tomorrow to try to enjoy the openings while they last, because a couple months from now it won't be up anymore. So one of these days we'll get on there, try to get the 160-meter dipole. We've got 14 countries so far. We're still working on it.
Well, we should still have 6-meter openings through the middle of August at least. Plenty of time.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right. And Frank, have you worked any of the 6-meter openings here in the last couple of days?
No, I've I've been busy mowing and other practical stuff. So, but I'll be back on 6 meters in a few days.
No, that's great. It's a little, Frank, you might turn on your camera. It's a little early in the season for sporadic E, but I guess we even got teased back in April I know on 10 meters, there was some sporadic E openings, but you might comment on that.
Yeah, that's why it's called sporadic, Tim.
You just never know.
Oh, that LPL.
And want to say hello to Jose, CT1BOH, coming to us from Portugal. Jose, you're going to be talking about propagation today.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I'll have a presentation about propagation. Hopefully it will be interesting to everybody. And I think it will.
Good. We need you to turn your mic gain up just a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't hear that very often.
Well, the big question for propagation this year is, when are we going to see some sunspots that make a difference? We had this great explosion of sunspots during CQ Worldwide CW that made that into a blast, and then they pretty much vanished after that.
Well, you're supposed to tell us that, Frank.
I have no control, and I have no confidence in long-term predictions, so I don't do them.
Enjoyed your article.
See, Tim, this is Rob. Could you have my video option turned on? I can't turn on my camera.
You have control of that. We don't have control of that.
Well, I try to click on it and it says.
You were there.
Okay, well, it wasn't there. So, okay, all right, very good. See, by the way, I won't have data on the K4 today, but within 10 days, I will likely have data on it and be up on my website.
That's great. Very, very cool. Now, I know your presentation is always very interesting, and everybody looks forward to that. So Rob, thank you for putting that together and coming on with us today.
Tim, I've encouraged Rob to include a few comments about how to misuse a receiver by not knowing how to use the attenuator and preamp. That is such a common mistake. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And it is so important now with the emergence of the SDR radios, right, Frank?
Yeah. Well, and the other thing that I always try to teach people to do, and they never remember, is when they change bands to check the sensitivity of their receiver. It's so easy. And there's so many things in your station that can mess that up. It takes about a second to check that your receiver sensitivity is good just by cranking the attenuator up. And if the noise level doesn't drop, then something's wrong. But boy, 99.9% of contesters don't do that.
Right.
Well, I call it an antenna noise gain. I like to switch between a dummy load and your antenna. And if you don't hear a noise gain with your antenna connected, you got a problem.
Exactly. Exactly. That's correct. And that can be done that way. But for some hams, it's a little difficult to do that in their contest station. But it's real easy just to crank the attenuator up. But boy, you better see a drop in the noise or something's not right.
Yep.
And the trick too is, once you hear the noise, there's no reason to add any more gain. No reason to turn on the preamp.
Well,
And if you're
you should have 6 to 10 dB of noise above the background, just so the external noise is dominant.
Right.
And you consider between 160 and 10 meters, the band noise will vary 30 dB or more. You can run attenuation on 80 and 40 and 160 and not lose a thing.
In fact, you have to question yourself if you're not doing that.
Yes.
Yeah, so these are all receiver concepts that are free. Just a matter of, it isn't even knowledge. You know, a lot of the hams that don't do this right have the knowledge, but they haven't developed the habit of doing this.
I have a question for Tim. What is that box on your 77? What's that black box?
This box here?
Yeah, what's that?
That is a CalStar speaker. It's a very, very nice sounding speaker. And it's a model 30H, but N2NT modified it. And so this is the 3830.
So are you replacing all of your headsets with speakers now, Tim?
Oh, he just uses that to listen to you. 3830.
That's its job, is to listen to 3830 at the end of the contest.
Nobody shows up there anymore except for you and I.
Well, he makes you sound really good.
So it should be the LPL speaker.
I have a question. I have a question.
Yes, Rob.
I have a question on the category. For instance, I think in CQ Worldwide sideband, I mean, I operated as though I was going to be all band, but then by the end of the contest, 15 wasn't bad, and so I said, okay, I'm going to classify as single band 15, and of course, all those other contacts are good for the people who worked me, but I just entered it as a 15 meter, even though I had no idea to begin the contest what I do. Is there an issue there?
No, you can.
Tell you all about that.
Yeah, you can certainly operate all bands, and pick a single band for the ones you want to count for your score. And as you point out, leave everything in the log, so when we cross-check stuff, people don't get not in log reductions by mistake, basically.
I mean, I can't predict if 10 meters is going to be hot or 15 is going to be hotter at all this time of the sunspot cycles.
Yeah, now what you're describing is not the same as what some people call category shopping, which is, where they evaluate what their entry is based on how they place after, look at the high claim scores and things like that. But, if you make during a contest, you make a decision, hey man, 15 is way better than I thought it was going to be, so I'm going to lean into that, even though I made a bunch of contacts in 40 and 80 the night before. Submit a mono 15 log, and that's what you'll compete with.
Hey John, it's worse than that. And I don't want to be very specific about this, but after one of the last contests this season, we couldn't do multi-multi, I received an email from one of the high scoring competitors asking me what class I intended to submit my log in. And I reluctantly answered. And as expected, he changed his category to avoid me. I shouldn't have answered that email.
Yeah,
I kind of knew why that question was being asked.
So Frank, there's a question in the chat for you, Frank. Says, what is the life expectancy of a Roan concrete anchor?
It depends on the soil.
Yeah.
It depends. It varies. K6LL, and I don't know which anchor he used in particular, but he had one fail completely. It just rusted right through. So he has soil that's very tough. Here, I've never seen anything other than surface rust. Every year or so, I will dig down about 2 feet. I'll just pick one of my anchors at random and dig down a couple of feet and take a look at the rod. And I've never found one that's anything but stained.
I did that recently. I have towers that have been up 20 years, and my anchors look brand new below the surface. They don't look any different than my brand new one.
Try that in Yuma, Arizona, and you'd be surprised.
Hey, Timmy, I'd like to circle back and just comment on the question that Rob asked about. I got on and I heard of the contest and I worked a bunch of guys. Then 15 was hot, so I stuck with it. And I'm going to submit my log as single band 15. I just wanted to point out that some people, somehow they get overthink it and they go, oh, I need to extract my 15-meter contacts out and put them in one log and have all my other ones and send them as a check log and do all this kind of complicated stuff that actually complicates the system. It's like, don't do that.
Don't do that.
It's all in one log. Just send it all in. And when you send your log in, just pick yourself a single band 15. The log scoring will just take care of counting you as a single band 15. And the log checking will take care of cross-checking your contacts on the other bands to help everyone out with the log checking. But don't break it up into 2 logs, because we have a kind of a fundamental rule in the CQ Worldwide and the ARRL contest that you get on with the call sign, you can only get on with the call sign and be in one category. So if you try to send multiple logs, whichever the last one in that comes in is the one that counts. So just leave it all in one log. Don't overthink it. Send it in. It'll work out the way it's supposed to work out.
And I'll send my login within 5 minutes at the end of the contest.
We prefer 3, but if you got to do 5, that's okay.
AR, big kudos for your write-ups for the CQ Worldwide contest. Boy, they're fantastic. They're fun to read now.
Thank you.
Yeah,
John, I've got a question. If taking that scenario whereby you you make a bunch of QSOs on 40 and 4, and then you decide 15 meters is the band, can you submit your log for a 15-meter single band? Do you then have to submit the log a second time to enter your 40 meter as a single band? But I guess not, because you're using the same call, right?
Yeah, using the same call. So the only way you can do that. In fact, I'll quote you.
Yeah. Right. Use a different call.
Yeah, use a different call. Exactly. That's the only way you can do that.
So that's just something to remember, that if you decide that you want to go on 50, switch calls if you've got that tree.
I don't think I've ever seen it done, but I think it would be a hoot someday if somebody submits 6 scores with 6 different call signs on 6 different bands in the same contest.
if Dan or Chris are listening, there's your challenge.
Yeah, there you go.
You could be 2 BSIQ. You'd be 2 BSI queuing with 2 different operator call signs.
We could create a new category for that, because we only have 177 of them in the CQ Worldwide. So what's another one, right?
I guess that's true. You could use 2 BSIQ techniques to produce 2 winning single op scores from the same station.
There you go. Yeah, run on 15 and 10, 2 different call signs, 2 bands at the same time.
And you don't have to worry about that interlock stuff if it's 2 different calls, right? 2 single.
True.
That's true.
You could do 4 BSIQ.
Oh, let's not expand on these ideas.
Tim, I just changed my headphone. Does it sound better now?
Yeah, you've got a lot of the syllabus, but it's louder. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think that's going to be okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
you'll be understood a lot better. Hey, Mark, I was talking to some of my relatives in Ireland, and they say it's like taking a bath every day there with all the rain. Here in Maryland, we're having record dry weather. I think this is the 2nd most dry May in history. What's it like in England?
You're taking our share of the dry weather, definitely. It's not this. It's that, like, even the temperatures are very low. It's sort of hovering around sort of 13 as a maximum during the day, which for May is very low. This time last year we were up at sort of 25, 26. So yeah, it's pretty rough at the moment. We're waiting for the good weather.
Well, that'll probably be September, I suppose, huh?
I guess so. It's all messed up over here usually. Yeah, September is actually usually quite a nice month. Yeah, and actually, interestingly, 6 meters you were talking about earlier has been amazing, and 2 meters here was incredible yesterday. And there were lots of Gs, GMs, GIs working down into Italy and Spain and even Portugal, and it's been really impressive. We had a lot of the broadcast stations coming through, people in their cars on listening to the FM broadcast stations coming in from, deep in Europe.
Yeah, we had a big opening from Florida to Japan a couple of days ago. Very early. That's usually a June thing.
Yeah, very early.
So,
and if that opening is there, our opening from the East Coast USA to what, UN and the Red Sea, and that should be there, but I'm not aware that it occurred. It's the sporadic thing again.
Was that 10 meters, Frank?
6 meters.
Oh, and 6 meters. Good. Multi-sporadic.
Yeah, there's a lot of breath noise on your headset. You might want to position the mic slightly differently.
Just a little bit further back, Jose.
Okay. Oh,
Jose, we have very high standards. This is why we're beating you up.
Yeah. I'm doing my best. I'm trying my best.
Okay.
I mean, I know you're fundamentally a code guy, so we get it.
Leave it to a bunch of hams to comment on your audio.
I'd like to bring on Ron, KD8ENJ. Ron, can you turn your camera on and your mic? Ron, KD8 Echo Norway Julia. There you are. You see?
How's that?
That's better. Whoa, there's the place.
Yeah,
Your
that's
internet
nice.
is really choppy, Ron.
I wish I were there. Excuse me?
Yeah, your internet is kind of choppy, but I think we'll get there. Like everybody, to welcome Ron Kramer, KD8ENJ. Ron is the president of the Dayton Amateur Radio Association. And Ron, I think you'd like to give away a radio, right?
I would like to give away a radio, and I think you're going to have the information for me, I believe.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, before I do that, if I can just say a few things, I would like to thank everyone for attending this weekend, and hope you're all having a great time and learning a lot. And we are sorry we had to cancel the in-person event, but I know that you all understand the reasons. We've been living with that for the past year. So we are looking forward to seeing everyone again at Hamvention 2022. And I would like to thank the Hamvention staff, DX Engineering, and ICOM for making this virtual event possible. So we would like to present a radio. And I think, Tim, you may have all the information there. I do not have the person, but
I do.
Good luck, everyone. It's going to be an ICOM 7300. Have a good rest of the weekend and hope to see you again at Hamvention in 2022. So go ahead, Tim.
And so, Ron, we're very excited about tomorrow, which is Hamvention Forums. And
Yes.
For those of you who have not signed up for Hamvention Forums, you can go to hamvention.org, or you can go back to contestuniversity.com, and either place you can sign up for Hamvention Forums, and that starts tomorrow, and that will be at 1500 Zulu. 1500 Zulu, Hamvention Forums, great presentations from Whiskey 3 Whiskey Lima, from Whiskey X-Ray 6 Sierra Whiskey Whiskey, that's the Space Weather Woman, Dr. Tamitha Skov. Also the Vienna Wireless Club, which is the Club of the Year, and the Ham of the Year, Angel Whiskey Papa 3 Radio. And there are great moderators tomorrow. We've got W2NAF, previous winner of Ham of the Year. Also Val, NV9L, previous Ham of the Year winner. And we have Joe Taylor, K1JT, previous Ham of the Year winner, will also be one of the moderators. And if you haven't had enough fun after Hamvention Forums, it's the Hamvention QSO party on Saturday, and the rules are at hamvention.org. They're very simple. It's a great way to get on the air, have fun, and reminisce about Hamvention's past, and start thinking about Hamvention 2022. And so the winner of the donated radio, this was from Hamvention, donated by the Dayton Amateur Radio Association. This is an IC 7300, and it goes to Kilo Papa 4 Radio Yankee, KP4RY. Say something in the chat so that we know you're here. But KP4 Radio Yankee, you're going to get an IC 7300, courtesy of the Dayton Amateur Radio Association, which is represents the 800 volunteers that put on Hamvention every year. And Ron, how about we give away 2 tickets to Hamvention 2022?
That sounds great.
Yeah, let's do that. The winner of 2 tickets to Hamvention 2022 is Whiskey Delta 8 Juliet Mike. Whiskey Delta 8 Juliet Mike will be getting 2 free tickets for Hamvention 2022. So there you go. I think we've got a great start to our Contest University, and we have some really excellent presentations coming up. Ron, I want to thank you for coming on today and for all your leadership and your support of Contest University and Hamvention and the Dayton Amateur Radio Association.
Okay, thank you very much. And the program is going extremely well. I've enjoyed every minute of it. And thank you. Thank you for being there.
All right, thank you, Ron. And so we're ready for our 1630 presentation. It's Youth, the Future of Contesters. Please welcome from Germany, it's Delta Kilo 6 Sierra Papa. Philip, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me good? Everything
Yes,
all right?
I hear you good.
Okay.
And you can share your screen.
Perfect. So you should see my screen now, hopefully.
Great.
Is it there? Yeah.
Yes, it's here.
Okay, perfect. So firstly, thanks Tim and all involved for having me today. It is my pleasure being here presenting about youth, the future of contesters, which is our topic today during this Contest University 2021. Let's move on. We're gonna speak about various things today. To give you a quick overview, here's my agenda, what we are talking about. So at first, an introduction, short one on me, the current situation, future plans of contests, best practice examples, being the Youth Contest Program, YCP, YOTA contests and youth activities, and how to get started. So you see here already one of the many group pictures we have taken during our YOTA summer camps. This one is from Bulgaria, where we had our last one in 2019. So you see a lot of motivated youngsters from all over the world coming together and networking and all stuff. But we will discuss further within this presentation. So, but first, some words about myself. Some may know me already. My name is Philip, Delta Kilo 6 Sierra Papa. Sometimes also Delta Queen 5 Mike, DQ5M, as my contest and club call sign. From Erding. Erding is around 30 kilometers northeast of Munich in the southern part of Germany in Bavaria. I'm 23 years old, and that's why I consider me as one of the many of the next generation of contesters. What do I do within amateur radio? Yeah, I'm holding a few positions. I'm being the IARU, the International Amateur Radio Union Region 1 Youth Working Group Chair since 2020. I'm also being one of the WWROF, the Worldwide Radio Operators Foundation directors on the board since mid-2020. I'm also being the YOTA PR manager, the Youngsters on the Air or Youth on the Air in the Americas. Shortly, what is YOTA? It's basically a 10-year-old initiative by the IARU Region 1, growing worldwide nowadays. I'm also being a member of the YOTA Contest Committee, but you will hear some more stuff about this topic later during my today's talk. And I'm also being the coordinator of Youngsters on the Air team of Germany. Further, I'm a member of several clubs, as you can see here on the right-hand side. So I'm coming around in the community a bit, to name a few, like Bavarian Contest Club, as you see on my shirt here, also CW Ops and many more. What do I like the most about our common hobby is I'm really enjoying CW from the first day of being a ham. I'm a bit contest crazy, but we are all kind of contest crazy being here at the CTU today, I assume. I'm also a bit travel addicted, and I like being on the expeditions 9J2LA in Zambia, Africa, being my last one, early 2020. But before we start off with my today's presentation, if you want to contact me, use that email address here, and yeah, I will reply as soon as possible to your inquiries, or use your chance to directly ask me after this presentation during the Q&A session. So let's start off. The current situation. Firstly, I want to begin this presentation with asking you all a simple question. Think about how many youths do you know being active in your local club or contest club, etc. Probably not too many that you know of, if you think about that. Now I tell you, the next generation is there already, so we all just don't know about them yet. But we all know about the increasing average age of radio hams. This is just a fact. And of course, also our contest community is affected with that. So this sooner or later will impact contests in the future. So we will have a decreasing number of participants in the future contests. So this could be the future if we continue like in the past. But I will tell you, we can lower the average age of operators by encouraging more youth to join in if we start now. So this is yeah, the current situation and the future plans, what to do now. So we have to create opportunities for youth, but as well also interested people to join contest teams. So we have to show off this awesome aspect of our common hobby. People will get interested once they saw how it works out live during a contest, for example. So get the people interested. Do open station days, presentations amongst your local clubs, etc. Let them try out a contest and let the contest fever grow itself. So another important point here is the networking amongst the clubs, events, etc. In the first moment, this probably sounds a bit odd, but there are so many people coming together during such events. So if you can get 2 or 3 of them interested on such a meeting, it is a huge win for the whole community. So it's definitely not about 50 or 100 people getting interested into contesting at one point, but start small and get things going as most important thing, I would say. But I also say it will not be all about the youths, but they will make up a noteworthy percentage in the near future, as you can see it on my slide. But these who get involved today, I assume, will generate the pileups in the future contests. So also in a long time frame, if you think 15 to 20 years, we have to start growing the next generation now. So let's continue with some best practice examples. I want to talk about some of these, which we have here in the IARU Region 1 Youth Working Group initiative, which is being YOTA, the Youngsters on the Air, which is called Youth on the Air in the Americas and Region 2. Some may know what this is all about. So those two, I want to introduce you today to being the Youth Contest Program, the YCP on the left-hand side, as well as the just newly established YOTA contest on the right-hand side. Yeah, let's start off with the Youth Contest Program at first. Firstly, yeah, I want to introduce you into the YCP within the IARU Region 1 to give you an idea how it is working, so you can get started as well. Basically, as it's written here, youth members of the IARU Region 1 member societies are invited to take part in contests participating from so-called big gun stations all over Region 1. And yeah, those participants will learn, for example, how to operate a contest and improve their own skills amongst this intercultural team, which is coming together. But some more words later on this. Every member of the team knows something different, which is also a good aspect, and people will learn from each other. which is more important. They will also learn how to work together as a team as they are competing in an international contest together. But they will also get to know the host country, of course, its culture, while being around at the contest station. To give you an example, I've been part of the 9A1A YCP team during CQ Mir contest in 2018, I think, some years ago. And I made it a real adventure for me, for example. So while sleeping at the station, I was also visiting the city of Zagreb in beautiful Croatia, and having the local amateur radio guys as tour guides, perfect hosts, and it made an amazing time for me. I've been there 5, 6, 7 days or something. So it was not only a long weekend for me operating the contest, which was a big success, but also getting to know the local stuff there in Zagreb. Further, there is the possibility to network amongst the youths as well, as the station engineers, for example. Meeting the local ham operators is awesome, and to get back to this example which I just made a few seconds ago, it leads to long-time friendships. So we are still chatting today. If they call me on a band, I'll get a short greet from them. I'll greet them. Everything is all right, and it's just great to know these guys from 9A1A. Youth contest program. Let's go ahead with some key data around the youth contest program. So young people aged under and 25 years, as this is the defined age by the IARU Region 1, defining a youth. As we are financing this, these activities, we hold on to this 25 and younger. We do invite 1 or 2 participants per IARU member society to one event. What is very important now is that we accept any level of contest experience, as the participants shall learn how to operate and what to do during the event itself. But we, of course, encourage the participants to have at least a basic knowledge of how to use a transceiver, how to use a computer and stuff like that. So normally we have a group of maximum 6 international youngsters and maximum 6 domestic youths. Therefore, the participants are asked to fund their own travel costs to the station, by bus, by car, by train, by flying to the location or whatever. And all the other costs, like accommodation, food, and stuff like this, will be covered by the IARU Region 1 Youth Working Group. So we see a big benefit in this one. We in the IARU Region 1 experienced a great interest of the youth to become part of the YCP as well over the years. So we brought over 50 to 60 individuals under the age of 25 active in one of the contests at a YCP station in the past. So I want to get over to my next slide. I want to give you a short overview of the already participating stations, or which have been participating in the past since the start in 2013. Of course, these stations are kind of circulating each year to have a bit of variety for the youths. So the hosts vary throughout the year. We host up to 4 to 5 YCP events if there is no COVID-19 pandemic, of course. So from the list, you can see very well-known stations like 4 Oscar 3 Alpha in Montenegro, Echo Sugar 5 Tango Victor Estonia ES9 Charlie, LX7 India Luxembourg, Lima Zulu 5 Radio in Bulgaria, etc. They have all been part of this YCP from IARU Region 1 Youth Working Group. And there will be coming up even some more in the future where we already have discussions with when this current situation clears up a bit and we are able to get together in person again. But not only in Region 1, we see a big involvement to make it a greater view around the world. We see big involvement of contest stations being part of inviting youths over to their stations and involving them into the contesting to give you some examples here. IOTA and Region 2 already started a YCP program where Whiskey Charlie 8, Victor Oscar Alpha, the Voice of America Museum was host for a YCP event. Also mentioning Zulu Mike 4 Tango in New Zealand, Holga ZL3IO and his daughter Xenia ZL4YL welcomed youths over the years in various contests. To mention Tim, K3LR, having the Team Exuberance operating at his station, and many, many more. So there is some activity already. So I wanted to say, keep up the good work, which is done already, and yeah, probably even increase it at other stations to welcome as many new faces into the contesting, this facet of our common hobby, as possible in the future. Yeah, this about the youth contest program. Let's talk about another best practice example, which will hopefully lead to the same success as we have experienced with the YCP, our upcoming IOTA contest. So you have probably heard about this, as this is coming up in 2 days already, the first session of 3 in 2021. So firstly, I want to give you some key data about this newest development in our working group. The IOTA contest itself is organized by the IARU Region 1 Youth Working Group, and EMRAS is the Hungarian Amateur Radio Society member of IARU. They are supporting us with log evaluation software. They are doing every IT stuff and getting contacts for us, implementing logging softwares and stuff like that. So the 3 sessions in 2021 will be held on the 22nd of May. So upcoming Saturday is the first one, as I told you. The 17th of July and the 30th of December. All of these sessions will last 12 hours each. The 22nd of May, next Saturday, the contest will take place from 0800 to 1959 UTC. So 12 hours, and look at yourself, who does not have 12 hours to get on the air and hand out some points for the youths. The participation is open for everyone. This is very important, so really everybody can participate. We do have open categories for everyone, but where we are really proud of are the special IOTA, the U for Youngsters on the Air categories, where the age limit is 25 and less. We also offer a multi-operator category where per 2 youths, there's maximum 1 operator over 25 years allowed. So you need 4 youths to have 2 operators over 26 and above. So these shortly to the key data. Let's move on to the rules, get a quick overview of them. The general rules are we are using 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10 meters, having CW and SSB as modes. The exchange used is RS or RS&T 59599 plus the age on the 1st of January. Multi-ops sending out the average age or 25, whichever is less. Depending on the scoring, we have extra points for youths established. The younger they are, the better the score will come out for you as an operator. And all details, including a FAQ page and lots of other cool stuff, which our PR team established, can be found at ham-yoda.com/contest, as you see here in the slide. So let's sum up the categories. We have single operator 3 bands, where the 3 bands with the biggest score worked are automatically chosen from the log. Therefore, it's not required to predetermine these yourself. We have single operator all bands, which clarifies itself. Single operator all bands 6 hours, which is only for IOTAs, so 25 years and less, where they can just operate 6 hours straight or taking a break or whatever. And don't have to rush through the contest when it's one of their first ones. So 6 hours is their limit there. We have multi-operator single transmitter all bands, which I just described. We have SWL all bands to not exclude any youth around the world. So if someone is not licensed yet, or just has an SWL license, just go for it. Submit your logbook. It's all written on the homepage, on the website, how to, and we will evaluate those logs as well. We have the station sponsors category, which we are really proud of. So basically it's opening stations for the youth operators. So station sponsors are station owners who are inviting youths, and this is where I get it all together, where I started at the beginning in my presentation. Station owners inviting youths may apply to a separate category with photos submitted and being rewarded for their efforts. So open up your station, get youths to your station, and get the contest fever into them so they can grow in the future and be the future of our contest community. So we do mixed mode, CW and SSB only for now. Let's see how it works out in 2 days, and we can discuss amongst the contest committee how we go on with that, if we split up the categories or whatever. Yeah, so in a nutshell, we are encouraging a special focus on youth with this contest. We want to attract the ham community to work youth to the scoring system we have established. So the focus is on the support of youth, referring to the category for station sponsors. We are really looking forward to is opening up the stations. So we already know that there will be some multi-operators on the air. Let's see how this goes. And of course, please, follow your local guidelines, just to have said it, and laws regarding the COVID-19 pandemic if you are going to open up your stations. So let's continue. So what is and was our drive for the project? We have started this off about half a year ago, 6 months. We wanted to have a special focus on youth, as they are part of the future of contesters, as my title of the presentation says. Therefore, we have established extra categories for those youths. We wanted to make it as attractive as possible to work the worldwide youth due to the scoring system. And therefore, get to know youth. In the beginning, I said, reflect yourself. How many youths do you know in your local club? Probably there are some around in the city, in the same city you live in, or even the same street you don't know about. Trust me here. We have seen the strangest things already in the past, where people didn't even knew each other before they met at a local club meeting or at a local city event, and now they are contesting together. So get out there and experience who is there. Also, youths get the opportunity to use bigger stations of Elmos due to networking. I'm always getting back to the networking topic, and thus can grow the knowledge about contesting, about station building and whatever. But I will come to that point in a few seconds again, where I have an example for you. So we, as the organizers of the Yoda contest, wanted to focus on support of the youths, so the future generation. So we also introduced the category for station sponsors, which is explained, I explained to you some seconds ago. Here on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see one of our successful YCP teams operating as Delta Queen 5 Mike from Delta Mike 9 Echo Echo Big Gun Station in northern part of Germany. During 2018 CQ Worldwide sideband contest. You can see, many different young and motivated people within this picture. And I spoke to Carsten, the M9EE, after the event, and he told me, quote, it was just amazing to watch them operating, how highly skilled they are. And yeah, he was surprised. I knew they will do it, and it just turned out great. Small activity, some youths together operating a contest. Everybody learned from each other. So to summarize, whom of you will I get into my log next Saturday? So in about 2 days, 22nd of May, from 800 to 1959 UTC. To remind you, we are using 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10 meters. So come on, join the fun and support the YOTA movement with its future contesters being active within the YOTA contest. I would really like to have you aboard. So this being the second best practice, I'm going on with some youth activities. So how to start things, basically. The last things, I want to give you some insights now how we do it within the Access on the Air in the Region 1. So we do see the networking. I'm coming back to this topic again as one of the key figures to get youths amongst our contesting hobby. So we in Region 1 have several camps. So for example, summer camps, sub-regional camps. We do have the youth contest program, which I explained to you earlier. We have the December YOTA month activities where people gather together, being active with a special event station, YOTA suffix, running great pileups, giving out awards and stuff. So we have so many possibilities to meet new people, to meet new youths. They will have the same interest somehow in the hobby at some point. So also contesting is bigger. So to give you an example, we built up a Telegram chat group of YOTA contesters back in 2016 when I participated at the YOTA summer camp in Austria, 2016. This group has been growing since, and we are discussing strategies together. We are discussing how to build antennas, what is the right measure to stack 2 antennas and stuff like that. Just interesting stuff. Every day, this chat is never silent. And this is just amazing to look back to that and to have so many friends around the world, which came across because we have been contesting. So therefore, through that networking, we are building up future winning teams. To name a few, the youth teams are forming already. We have seen the youth contest program DQ5M team 2018. We have Team Exuberance at K3LR. We have various youth teams at Remote Ham Radio. They have been winning prizes already. This is one aspect of the future of contests. Getting together teams, getting together the network, help them to network amongst each other, doing small activities, get to know them, get them active, and get the contest fever together. So again, what to do? We have to get to know at first the next generation as soon as possible, I would say. We have been working together with the YOTA Region 2 team in the Americas to get some things coming up, as you see on the right-hand side of my slide. We will have highlighted youth scores from the upcoming NAQP contest results from August 2021. So if you look up the scores, you will recognize the youths, and probably there's some youth within your call area and probably in the same city. Come on, get to know each other, invite them to your station, and what so on. Give them the opportunity to grow big. We will also have a mention of youth scores within the NCJ Next Gen column by Neil, WB9DPG. So also there, have a look. If there's someone you don't know, look him up, look her up. Probably it's in the same city. We will have a youth checkbox, including overlay category on 3830scores.com implemented very soon. So also go there, check it out, and probably you will get to know somebody who's really near to your QDH, and try to get him active, her active on the bands, get the contest fever growing. So we also hope that more contests will follow the trend in the future and get a youth category or similar implemented. And we will get to know so many different youths all over the world. So just invite them to your station, demonstrate your station, get them to operate your stations, and let the contest fever grow. So this is probably the most important here. And now, how that can turn out. How that can turn out. You can see it in the picture. These are two well-known contestants worldwide. You have already seen one of them today as a moderator. On the left-hand side here, Marty, NN1C, and one of his Elmas, Jim, K1AR here. So they are one of the many examples of how it can turn out. Marty, for example, was discovered, and Jim let him operate a station. The fever grew within Marty, and everybody knows what he is doing now, if you are in the contest scene. So he's a well-known contester nowadays, and also develops his own PCBs to make K1IR station, of course, together with Tim, even better nowadays. As you can see from the quote here on the right-hand side, building a station, learning from both failure and success, celebrating small victories. So this kind of sums up what Elmership is all about. Youths will learn so much about operating, maintenance of the station, and so much more things. Yeah, so this is the best example for STEM, as mentioned here. The experience to have as an Elma, being yourself, and teaching youths how it is done, and grow together. So having the possibility to network, and again, networking is one of the key figures here in such a great community, as the contesters are help the one or the other already to gain a great job or decide for the right studies. So amongst this networking, amongst the hobby, it can also lead to a future job appointment. It can also lead to a future study. This is one of the many things youth can really, get along here, and this really helps also for the future, this networking. When I talked to Jim, he told me it was the best thing he did in the past, and he is really proud of how that all turned out. And what he also mentioned and really expressed was he wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. So again, ask yourself, do you want to do this? If yes, come on, go ahead, do it. And so you have it. To sum it all up, what we have heard today, youth work starts, to say it like this, in front of your door, your personal door, your home. Find the youths in your local club or local events, or on the newly established youth columns, wherever scores are published. Contact them, offer your station, offer your experience, offer your elmership. Be open-minded. Youths are probably shy in the beginning, but will turn out pretty good in the end. We saw the example of NN1C Marty. But also I can tell you, I have been the same kind of kid back in the days when I started back in 2008 as a little boy, 10 years old. But also I got an invite from the former Delta Lima 1 Alpha team amongst DJ1YFK, DJ2QV, DJ6 Zulu Mike, and all these awesome guys from their DL1A team. Some many years ago already. And also for me, it needed a few visits to the station until I got comfortable with them. But today I'm presenting to you all. So another good example is DK6SP as well, I would say. Further, yeah, establish small contest activities to get things going. The contest fever will come on its own. It has been the same with me. Just get the new ops into the position to get this fever. So open your station, invite them, show them what your technique is, how to operate contests, how to optimize a station. There's not only the contesting aspect here, there's also the technical part, the maintenance part, and all the stuff which is involved into station building, into operating skills, and all the stuff you can be a great Elma if you started. Yeah. The next point, also use the next technicians of your station. Probably we are all getting older, even I getting older. I would say, yeah, definitely. We could be the next technicians of a station. So you already saw Marty hanging off K1IR's towers on the picture beforehand. And yeah, in my opinion, youths are the most important and dynamic segments of the population in any country. So get them involved, and they will help us to develop the future of ham radio contests now and in the future. On the right-hand side here, you can see the first Team Exuberance who operated at K3LR station 2 or 3 years ago. And even this was a big success. People who have never met before just been invited. So the whole team was the whole Team Exuberance was organized by youths. K3LR just opened up his station, being the host, and was a big success. So many well-known faces on this picture nowadays. If you see here, KG5HVO, Bryant's WRTC operator, HA8RT, Tommy has been operating with me, WRTC 2018, Marty, NN1C, K6JO, V7DZO, KM4ATT, all very well known nowadays. And this is how somehow started. K3LR opened up his station, and they're well known on the one hand side, but you also see in their faces they're really motivated and highly skilled already, being so young in this picture. So before we come to the Q&A session, once more, youth work starts in front of your door. Elmas can be found anywhere at any time. Best example here on the left-hand side. You can see our WRTC 2018 on-site team with Tommy and me kneeling, and SP4Z, our ref, also in the picture. We are still in good contact with these people now. As I said, again, networking is possible anywhere at any time, and from this there can be Elmership. So Tommy and I both had Elmas in our home countries, in our home cities, being DL1A or the local club, for me, for example. And we both made it to WRTC 2018. So I personally have a lot of trust in today's contest community to make up a good ground for the next contest generation, to sum it up like that. As I said earlier, not all will be about youths in the future, but they will make up a noteworthy percentage in the future. So to sum it up once more, the youth will be there, but also people who are not into contesting now can be the future and the next generation of contesters. And as I mentioned before, we would really love to have a pileup in 15 to 20 years as well as we have them now. So get going, look out of your door. Probably there are some youths and other people who might be the next generation. Invite them to your station, open it up, get your skills transferred to them. So I hope that I could give you some inspiration how to start the stony path to grow the next generation of contesters with my today's presentation. And yeah, if you have any questions now, feel free to ask them or later via my email, which is displayed here as well. Thank you.
Hey, very good. Thank you, Philip. And you can stop your screen share. And again, I want to welcome our moderators, W2NAF and KM3T. And with that, Dave, KM3T, how about a question for Philip?
Hey, Philip, great presentation. It seems your experience suggests that one of the ways contesting was built was through high school and university clubs, at least in the U.S., and lots of club stations in Europe, and that may not be relevant. So Andrew Goss asks, as a faculty advisor to a ham radio club in the U.S. with limited success so far creating new contesters, he wonders, what can he do to encourage students to take an interest in radio sport?
What can he do? Yeah, good question. This is also what I'm asking myself when I'm starting a new team and getting along with the contest. So probably I would say it's all about the networking here as well. If the youths network amongst each other, they will have tips and tricks for each other as well. We see that within the YOTA chat groups we have. If we ask a question, how can I be better? What would be the best category with this setup? Do I need to use a telnet cluster, whatever? We will have answers within seconds most of the time. And I don't want to say, Elmas are one part of the story, but also the networking between the youths are the other part of the story, which is, in my opinion, very important.
So Nathaniel, a question for Philip.
Sure, Philip, it was a wonderful presentation. So I have two questions here. One from Robin Mosley. He asks, what was your drive to get into the hobby? And I know my drive was scouting. And so David Huff asks, is there any way to collaborate or join YOTA with the Scouts Jamboree on the air?
Thanks for the questions. So how I got involved was some years ago. Our local club offered a soldering class where we soldered the little blinky LED thingy, and this is how it all started. A neighbor invited me to come along and get it soldered. And then there was a radio next to me, and I was like, what are these crazy sounds all about? And they said, get the headphones, listen. And we have educational call sign. You can use that, and we explained to you how it is all working. And then the fever grew in me. And a year later, I got my license. So this is all how it started back in 2008, 2009. So over 10 years ago. And the other question with jamborees, we know that there's a big potential. To speak in the perspective of the youth working group I'm the chair of. There's a big, a lot of people are there with the interest of technical interest of getting on the air, getting along with ham radio. So we would like to partner up. This is on our agenda at the moment. Please contact me via email, and we can see if we can network here. And again, the networking part is one big thing. We will try to get you along with some YOTA teams in region 2 or in region 1, region 3, whatever.
Thank you, Philip. Back to you, Dave, for another question.
Sure. One quick comment from Ray Conrad, NM20. He suggests you getting in contact with Echo Tango 3 Alpha Alpha Club Station. They have a large number of youth operators over there at the university, and I know K4ZW is also heavily involved with them. Yep. And then the question from Ben at DK0TU, the Technical University of Berlin, where they're preparing students for the exam. And they're talking about maybe possibly at some point entering the YOTA event So thanks for that. But something he heard from some others is that they're really running against walls when they want to try something new that might be interesting for youth. Any advice on how to deal with that?
Yeah, that's basically also a problem we face within the youth working group, where we try to organize these stuff. Difficult to approach, but just do whatever you want. Nobody stops you, I would say. Like us, we have introduced a new YOTA contest. Not everybody was really enthusiastic about this, but we still wanted to try it out. So if you want to get youths involved within amateur radio in general or contesting, just do small activities. You don't, you probably won't need support of every guy involved. If you have 2, 3 amongst you, which is helping getting this stuff done, this will probably grow faster than you have ever expected.
Nathaniel, over to you for another question.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Tim. Philip, there's a couple questions about the contest that you're running this weekend. One person asks, how do you identify the contest when you call CQ? Do you call CQ YOTA? And should only the youth stations call CQ? And the other one asks, they have 3 kids that will be taking turns on the air. Would their category be multi-op?
Okay, so just shortly to the 3 ops. If they are all under 25, this is multi-op, of course. The thing here is that, only 2 youths make up 1 over 26 or older. So you can have as many youths as you want, but you can add only 1 over 26 per 2 youths. This should clear up the situation. Can you just get the other question again? Sorry.
Sure. And how do you identify the contest when calling CQ?
Okay. Basically, as in any contest, most of them will probably use CQ test or CQ contest. If you want to call CQ YOTA, that's not a problem at all. Some of them probably will do so. If you also have a look at the cluster, for example, there will be a lot of spots with YOTA contest or whatever. So if you want, just call CQ YOTA, but you can also just go for CQ test or CQ contest.
And should only the youth call CQ?
No, definitely not. As I told you before, some are probably a bit shy at the microphone and will only call CQ stations. And if there's a loud signal on the band from the US, and probably the station never worked US, they will be happy as hell to contact a station in stateside. And so everybody please call CQ and work the youths on the air.
Okay, great. Willie, UA9BA, if you could stop your screen share, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, Willie, we'll have you up in 12 minutes. And so back to you, Dave, KM3T, for another question.
All right, got one more for you from Oliver Holfeld. So the typical saying is that to become better in contesting, you join a multi-team of some sort for a contest. Very heavy learning curve there. However, new, especially younger hams, won't normally get invited to multi-stations very easily. So what's your suggestion for newcomers on how to start, maybe how to get invited to a multi, and how to get better in contesting in general?
Okay, also good question. I mentioned before that I had the luck that I have been invited to a station because they saw my scores from home and they wanted to know who I am, as I described in the presentation. If a big gun station is in your local area, feel free to just email them. They will be happy to have youths within their team, probably not operating the first time going to the station, but seeing what is all involved and learning from each other. I think, as you said, multi-operator operations are kind of, or one of the key figures how to get better in contests at first for a beginner, because you can see so many different things being just in the room with the operators. How is their technique? What is so special about the setup? What do I have to consider? And also from this experience, you can get better with your home station, get a better antenna out there. Even if it's just a lousy wire, you can upgrade to something better. You can just learn so much from just being there at first, and then if there's some trust between you and the team, they will even let you operate, hopefully, and then get the next generation going.
Okay, and Nathaniel, another question.
Yeah, I actually have a question. I see there's a lot from a lot of youth activity in North America and in Europe. What about in other parts of the world?
Sure. We are currently starting with IOTA and Region 3, or already started back in 2017, as we are growing very fast. We have kind of more local IOTA teams within Region 3, as they are quite a big region with a lot of difficulties like language barriers and stuff. So we have, for example, IOTA team in Indonesia, we have a IOTA team in Thailand, in Japan, in New Zealand, and they are all making up Region 3, for example. We in Region 1, we have like 10 years of experience. This year we're turning 10. We have the anniversary, so we have kind of an experience we want to hand out to everybody who wants to have it. So we have different programs like the Train the Trainer program, just to mention a few, where you can get inspiration, ideas, tips and tricks, how to start youth work in general. And IOTA is one big movement. It's not a club, it's a movement, which was back 10 years ago, was an initiative by the IAU Region 1. So we are building up or hopefully building up more teams in the future. And so I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
And so Dave, another question for Philip.
Yeah, it's actually, this is more of a comment, and I guess it'll segue to a quick question, Philip. And I saw a comment in the chat from N2IC earlier about the massive growth in Indonesia, and you just mentioned a IOTA team in Indonesia. What are you seeing? Are you seeing a lot of, just in general on chats and stuff like that, are you seeing a lot of growth in the youth sector that's going along with all the other crazy growth and activity there?
Personally, I would say that, as you mentioned, Indonesia, there is a big potential for youth, as there are many, many people also, Thailand and stuff. They have like a beginner's license where you can easily be a ham and get together in the network. We also do have some representatives of Team Indonesia and Team Thailand in our Region 1 chats. And they're also getting along with us. So if they ask a question, all the youths within our chat groups are happy to help out. And this is all, it's all about friendship. It's all about friendship. You get to know so many different people. And to give you another example, I had the pleasure, for example, to get around the world, having friends met while being at IOTA camps. So it's just great to have some youth, which is the same age which I are and the other youths are, just next to each other and helping out where necessary.
And back to you, Nathaniel, for another question.
Thank you very much. Well, first, a comment from the chat. Dave Sweeney says the future of ham radio is in good hands. So good job, Philip. Oh, so let's see. So this question just popped up. What is the ranking within the youth community you have interacted with in terms of interest of CW, SSB, or digital, especially FT8?
Okay, so a few aspects on this. I see a huge interest, to be honest, really, in CW. Being at the camps we have at IOTA and Region 1, there's normally always a CW class or an HST, high-speed telegraphy contest or whatever being held at the event. And a lot of people get interested. Just to give you an idea, we have around 100, 120 people at a summer camp, and these are all under the age of 25 or less. And these people all get interested. They are standing around hearing the beep, 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 da, 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 di, 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 and they're really wondering what this is all about. Probably example from myself, why I learned CW. I was, again, at the club, being a little kid, 12, 13 years old, and was wondering on the radio, what is this? What is this CW noise coming out there? Then they explained, aha, here, there, da, blah, blah. And they worked all the cool DX, but I wasn't able to. And so I learned CW within 3 months, and then I worked the DX myself. So this was one of the cool things I experienced. But coming back to your question, of course, the beginners mainly do digital and sideband modes. Yeah, because sideband really opens up the opportunity for those youths to speak to other continents, to make a first contact to New Zealand, to make a first contact to Ethiopia or whatever. And this is really a great feeling for them. And I would say the digital modes are also necessary for the youths, because they have to know that amateur radio is not about only Morse code or only speaking to people. We have so many different aspects which we cover with the common hobby, and so also digital modes are kind of productive within our Yoda teams. Yeah, so all modes are really commonly used here, I would say.
Over to KM3T for another question.
So I'm going to go turn the beam to another part of the world here. So apart from, this is from Ash, KF5EYY, otherwise known as 3V8SS. So apart from a few successful cases, do you think enough is being done by the ham radio community in general to develop amateur radio among youth in Africa?
Yeah, good question, Ash. Thank you. I would say there's never done enough for youth in amateur radio in general. As I said before, be open-minded. Look out of your own door. If there's someone who needs help, who needs an ELMA, or for example, just needs a cable to get QRV on a band, or probably you can loan him an old transceiver, loan him a CW key, just do it. Be open-minded. Yeah, experience being an ELMA, as Jim K1AR quoted before, he wouldn't miss it. He wouldn't want to miss it, sorry.
Yep, very good. Nathaniel, final question for Philip.
All right, what about amateur radio direction finding, ADRF? Do you promote this radio sport to youth too?
Yeah, definitely. So ARDF is also one of the many aspects we do have at the Yoda camps, Yoda summer sub-regional camps. We regularly have those camps within the year normally, not yet, but we have postponed the last summer camp to 2022, unfortunately. But yeah, we also have competitions there where the 100, 120 people participate and probably find their new aspect of the hobby. We have we have gained some really great competitors for ARDF World Championships out of Yoda camps. So there are a few. There are some examples who even won medals after getting to know ARDF at a youth camp, at a Yoda camp.
Great. Well, Philip, thanks so much for your presentation today. This has been invigorating.
Thank you.
I speak for the rest of us gray-haired guys. We're just happy you're around and Nathaniel's around, and the rest of the youth operators around the world. And thank you for all you do to organize youth activities and your participation on the WWROF board, and for all you do for amateur radio. So thank you, Philip.
My pleasure. Thank you all.
Okay. And I want to thank our two moderators, outgoing KM3T and W2NAF. Dave, Nathaniel, thanks so much. Great job once again. I'd like to welcome our two new moderators. That would be K5TR and N5KO. They will be moderating for the next two sessions. And with that, I'd like to welcome Willie, UA9BA. And Willie, what time of the night is it over there?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello, Tim. It's 10:30. 10:30 in the evening.
10:30, and you're in which CQ zone?
Zone 17, Tim.
Zone 17. That's this is really cool. This was one of the objectives of this Contest University, was to involve people from all over the world, not just in viewing, but in presenting. So I'm very, very happy Willie accepted our invitation. And from Zone 17, please welcome Willie, UA9 Bravo Alpha. He's going to present contesting from Russia. Willie, go ahead and share your screen and let's see what you got.
All right. All right, guys. Here we go. Yeah, contesting in Russia, from Russia, or whatever. Actually, okay. Good day, good morning, good evening, everyone. Good night. So I want to actually this contest thing from Russia may sound too ambitious for what actually I'm gonna be talking about. Once Tim invited me to be the representative at the CTU, I didn't have a clue of what I'm going to be talking about. Then I thought of what could be interesting to everybody else, and the more I thought of it, the more actually the plan deviated from the title. So I'm going to be telling, I'm going to be talking about how we here in the Urals, in Zone 17, the heart of Zone 17, are planning actual operation in contest. And planning the operation, of course, may include everything, beginning from getting together the team, maintaining the hardware, buying products for the contest, and whatnot. But I'm going to be talking about actual operation in the contest, and that includes the operation as such, which band to be on at what time, what to be doing on the band, running or searching, or doing the searching for in-band operation, or doing the searching for multipliers. How do you keep up with the rate? And what to which direction to point the antenna to keep up with the rate that you've planned? How do you keep up with the planned number of zones worked and countries or prefixes? Where to keep your antennas, and in what combination to have the antennas switched in? Because at the stations where they have stacked antennas, you have too many options, and the operator, of course, to maximize the score, should have the switches available in the right position. In short, there are too many things that the operator or the operator of whatever station, is it multi single, multi two, multi, or single op, and single op in turn could be assisted, unassisted, or even classic, which is limiting the operation to just one single radio, which may be sounding too simple, but in fact, classic is, in my opinion, is a more complex operation, because you only have one radio and you don't have connections to the outer world other than your radio. So you're not having access to what's going on in the bands through the internet. You're just alone, like, if you're would be crossing the Atlantic Ocean or whatever, in a boat, small boat, and if you don't have the plan for the operation, once you're classic, it'd be just running, or casual search and pouncing, or whatever. So maximizing the score, you need to have a plan. Yeah, you need to have a plan. So as I just said, the most intense entries or categories are multi-single and single ops, single op all bands. I mean, single op all bands. Yeah. So I will just show how I plan it, or tell you and show how I plan it, and why it is so important to have this plan before the contest, and have it in front of you in the contest, so that you don't deviate too much from the plan, and thus you maximize your score, your effort. So as an example that we will actually have for this demonstration, I will use my effort in CQ Worldwide, and yes, I'm talking about serious contesting, like CQ Worldwide, whatever, WPX, or the worldwide the contest. For the example, I'll be using my CW effort in CQ Worldwide CW 2012, which was from UP2 Lima, Kazakhstan, and that score is still, as you see it on the picture, that score is still on the record table of Zone 17. Actually, they are both, phone and CW are still the highest efforts, the highest scores from Zone 17. So what for you to know better what I had in the contest at that station, I will show you some of the antennas that were available. These pictures are pretty old. They are at least 5 or 6 years old. And they display the status quo of the antenna field at UP2L back in 2012. So this is the common, the overall view of the antenna field at UP2L. You can see the shack, or actually that's a 3 level house. The station is at the basement of the house. Back in the rear, you can see the city of Kostanai of about 300,000 people. The antennas, I will show you the antennas one by one. So this is just an overall view. Okay, that's just again the overall view. On the left, you see the 40-meter delta loops, 5 of them. In the middle, right there is the reflector, and two of them to the west, and 2 of them to the east with common reflector. Then you see the big 40-meter. Okay, let's go one by one. Now this is the 10-meter antenna, main 10-meter antenna. They basically have 2 antennas per band. On some bands they have 3 antennas. So on 10 they have 2 antennas per band. This is the main antenna. The upper 2 are rotating, and the bottom one is fixed to Europe. So this is the main 40-meter antenna on a 42-meter high tower. The bottom antenna here is again east and west 4-element Yagis sharing a common reflector. That's that's the system we use here in the Urals, in UA9 and northern Kazakhstan, because geographical position is such that most populated areas to the east are JA and I mean Japan and Southeast Asia. They are right in the opposite direction to Europe. So it is very convenient to have the 2 antennas, western and eastern, on one boom and sharing one common reflector to serve both east and west simultaneously. And quite often we have all 3 antennas switched to the radio, both receive and transmit, with the top one pointed to where the propagation is best. Like if it is in the morning, as we all know, the eastern direction is good, and we have the top one pointed. Morning, evening, that depends. In any way, 40 meters morning is the best time for stateside and South America. So we have it pointed towards west, of course. And in the evening on 40, when we have opening to JA and Southeast Asia, we have the top one pointed that way, of course. Here we have Mike, UA9 Papa Mexico, putting the plastic box on the switching device that keeps the 40-meter antennas matched, and also dividing power between them in the way we want. You can do all combinations with this little magic device. This is 80-meter antenna. It is fixed to Europe, and you see the elements are made of folded dipoles. to enhance bandwidth. This antenna does not require subband switching. So you have pretty low VSWR and good pattern all across the band, from 3.5 to 3.8. The antenna is 40 meters high. I mean, the tower is 40 meters high, and the elements are in the shape of inverted V. So this is one of the in-band antennas, LPA. It is a wire LPA with passive reflector for 10-meter section, and I mean director, yeah, passive director for 10-meter band, and passive reflector for 20. So this is pretty good antenna with gain equal to 3-element full-size Yagi on all HF bands. Here we have this 40-meter second antenna that's fixed to east and west, and to the left of it, 20-meter stack of 7-element Yagis, each on 23-meter boom. This is another LPA for in-band operation on dual boom, and the elements are all aluminum. And here we have two directors in front of it, and one reflector for 20 meters. This is the main 15-meter antenna, again with top one rotating and two bottom ones east and west with common reflector. This is a 5-element Yagi 20-meter beam for the second 20-meter antenna, and a stack of 5-element 10-meter Yagis for the second 10-meter antenna. It is right next to the 40-meter tower. This is Oleg R8AA in front of the 4-square for 80 meters. This is the central post for the beverages, dual wire beverages. In they're running in 3 directions now, so you can switch them back and forth. So making 6 directions. 6 directions. Okay, and this is Grigory, actually the owner of the station, and the guy that actually does all the job at the station, involving some of the locals, and of course we all help him too. Not quite as much as he would love to, I guess, but whatever. We sometimes would come and spend a week or 2-week vacation with him, maintaining the station and keeping the antennas in shape, and the insides and what have you. All right, back to how we do it, the planning of the operation. As you've just seen, the station has lots of hardware, the antennas, and in the heat of the contest, you'd be much better off if you have the plan and you knew in advance which way to put the antennas, and how to combine the power and how to divide it between the antennas and whatnot. So that's one of the things that the planning should have. The other thing is, of course, when to QSY to which band and what to do on the band. That's the other thing. And how do we know when to QSY? Of course, we QSY with the MUF. As the MUF changes, we QSY from one band to another to keep up with the best propagation conditions. But there there are other things that one must keep in mind when switching from one band to another. For instance, if you operate from a location like a UA9 or whatever highly populated area, there's a factor of being the first on the band, and that helps maintaining the highest multiplier total, because if you're the first one to be on the band, then everybody just jumps into working for the multiplier. That is also an important part of the plan. To know it, you must go through lots of logs just to see how the others from the area are doing it, when they show on what band and what they are doing on it. That's another thing that I actually do before the contest, analyzing other logs. Or if you want to maximize your multiplier, and that is a part of the game, you want to know how much, when and where the rare DXs appear during the contest. So as an example, I found this in my older notebooks. The result of going through the X's logs is in those rectangles I have call signs, and the length of the rectangle is the time of presence on the band, along with the frequency. Why is frequency important? Why it's not just the band? Because you then see where to look for the DXs, and many of them are not in the DX portions of the band, but rather either way up high or down below, like on 20 meters, down in the European portion of the band, below 14,150. And that knowledge also helps in maintaining the highest multiplier total. So I use that knowledge to maximize the multiplier total. You see on previous page, it was Africa and Oceania. Africa and Oceania. This page shows another difficult area to work, which is West Indies, the Caribbean, and as one might see, for instance, 8P58 Tom W2SC, he never goes under 7045, is always way up the band, like Bud V26K Alpha Alpha 3 Bravo is always up the band, way up the band, and that knowledge helps. That knowledge before the contest helps in the contest. So that's why it is important to have those logs and go through them prior the contest, and then in the contest you know where to look for those rarity X's. That's another tip. Okay, what do we have here? Yeah, we would rather. So this is the chart that actually shows which band and when one must be. That's I think that's understandable. You see on the right side there are times, period of times, and number of QSOs. That's the estimated number that I should make in the contest per band. How do I make that? I again go through somebody else's logs or even on my own and see what kind of rates and what is possible to maximize the rates from other logs from the area, and then I make estimation of how much how many QSOs I should make on 10, on 15, 20, and whatever. That's how those numbers appear. So usually those numbers coincide pretty well. I'll show it to you a little later. So this is the final final plan for the contest, for the CQ Worldwide CW 2012. And now we have again the times of presence on bands, and not only that, we have also some remarks on continents on other bands as well, and that is for the second radio. Once again, I was single op all band unassisted, and it was important for me to not to be thinking of which way to turn the antenna, even though I knew it by heart, and I know it by heart. But in the heat of the contest, one must concentrate on running the pilot, not thinking of what time it is now and what should I be doing on other bands with the second radio, which way to point the antennas, and so on. So it is a good aid to have those remarks on the plan in terms of which continent to have the antenna pointed to. So you see, the sometimes you have operational times of like on the day one, 40 meters, for instance, you have 30 minutes to Pacific. So that's the running time at starting at 11:30. At 11:30, you have 40-meter Pacific run time. Why? Because you are about the first zone 17 at that time on 40 meters. Even though this is a hot time for the West Indies, for whatever to the west, propagation is just gorgeous at this time. Everything is coming, you know, all 6 continents. But it is important to be the first one from zone 17 for areas that are far away. And for 40 meters, I decided to be for half hour running. And that was very fruitful run in terms of a multiplier. As you see, there are 20 minutes on 80 meters at around 1500 Zulu, starting actually at 1500 Zulu and ending at 1520. You can see the numbers there. And that is another tip. You're about the first zone 17 station that can be worked by very far KH6s and Zulu Mexicos, Zulu Limas, and other rare DXs from Pacific. So actually, that works out very well. That works out very well. And again, we have on the right side estimated period of times per band with estimated number of QSOs. In this contest, my plan was missed by about 12% overall score. So I planned a higher score, but it turned out to be a little lower by 12%. I was pretty good on multiplier, planning the multiplier, and I was pretty good on QSOs. Well, let's see. Yeah, you must know this story. Okay, a little later. I wanted to, how much time? Oh, already 30 minutes. All right, if I have enough time, I'll come back to it. But I'll tell you one little story. I have more artifacts that I just received recently from Grigori, UN9 Lima Golf. It came in yesterday, and I did not include it into this presentation. But he sent me photos of my plans for multi-2 CQ Worldwide 2013, when we broke the Asian record. And we have there the operating shifts for the operators, 8 operators. We have a plan for multipliers. We have on different page. We have like you just saw the one you just saw for the running position 1 and running position 2. What's interesting about it, that I planned that we would have a score of 28.5 million points, and we finished with 27.1. So I missed it just by 5%. And my multiplier total that I predicted, that I planned, was 215 zones by 754 countries. We in fact had 198 zones and 755 countries. So that was pretty cool, you know. And you must know this story too. In 2013, in WPX contest, when we get together at Grigori's UP2L, I brought this plan that I had been working for maybe a week or even 2 weeks. And we had this barbecue party and lots of jokes and everything, and lots of jokes about my plan, actually. Nobody believed this was possible. 50 million point score. 50 million point score in WPX. Паш, принеси воды, пожалуйста. In WPX from a UP2 land. And when we finished we were, Pash, when we finished, we were just 50K points off the plan, if you believe it or not. So we claimed a score of 50,000 points less than 50 millions. So that was a top-notch plan, actually. And as you see, nobody could believe it, but the plan did help to make it a reality, actually. So okay, what do we have here? I already told you how I. Okay, another good example of why the plan should be there on the operating table is my operation at Radio Kilo 9 Able X-ray station. I'll first show you the controls of the station. You see to the left there are 3 boxes on the left side. The bottom one is one tower. The middle one is the other, even bigger tower, and the top one is a 15-meter stack control box. That I'll show you the antennas. That is the main caliber of Radio Kilo 9 Able X-ray, 52-meter high tower with top one interlaced 40-meter 4 elements and 6 elements on 20, and underneath it you have 3 layers of 20-meter stacks. They are again in a as I call it, push-pull combination, east and west, sharing common reflectors. You have one more layer of 40-meter. The bottom antenna on this tower is 40-meter east and west 3 elements, sharing the same boom with 5 elements east and west, 5 elements on 20 meters. And then above it, there's another 5 element east and west 20 meters. In the middle, you see a 4 element structure. That's a fixed European 80-meter antenna with tubing section, and the ends of the antenna are made of 6-millimeter copper wire. Then one more 20-meter stack layer, 5 elements to the east and west, and then the rotating antenna, 40 and 20. This is a 43-meter tall tower with top one being the 5-band antenna. You see the boom of that rotating top antenna is extended. Both ends are extended with 6-meter sticks to make it a good radiator on 80 meters. The boom is gamma matched. You can see the gamma match. So it is a rotating dipole for 80 meters. 2 full-sized 40-meter elements, and then 5 on 20, 6 on 15, and 7 on 10. Underneath it, in the middle, is interlaced 15 and 10-meter. Oh, I don't remember now. I think they are all 6 elements, east and west. And the bottom one is 540 interlaced with 520. Interlaced with 3-element 40-meter antenna, and this is the 15-meter stack. 3 antennas. The fixed ones, the bottom ones, are again east and west, And this tower is being used as well for the 80-meter dipoles. The tower is 35 meters high. And when I first modeled the 80-meter dipoles, sloping dipoles, on this tower, it turned out to be that the dipoles, sloping dipoles, were working in the opposite, were radiating most power in the opposite directions, not where they were supposed to. So that's how the tower interacts with it. And we have to detune the tower on 80 meters.
So Willie, you got 5 more minutes.
Oh my God. Okay. So here is the plan for the this very complicated station. Here is the plan. It's one of the pages. So I'm not showing you the other pages, but this is where to put the antennas. And you see, there are too many antennas. So for the new person at the station, even though I designed the station, but I had to do this thing for myself, because too many knobs, you know, actually just too many knobs. So this is another aspect of why you should have the plan and why it should be so detailed. So not to think of which way to point each antenna that are available, but rather have this plan, and then once you QSY to the band, you just turn on the knobs and go at it. Go at it. So this is again the check of the mirror RK9AX, and of course I was using one radio. There are 2 radios. I'm not sure. I took this picture just when I came to the shack, I guess. Not too sure. I was classic at the mirror station with 1 radio. All right. So yeah, that's 45 minutes. All right. Well, my goal for this presentation was just to show you some of how I plan it and what it takes. It takes a lot of work, actually, going through dozens of logs, you know, writing it all down, thinking a lot of it, and then writing down for the multi-op at UP2L. You must have at each operating position, you must have the plan for this operating position, which differs from, you know, from the running position, from the multiplier position, from the in-band position, and so on. So this is a serious work, and that helps a lot, I can tell you from my experience. So I guess I'm finished with my presentation.
Okay, Willie, thank you so much. This was great. You know, this is a whole different way of looking at things, and what a great presentation to have here at Contest University. Willie, we want to have some questions for you. So Trey and George are ready. You can stop sharing your screen, Willie. Just go ahead and stop the screen share. And let's go ahead and Trey, why don't you start off with the first question?
Hey, Willie, nice to see your smiling face. One of the questions that came in about the UP2L station is that like a completely individually financed thing, or is there some radio sport association collaboration of some type?
No, it's all up to Grigori, and as I said, we help him too financially. You know, the major sponsor, the global sponsor, is Paul, United November 9 Lima. You often see his scores in recent contests, and he operates from Grigori's place. I did help Grigori both financially and, you know, bringing in some aluminum tubing, hard lines, and what have you. and so did some of the other guys. But you know, the job, the manpower, that comes from Grigori most of the time.
And George, K5TR, question for Willie.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of questions around the dual directional antennas with the common reflector. Somebody was asking why you did that as opposed to unidirectional antennas, and then the other question was, would the front to back be better if you didn't have the same band on the other side of the reflector? I guess they're thinking the other directors interact.
Well, this is the other way around. This may sound very wrong, but in fact, in reality, this is the other way around. Having the antenna on the other side of the reflector actually keeps the rear radiation lower, as if there was no antenna in the other direction. That's it. That's what reality is. And it turned out, I found it while modeling, and it turned out that the reality, it confirms the theory. That's one thing. And well, the antenna is twice as big, of course, yes, but it is fixed, and the tension is all applied to the tower. The towers are pretty heavy duty, so there's no problem with that. So why not to have it this way?
Very nice. And N5KO, another question for Willie.
One of the viewers asks or comments that from here in North America, we are hearing more and more Chinese stations on the bands. But a lot of times we have the experience that when we call them, they can't hear us. We always presume they're operating in high noise environments like cities and so forth. I'm wondering if you could comment on what that's like for you coming at them from the other direction.
Yeah, that's right. We experienced the same thing with the Chinese stations. There are many that don't hear even us, you know, just a few thousand kilometers away. So, and there are many of them. There are many of them, and many would not hear us. You just won't believe it. How many there are Chinese stations on, and few of them hear adequately well. Very few, I must say, but most of them, yes, deaf.
So, George, K5TR, another question for UA9BA.
Somebody still wanted a clarification on those back-to-back Yagis. I guess they find those fascinating. I find them somewhat fascinating because here in Texas, I build my station to beam northeast and northwest. I kind of wish I could do it back-to-back. That would make things easier. What's the front-to-back ratio on these antennas?
Oh, in excess of 30 plus dBs, you know, easy. When you switch to Europe, and there was a Japanese, like, you know, 20/9, you don't hear the Japanese station. And when you switch to Japan, and you had a European pileup, the pileup disappears. All you hear is JA or VK or ZL. So that's how good they are. And well, guys, you know, I've built too many of these antennas. Radio 9 Delta X-ray, he has all of them back to back. UP2L, I had a few of them at UA9AYA. So that works. That works very, very well.
So, and Willie, you put some links to some articles that you've written about them, right?
Yes.
Yes. So if you missed that, when this comes out on YouTube tomorrow, you can go back and take a look at Willie's presentation, and you can get those links and find out more information on these back-to-back single boom.
Tim, not only links, but in the articles, there are monofiles included, so you can check it yourself.
Yep.
The pattern for the antennas.
Yeah. So let's see, Trey, another question for Willie.
So Willie, nowadays with the prevalence of all these reverse beacon networks and skimmers and all this kind of stuff, does this influence your planning when you make these elaborate plans for the contest, or is the plan really still the same even though this other technology is available?
Well, you know, I'm still doing most of my efforts. I'm still doing it unassisted, and that has not has not changed. More, if it's a classic, that's even more difficult. So that's why you have to have the plan. So
But I think the question is coming from the perspective of the question I think is coming from the perspective of the behavior of everyone else is changing now because maybe they can find you on the spotting network, and we wonder if that changes your strategy.
Well, of course, if you do it with the internet, then the plan would be a little bit different. And I once read one of those LU5DX's comments on the forum, on the CQ contest forum, that it is even more difficult for the assisted operator because too many decisions to be made. Of course, if you look at the string of coming in DX spots and you're running, then you really have to think which way to point the antenna. Yes, you must know as good as you are unassisted which way the propagation favors, and whether or not you spend the effort on this one or that one. So knowledge needs to be present in any case, assisted, unassisted, if we're talking about the world-class efforts.
George, K5TR, another question for Willie.
Well, somebody is asking what your antenna setup is. I'm going to ask I have a personal question. I'm curious about, and this is potentially a big topic, so maybe we can limit to like the highlights. But what's the biggest difference between like 1970s, 1980s operating in the USSR and what you experience now as far as station setup and everything?
Oh well. A much better antennas. That's the major thing. Much better antennas in their pattern. Back in 70s and 80s, what did we have? We had some very few models available from the books, and those antennas to be tuned manually. And that was a very complicated and difficult process. So very few antennas had patterns like what we have now. Now we have 40 dB of front to back. We have very narrow lobes and main lobes. It is completely different. And that's why you have to be more careful with which way the antenna is pointed now these days. 7 elements or 8 elements on long boom, you're off by 10 degrees and you can't get through the pileup. So that's one thing. The other thing is, well, many more antennas these days. If you compare 70s to nowadays, sometimes they have as many elements. They had as many elements overall as now they have towers on their properties. So a much more complicated switching system, control system of the station. So this is a totally different game.
Yeah. How about the radios, 1970s versus today, Willie?
Oh my God. I'll tell you one thing, guys. I most of my life was operating ICOM. It began with Yezo, then there was ICOM, and it's just recently that I got the K3, like for 5 years or so. All of a sudden, my rates jumped on CW by 20, 30 QSOs per hour. If I had like 200 hour. That was my best hour for many years. Now, when I was at UA2FW and came back home, my first hour on 160 was 212, 212 QSOs from my small pistol station on 160. And that's because K3 is the radio, you know. So it is like, I don't know, cosmic, you know, when they first launched man into the space and compare it to what it was like in World War II. So that's how different it is.
Yeah, no, that's very cool. So over to you, Trey, for another question for Willie here as we wind up.
Willie, this is not really related to ham radio, but I'm wondering if you could share with us your experience about the meteor landing in Chelyabinsk, the meteor strike.
Trey, there's some, so I don't hear everything you say. Say it again.
Oh, could you tell us about your experience when the meteor crashed into your area a couple of years ago?
Oh man, that was, you know, I was sitting in the office and and I'll tell you guys, my the window, the only window I have in my office is to the north, and the meteor exploded in the southern direction. And there I sit, and all of a sudden it starts getting brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter. And I looked at my lamp. I thought it was a lamp that was going to explode or something right above my head. And the lamp was looking like, you know, a dark spot, you know. It wasn't the lamp. It was coming from the window. And then I stood up and walked out of the office and went to other rooms to see what was going on. Everybody was looking at me like asking, you know, and then the sound came, and then the windows broke in just a minute and a half, I think, or a minute and a half. And then it was really something that everybody thought it was a nuclear war or something that started, you know. So nobody knew what was in, you know. That was awful. That was awful, actually. And when the wave came, lots of people got injured, and everybody started evacuating from the building. So I've seen lots of you know, bloody faces, hands. It was awful. Not really serious injuries, you know, like killing people. I think nobody was killed actually, but the problem was they first had this light, and everybody rushed to windows, and looking at this trace, you know, of that meteor. And then the wave came, and everybody was, you know, close to the windows. The good thing about it was that it took it too long. It took it over a minute for the wave to come. So they didn't stand by the windows for that long, you know. They started coming back to their seats, and that's what saved many lives, you know. So the windows broke, but people was not there already. So they just came back to their seats, you know. It was an awful experience. Yeah, I can tell you that.
Well, Willie,
and they first said, "Oh, that was a fighter's crash. That was a some problem with a rocket that, you know, the Kazakhstan Baikonur is not far away from us here. It's just 2,000 kilometers. So many theories, you know, many versions, and the meteor was the last one actually.
Well, Willie, thank you so much for coming on today, and your presentation was great. I know a lot of people will go back and take a look at it on YouTube, and it's great to see you. And we will look forward to seeing you soon in person, we hope. So
All right.
thank
Great
you
to see
again,
you
Willie.
guys. Yeah, great to see you guys. All right.
All righty. So we're going to move along here with our next presentation. Don't forget, we have more Hamvention tickets to give away, and we have another radio. The IC7610 is yet to be given away. And of course, tomorrow we've got 4 more radios at Hamvention forums. And you need to go to hamvention.org or back to contestuniversity.com and register for Hamvention forums. That's tomorrow. And don't forget about the Hamvention QSO party. CT1BOH is our next presenter, Jose, and the title of his talk is "There is Nothing Magic About Propagation." Jose, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, there's absolutely nothing magic about propagation. I have a very simple goal for this presentation. In the end, I want you to be able to tell when you want to communicate from A to B, if that path is open or it's going to be open. And you'll be able to tell that, not based on a propagation prediction, but on the reality of propagation condition. So it's a very simple goal. What we have here is a very complex solar terrestrial physics system in interaction with 3 main drivers. So you have the sun as the source of energy, the magnetosphere that absorbs and directs this energy through magnetic interaction. And then you have the ionosphere itself, where our radio frequency either refracts and we have an open path, or goes away through the layers into space and there's no propagation. So very, very complex system. And when we look at it into detail, we see how complex this is. And my presentation is not about this system, nor its variables. So I'm not going to talk about, solar flux or solar wind speed or direction or polar cusp or magnetic reconnection or enhanced ionization or equatorial anomaly. I'm not going to talk about that. First, because I'm not a physicist, so I would really not be qualified to talk about it. And the second reason is that I'm not a propagation scientist, and there are other people much more qualified than I am to talk about it. But the main reason is that you don't, even if I would be here talking for hours about the variables in the system, that would mean really nothing to you, because that's not what you want to know. I mean, you buy a radio, you put a big antenna up, and you put a signal out, and what you want to know is that if you want to contact the station in location B, you want to know if the signal gets there. If it gets there, you will know that because there's propagation, and that's because radio frequencies refracts on the ionosphere on the layers, and you get there. And if you don't get there, then where is that energy going to? Obviously, it's lost in space. So this is what I'm going to talk about, and we can see this in a different way through FT8 reports. Thanks to FT8 reports, now we can pinpoint exactly the path because we have exact location from station A and station B, because all the FT8 guys now use exact grid locator. And because they use grid locator, we can draw exactly the lines, the path lines. And in order for us to say if the path is open or closed, we need to know where what I call the MUF ISO lines are. So this presentation is also to search for these ISO lines. And once you know that, you will be able to tell if you want to communicate from A to B, if that path is going to be open. And you don't need to rely on a propagation prediction anymore. So I'll spend 2 slides just talking about propagation theory. Of course, we have the ionosphere where the signals refract. And they refract on the layers. And of course, we know that the layers are there because we can measure the electron density. And we can plot this black line measuring the electrons density at different altitudes. And when we have a peak, it means that we have a layer there. And then we have a valley. And when we have another peak, it means there's another valley, another layer there, and then a valley, and then another peak. So we know the layers are there. And Not all layers are the same. We have this D layer. The D layer does not refract signal, so it's there just to annoy us. It's a spoiler layer. We don't like the D layer. And the D layer affects mostly lower frequencies. Fortunately, it doesn't affect that much higher frequencies. But anyway, thank God the D layer is not there during the night. If the D layer would be in the night, we would not have propagation on the low band. So this layer disappears during the night. And then one thing, so the other two layers, the E and the F, that sometimes are F1 and F2, these are the good layers, the layers where our signals refract and come back to ground, and we have communication, we have the open path. So it is very important to know why sometimes our signals, our radio frequencies go through the layers and is lost in space, and sometimes our radio frequency rays, they bend on the layers and come back to ground, and we have propagation. We need to understand why. There's this thing called the critical frequency. It's as if we could measure the frequency of the layers. And imagine we measure this critical frequency on a layer, and it's 22 megahertz. So if we are transmitting below that critical frequency, imagine we are transmitting on 21 megahertz, and this critical frequency that we measured on the layer is 22, then if we put a signal out, the signal will hit the layer, it will bend, and it will refract and come back to ground, and we have propagation. But if we go above this critical frequency, so if we operate on 28 megahertz and the critical frequency is 22, then if we put a signal out, the signal will go through the layers into space, and this satellite here would copy our signal on 28 megahertz. So this critical frequency is very important. If we know this critical frequency all over the world, then we would be able to tell immediately if the band is open or closed in that particular frequency. Now, the second slide, I'm going to talk about propagation theory, is that when we put a signal out, it's not a signal, it's a multitude of rays. And it is important to understand that some rays will go into space either because the angle of incidence is too high. This is why we like to put antennas very high, because when we do that, we lower the takeoff angle of the antennas, and then the antennas will not go into space lost because of the angle of incidence. And sometimes the rays will also go into space because we are operating above this critical frequency. But if we operate below the critical frequency, then we have this bending, and we have a first hop. And then we have another bending and the second hop. And you see here that there are a multitude of rays. Sometimes the rays refract on the F layer here around 200 kilometers high, and sometimes they refract on the E layer here on 100 kilometers high. And what you see is that we may have a main dominant hop and a main dominant refraction point, but then we have all these zoos of rays, and that is why we can communicate in the middle. And also very important is that in the first hop, in between, there's nothing there. So we will not be able to work people here, and we can determine with great accuracy where the first refraction point is. And this is very important later on to determine where the MUF line is. So, okay, so we have the layers, we have this critical frequency. If we could measure the plasma of the ionosphere and determine this critical frequency, as I told, then we would be able to tell if for any frequency, if there's going to be a refraction and if that path is going to be open or not. Can we do that? Well, we already can do that in a way. We have these instruments called ionosondes, and they measure the plasma frequency. They put a signal up vertically, and then they listen if there's an echo. If there's an echo, it means that the signal was refracted. The signal did not go into space. And they test this 1 megahertz, 2 megahertz, 3 megahertz, 4 megahertz, until they stop listening for the echo. And when they stop listening for the echo, it means the signal went into space, and they can determine the critical frequency. Unfortunately, they measure this in the vertical way, and because of the angle of incidence, they must apply a factor here to determine the maximum usable frequency for 3,000 kilometer pass. But anyway, we have this. And then they use a model called the IRI model, the International Reference Ionosphere. And then with these measurements from these 30 or 40 ionosones all over the world, and with the model, they can say all over the world what the critical frequency is. And then we can draw this MUF isoline map. So let's pay attention to this and try to understand what this is. So this is just like a topography map, right? Remember, in topography maps, imagine we draw a contour line at the same altitude. If you imagine this is like a mountain, the blue line would be the contour line around the mountain at 140 feet. And then the green line would be the contour line, same altitude everywhere, around 210 feet. So the MUF isoline map of the world is exactly the same. So we can draw the line for each frequency. I just put here 3 contour lines, the 14 megahertz MUF isoline, the 21 megahertz MUF isoline, and the 28 megahertz isoline. And why is this important? If these lines are real and not from the model, imagine they are real, this means that if I'm operating on 14 megahertz, everywhere inside the blue line, if I put a signal out, my signal will refract on the ionosphere and come back to ground. And I have the path open for that first refraction point, okay? But if I'm operating outside the 14 megahertz MUF isoline, and if I put a signal out, then the signal will go into space, right? So let's imagine this. And now imagine this is the MUF isoline of the world, and I want to work Japan for Portugal. So this is the path. This is Mercator projection, and the path from Portugal to Japan, it will require 5 hops. So I turn my radio on, and I transmit on 14 megahertz. I put a signal out of my antenna, and it will go up through the atmosphere, and it will reach one of the layers here, either the E or the F layer. And what happens? I'm inside the 14 megahertz isoline. So this signal will refract. It will bend on the ionosphere and come back to ground. So I'll be able to work these guys here in Sweden. And the signal will go up again and will hit the ionosphere in refraction point number 2. But what happens here? I'm outside the MUF, the 14 megahertz isoline. So this signal will go into space. It is this situation here. If I would have a satellite here, the satellite would copy my signal, and I would not reach anywhere between 2 and 3. And the same happens if I'm in Japan. If I beam Japan into Portugal, then the signal will hit refraction point in the ionosphere 200 kilometers high in refraction point number 5. It will refract, will come down to ground between 4 and 5. It will go up again. It will hit refraction point number 4, and then it will bend, come back to ground, and will hit somewhere between 3 and 4. It will go up again. And then here, it will go into space because I'm outside of MUF isoline. So all I have to do is try to determine where there's these MUF isolines, because if I can immediately tell if there's an open path or closed path. And I'll imagine the exact same situation, same propagation, but now I beam into Australia. Will I make Australia? Yes, even though this is a very long distance path with 6 refraction points, there's propagation because all the refraction points are inside the 14 megahertz isoline. And even on 21 megahertz, I can work Australia, even though I'm outside of the isoline, but the first refraction point, number 1, it will refract and can reach Australia. I'm only limited by absorption in the D layer and by the power and gain of my antenna. So there's propagation. Okay, but we now need to consider other situation. So imagine this situation where I'm outside of the isoline and I'm trying to look for the first refraction point, okay? So I have to combine the MUF isoline and my refraction point, and I can determine with great certainty my available propagation area. So even though any refraction inside the blue line will refract and will come to ground, I will never reach here. Why? Because if I want to work from Portugal to Finland, the signal will go into space here. Okay, let's look this closely so that you can see. So I have the MUF isoline here, this blue line, and I'm sending signals all over. Imagine I'm using a vertical. So if I transmit into this direction, the radio frequency rays will hit the ionosphere here and between England and France. And those rays will go into space. Those rays will be lost in space. Also the same here, also here. And only when I went into this direction, when the first refraction point, 1,500 kilometers away, hits the ionosphere, here the signal will refract and will continue. And we have this situation. So only this green area is available. And this is exactly what happens. I have an FT8 skimmer at my station. And every day in the morning, I see this. So look here at this picture. The band is full of stations. Japanese stations are working Australian stations. Japanese stations are working Siberian stations and are working Europe stations. But from my station here in Portugal, the band seems completely dead. I'm not able to copy England. I'm not able to copy Germany. I'm not able to copy Italy, just one hop away. But I'm able to copy Australia. Why? Because that is my available propagation area. Australia, it's there, it's available because of the combination of my first refraction point and the MUF ISO line, okay? And also, if you noticed here, there were some VK6 stations here, and my skimmer was not copying them. And look at the pass. This is the exact pass because we have the exact grid locators on each side. Why wasn't I copying this VK6? So I went to PSK Reported and said, okay, show me all the reports from VK6 at the same time. And look, the VK6 were all coming into Europe. And then I selected this station here in France and look at the signal, minus 17 dB. This is almost at the noise level. So my station copies stations up to minus 22. So what the station, you know, the signal is coming in, but probably coming into my station maybe around 27 or minus 27 or minus 28 dB. The signal was coming here. All the refraction points were possible, but I was not copying him because the signals are very weak, and FT8 still doesn't have the technology to go lower than 20, you know, 22, 24. But look at this funny thing. 1 hour later, my skimmer copied him at minus 17. So this is interesting. Another situation here. Now I'm in the middle of the, this is around noon. I'm in the middle of the MUF ISO line. So this is my available propagation area. I can work all these stations in green area here. But I don't copy the Juliet Alpha 8. Why? Why don't I copy the Juliet Alpha 8? Because when we combine the path line with the MUF ISO line limit, I hit a limit here. And in order for me to work the Juliet Alpha 8, I would have to go north. And when I go north, I lose a refraction point somewhere. Okay, let me see, let me show you very quickly. I'm going to share here, let me see, I'm going to share another screen so that you understand exactly what I'm saying. So this is Portugal, right? Look, if I want to work Juliet Alpha 6, this is the pass. I'm hitting here 60 degrees north. This is the highest refraction point. But Juliet Alpha 8 is in Hokkaido. If I want to work Juliet Alpha 8, I have to go way north. See? And I'm going to hit a refraction point outside of the MUF limit. I'm not going to work those guys. So I hope I was clear. Let me go back to the presentation. So even though the MUF line was like this area here, the red line, was outside of my limit because of the combination of the ISO line and my geometry path line. Hope you understand. And I see this every day. So in order for me to listen or work the Juliet Alpha 8, I need better propagation. I need this MUF ISO line to move higher in latitude. This looks like a fish, you know, like a fish with a tail. And with a higher position here because of noon, so the sun ionizes atmosphere, and we have a higher MUF ISO line here. But anyway, so knowing this, we can determine with great certainty what is my propagation area. Let's now look at another example. I selected this because I think it's an interesting example, Bouvet. Bouvet sits at 52 degrees south latitude. In order for Bouvet to have propagation anywhere in the world, the first refraction point, the Bouvet, which is around 1,500 kilometers away, let's assume this, must be at 42 degrees, at 42 degrees. Okay, so if I determine 1,500 kilometers away from Bouvet, it is around 42 degrees. Bouvet at 52, 1,500 kilometers away is 52. So if the isoline is there, exactly there on the first refraction point, 1,500 kilometers away, this is my available propagation area. I will only be able to work this area. And you'll see this is exactly right. So if you are the propagation strategist for Bouvet, or if you are a DXer wanting to work Bouvet, you need to know where this isoline is. Because imagine you are on W6 and the isoline is at 42. You are not going to work Bouvet at all. Why? Because you require an isoline to be at 54. And we don't have these sort of enhancements from 42 to 54. So you need to choose another day. This day you're not going to work Bouvet. So the guys at Bouvet, they must know where the isoline is. If they know where the isoline is, they immediately can adapt their propagation strategy and their presence in the band. Imagine you are in VK. If you want to work Bouvet, the pass goes through 74-degree high altitude. 74-degree altitude. Maybe they will have 1 day of propagation on 10 meters with isoline, MUF isoline at 72, at 74. So if they are there for 30 days, maybe they will only have 1 day of propagation to VK on 10 meters. So if you are a Bouvet guy, a strategist, you need to know this. Because if that's the case, if the MUF isoline goes up there, you need to stop whatever you are doing. You need to work those VKs because that's their only chance of working on 10 meters. Okay? And we don't have a station right now on Bouvet, but we have a station on Antarctica. And this is 24-hour propagation from them. Look here, 12 meters. Look, only working South Portugal, South Italy. It's like the triangle here. See, only this triangle. Why? Because the isoline was at, was not very high. And I'll look at here on 15. They were able to work W6. Why? Because they could reach this altitude isoline here, but they were not able to work Japan. Why? Look on 20. In order to work Japan, they need to go, the pass requires higher altitude. And the if isoline is there, you'll make it. If it's south, if it's lower altitude, you will not make it. Okay, I want to talk to you now about propagation prediction programs. Now, if you want to know if you are able to work this station, right? What you do is you use these propagation prediction programs. And the propagation prediction programs are tell because they only tell you if there's a chance of working a station. So they give you a probability. They don't say you can work this station, or they don't say the band is open or the band is closed. They say you have a 70% chance of working this station, like here in this circuit between stateside and Portugal. 77% chance. This means what? 23 days of 23 of the days in the month will be open, the band, and 7 days will be closed. But this is not what you want to know. You want to know if the band is open or not. Also, although I love VOA CAP, the user interface developed by OH6PG, the model and the observations were done in the 60s by the Voice of America scientists, so 60 years ago. So we are using data from 60 years ago. We have much better data now. And this is what I want to tell you. We can move from this prediction, from this reliability, from this percentage, into reality, availability. What's available for you? How can you do that? With two things: knowing the propagation pattern, not from 10,000 observations done in the 60s by the VOA scientists, but with observation from FT8 data with accurate precision to determine the path and to determine the latitude of the isolines, and also from real-time volatility. So with these two things, you will be able to tell if the band is going to be open or not with a great certainty. And this propagation pattern coming from FT8, we have right now 20 billion. I'm going to repeat. We have 20 billion observations from FT8. So in the last 5 or 6 years, we have already 20 billion. This number is amazing, 20 billion. Okay, let's start with propagation pattern. I want you to understand what this is, but before you understand what this is, I'll have to explain this. So this is 1 month of propagation pattern between USA and Poland. Let's put it this way. And here we have 1 month, January 2018. So I'm going to zoom so that you understand. So every column is a day, and every dot represents 15 minutes. So this dot here, this bean, it's from 3rd of January, from 1345 to 1359. Red color. So it means 500 reports, FT8 reports on this band at this hour. Okay? So, and of course, that if here it's black, mean there were no reports, and blue mean there were few reports. So what are we looking now? We are looking at 1 year of propagation between USA, Zone 8, ITU Zone 8, and Europe, Zone 28 ITU. And look, the pattern of propagation follows the sun. Here in this image, you have common daylight. So this is 20 meters, right? Propagation is going to be on 20 meters. If you can see here a yellow line, this is sunrise in USA. That's, and you know, propagation starts a little bit before. And then also you see the end of propagation. You see the difference in the summer. This is absorption in the summer. And you see the impact of magnetic disturbances, because we have here the AP index. See, there was a magnetic storm. There was a blackout from some hours, but not much. Not much. So we can see exactly the pattern. We don't need a propagation prediction made in the 60s by maybe 10,000 observations from VOA guy scientists. We have real-time data with 20 billion observations. So, you know, we can determine exactly any propagation for any area in the world. If we go on 40, then of course propagation is during common night. Look here. This is probably LUF affecting the band. And also important here, geomagnetic disturbances do not affect that much propagation. But when we go on 15, it's a different story. On 15, then this band is very volatile. Okay, the pattern is still there. Look, the yellow line, sunrise in USA. This is 1 year of propagation. So January, February, March, and so on. Here between August and September, there was almost no propagation between USA and Europe. Why? Because there was this terrible magnetic distortion, storm here, and the band went dead. Okay, so we need to look for this variability. Let me just show you now the pattern between USA and Japan. 160 through 10. I'll show here on 80. Look at the pattern. The pattern is there. I believe you can work Japan every day if you have a good reception antenna, if you have a good transmitting antenna. That's what FT8 tells you. You can work Japan every day, and the same on 40. And you have to, you know, and look the pattern in the summer. Look at here, common night. The common night in the summer we don't have common night, and the band, you know, you have less hours of propagation than in the in the winter time. And look here, there's no propagation here during sunset in USA. Why? There's no common night, but there's propagation here. Look at the pattern here. There's almost common night here, so there's a little bit of propagation there, and you see this everywhere. Look here on 20. Look here at the common daylight and common night. You have common day here just a little bit, and you have this propagation on 20. Okay, so we are able to tell with tremendous precision the pattern. So what we need to account now is variability. And how do we determine this variability? We need to know where the MUF isolines are. So remember, DigiSound, the model, we could determine the MUF isoline, and this is like a fish. This is sunrise. And then we have a very constant MUF isoline during the day, and you have the tail of the fish during the night. And what is variability? Variability is like the fish increases or decreases. But this is very constant. In one day, the MUF isoline limit is pretty much the same because there's not tremendous enhancement or tremendous degradation in the sun condition, in this condition of this, okay? So we need to know this variability, because if we know this variability, if the fish is bigger, we have propagation to Japan. If the fish is smaller, these refraction points will be outside the diesel line, signal will go into space, and there will be no propagation. So we must look, try to find out where the MUF is online. And this is what I'm going to show you. With FT8 reports, with exact pinpoint through the grid locator of the path, and with the, getting big data from this path, we can determine where this MUF is aligned, not depending on the model, not depending on the MUF on the digisondes, but on the real transmission. And then if we determine that the ISO line in Japan was at 60 degrees, this line was at 60 degrees, then we know when the band opens in Europe, that will be 60 degrees. And we know when the band opens in USA, that will be 50, not 60. I will explain to you why. So we know that the band is going to be open or not, and we can determine with great precision the variability of the band every day. So let's go very quickly through variability. Why do we have this variability? We have variability because we have solar cycle evolution. But this means nothing, because sometimes when we have at the peak of the solar cycle, the fish is very big and it can be very small. Okay, so but it's because of solar cycle that we have some evolution. We have variability because of seasonal variations. Of course, in the sun, we have a lot of hours, a lot of ionization. So the MUF isoline goes to higher latitudes and the path opens in the summer. We have latitude variations depending on where you are. We have the diurnal variations. You know, it's like the fish, the MUF rises very quickly at sunrise and then stays steady during the day. And then there's a slow descent during at sunset. And we have these events from above and below that can impact. You know, maybe there's a solar storm. Okay, that will impact the MUF position a lot. Or maybe we have we have interaction between the atmosphere and the ionosphere through tidal waves and gravity waves, you know, in 6 meters when there are weather storms. We have better ionization. We can make multi-hop between the Atlantic. We know this. And we also have variability coming from the passes. Sometimes the path is just just one hop, sometimes it's 2 hop, sometimes it's 1 hop on the E region, on the F region. We have a lot of variability. It's good for you to know this, but you don't need to know this, because what you need to know is to determine what's going on. We also have variability because of the magnetosphere, because of solar wind that comes into our atmosphere through the polar cusp, which are holes in the atmosphere. And we also have variability because of the magnetic interaction. And for the magnetic interaction is very important, because when we have degradation coming through the polar cusp, through the poles, look here at the aurora boundary. The aurora boundary follows exactly the geomagnetic coordinates, not the geographic coordinates. This is very important for those poor guys in the black hole. They suffer a lot. And so it is very important also to know the importance of this magnetic interaction. Okay, before we go and look for the MUF user lines, you also have to understand that not all paths are equal. There are 4 different types of paths: north-south, low latitude, mid latitude, and high latitude paths. And they're very different. North-south latitudes, look at propagation reliability from VOA cap from 20 to 10 meters, above 90%. So you have propagation every day. Why? Because the first refraction point on 10 meters, 15 meters and 10 meters will be inside the MUF position. So that's why you have this extremely high reliability. And now look for here on low latitude pass, also 90%. So if you want to work from Indonesia to Colombia or Venezuela, this is a 20,000 kilometer pass. You can work those guys every day. Why? Because all the refraction points are inside the isoline. But when we go to high latitude pass, the isoline many times is lower than the refraction points. The isoline is lower, and those refraction points will go into space, and we don't have propagation. That is why if we want to work East Coast to Siberia to Willy UA9BA, reliability is just 1%. It's not going to make it on 10. We're not going to make it. And this number here on 15 is wrong. This VOA cap number is wrong. You can ask any East Coast guy, you don't work Siberia day in, day out. This number is maybe 5%. But anyway, why? Because the refraction points here will go into space. Also, we are very unlucky because the main areas of the world in what amateur radio is concerned require a high latitude pass. If I want to work from USA to Europe, unless I'm in East Coast, high latitude requires high latitude. Same from USA, this area, to Japan. Unless I'm in California, it requires high latitude. And the same here from Japan to Europe. Can you imagine if Europe was in South America and Japan was in Africa? Then we would be here in this situation. We would have propagation on all the bands every day. That would be fantastic, but that is not the case. I want to talk now about these guys that sit in the black hole. They suffer a double challenge because all their paths require high latitude. Look here, above 60 degrees. And they are going into space because the MUF isoline many times is lower. And also because of the magnetic geographic coordinates, when there's solar wind coming through the polar cusp into the poles, signals are going to get absorbed here because of this configuration of the aurora boundaries. Look at the East Coast. The East Coast guys, when they work Europe, they go through Newfoundland. So only when the K is 5, they get affected. But if you are in Chicago, if you want to work Europe, you have to go through here. And even when the K is 3, very quiet, you get degradation. And that is why you see these situations on FT8. These guys on FT8 in the East Coast are working Europe, but the guys in Chicago, they don't listen a single European. Why? Because the signal is going to space here in Fox Ocean grid. This refraction point, because the MUF is lower, it's going into the space. So how can we determine the MUF isolines? Okay, we have 20 billion reports from FT8, and we have millions of FT8 reports. So imagine if I combine and if I look at the FT8 reports, I can immediately tell where the isoline is, and I will show you how you can do this. Of course, I think guys like KC2G and V3 NEA probably will make programs that will extract this information and will determine with exact precision the MUF isoline, not based on digisons and a model, but based on real propagation. So I'm going to show you how you can spot immediately where the MUF isoline, because with FT8, all you have to do is pay attention to the edge first refraction point, look at the path and see where the highest refraction point is, and look at 24-hour pattern, look at the high refraction points, and immediately you see what you can do. And immediately you see what you can work. Look at this situation from CT1BOH skimmer, FT8 skimmer. I'm looking at the last 24 hours. Look, this is 15 meters. I could work Japan. Why? Because these lines were here at this altitude. But I could not work California. Why? Because in order to work California, I needed a higher isoline. And in this day, the isoline was here. So in order to work California, my path would go to like this, and it would hit refraction points outside of this line, and they would go into space. Okay, so what can you do? You can go to this site, to PSK Reporter site, and you select, you come here, then you select, imagine 15 meters. And what can you do? First of all, you select everyone. So I'm looking at every FT8 report in the last 15 minutes all over the world. Can you see where the MUF isoline is? It's here, around 58 degrees. See, 58 degrees. If I want to work from Japan into Portugal, the signal will go into space because the signal requires coming here around Mike Papa. So the signals are going there, but then they hit refraction points outside the isoline. There's no propagation. So I can immediately say, okay, the isoline is here. If the isoline is here, I'm not going to work Japan today. Why? Because the isoline does not move from 50 to 70 degrees. There's no, the sun does not, okay, the sun does not provide these enhancements. Okay. Okay. So now I can look at the edges just to confirm the isoline is there. I'm looking at grid, this grid here, Kilo November, and I can look at the isoline. It's right there. So I know today I will never work Japan from Portugal, no matter what I do. I can put 1,000,000 kilowatts. I can put stack rhombics. It will never happen because the refraction points here are outside the isoline. They are going to space. There's nothing I can do. Okay, then I can also look at Japanese, same thing. Just looking at signals from Japan. Look, they're not working this area here because in order to work this area, the path would go north and the refraction points are outside. And then I can also spot station from the south and I can see the last refraction points. This is very, very, very accurate. Look, one day I was on 15 and I was listening to this guy, the UA0 Sugar Delta X-ray, and he was working all these stations. And he was not working stations in France, in Germany, in England, in Spain, and Portugal. Why? Because the MUF isoline was at 61 degrees. And if the isoline is 61 degrees, then if I draw the path, this is my limit. My limit is this green area. So I'm not going to work. And look, it's not working stations there. Why? Because the path would require coming here. But the stations were there. Look here, I'm checking N6 Tango Victor, FT8 reporter. And we had this situation one day. And he was copying these stations the last 15 minutes. And he was not copying these guys here in China, Quebec Mike. Why? Because the isoline was at 52 degrees. And because it's 52 degrees, his limit is here inside. And look, the Chinese station was there, was reaching Hawaii. But because the MUF is at 52 degrees, at 52, that it can only work stations here. It can work stations here in the south. It's not able to work California. Why? Because to work California, the path has to go north and it will go into space in those refraction points. And same here with 9 Victor 1 radio mic, okay? So you can check this. You can have FT8 reports. You can determine the MUF isolines, and you can tell exactly where the propagation, what is the potential of propagation. So you don't need to make a prediction. Remember those guys in contests that spend hours making propagation predictions, and then they print all these papers of propagation predictions, and they come to the contestation with 20 sheets of propagation predictions, and then the contest starts, and they never look anymore into those papers, and they only use them next year for notes. Why? Because in a propagation prediction, it will never tell you if the band is open or closed. It will tell you that you have a chance of working a station. Now with FT8 reports, you can immediately say what is the potential of propagation. Okay, Tim, can I have 5 more minutes?
Sure, we'll just take it off the questions, but go ahead.
Okay, let me show you here. So look at the situation here. This is, all these reports were on 15 meters, so the band was full of station. But Portugal, I was not copying Japan. And why was I not copying Japan? Because this line had this configuration. Okay. Now, if I add up all these first refraction points, and I can draw this isoline, I don't have to rely on the model. I can draw the isoline. And of course, in my mind, I'm used to do this. I know immediately where the isoline is. And I know I will never work Japan. Why? Because I need a refraction point here between England and France in order to work Japan. And the isoline is still not there. So when I beam into this direction, the signal will go into space. Okay? Okay. Let me go through here. This is an interesting situation. Sometimes there are enhancements after sunset. This is an interesting situation. Japan was not coming into Portugal, okay? But later today, there was an enhancement and they could copy Portugal. And this happens why? Because remember, if you remember the fish, at this time, we are right at noon in Portugal here, and the sun ionizes this part of the atmosphere. So there's a sort of a bubble here in the MUF isoline. And because of that, Japanese stations were coming in around noon. Why? Because we had this situation. So with more time, you can read the presentation and see this. Okay, now go 10 meters, this situation. There was a lot of South American stations working Europe and working USA, but there was no contacts between stateside and Europe. I went to the model, KC2G.com site that gives the model, and the model gave this line, and it was pretty close to reality. Why? I made a zoom and look at where the South American stations are working. They are working maybe 1,000 kilometers away from the last refraction point of the isoline. So if you are here in this area, you will never be able to work the South Americans. Why? Because your first refraction point is here, and you are outside of the isoline, and exactly the same situation. So the model from the DigiSons in this situation was very accurate, and it was exactly what we could see with the FT8 reports. Okay, these are more examples, and just one last case, which I think it's interesting, is that one day I was with my skimmer. I was copying this station here. I was trying to copy this station, Radio Whiskey 9 Lima Lima, and I was not copying him. And I thought that was strange. And then I see, okay, from reports from Portugal, the first refraction point, the first skip is 2,500 kilometers away. So the first refraction point is here in the middle, okay? And then look at the Radio Whiskey 9 Lima Lima. His first skip is longer, is 3,300 kilometers away. So although we were both inside the MUF isoline, there was a mismatch of skips. So, and we were not able to copy each other. So I think this was interesting. Okay, just to end the presentation, I had to do it very, very quickly. And so it was a pity. But anyway, so if you go through the presentation and you read what's in there, you will have the tools to determine with great precision where the isolines is, because FT8 reports will give you exact path in this PSK reporter site. And so you will be able to know if propagation is open or not. So you don't need anymore to rely on a propagation prediction that will give you a reliability percentage, not if the band is open or dead. And of course, if you combine this with MAlert and with this knowledge, you will be able to tell if the pass is open or closed. Of course, now we need more. We need to get this data, this real data, and put a program that will draw the MUF isoline, not based on the model from the DigiSons, but based on the FT8 reports on real data. And once we have that, there will be no more uncertainty, and there will be no more propagation predictions. There will be propagation availability.
Thank you so much, Jose, and you can stop sharing your screen. This presentation is on the contestuniversity.com website. So you can go get the slides, take a look at the entire thing. And thank God this is recorded, because I think we have to all go and watch it like 5 times and maybe slow the speed down in half. So
You
we now
only gave
know
me
why.
45 minutes.
I know.
I said I needed 1 hour and a half.
Right, right. And so what we're going to do, Jose, is we're going to bring you back for Propagation Summit that we'll have after the first of the year, where we focus on propagation. And maybe by then there'll be some of this software that you talk about that can really generate even more accurate tools for us. We have a few minutes for questions. So let's start with George, K5TR. Questions for Jose.
That was great. You're getting rave reviews in the chat. Somebody was asking, how fast do the isolines change, and does the Earth rotate beneath the propagation regions?
Okay, so remember that the fish, the isoline seems like a fish, and that goes slowly following the sun. That follows the sun. So you have the fish and you have the tail into the dark side. In sunrise, you have so it's this way, the mouth of the fish. So that fish is following the sun. And what I have seen, I've spent the last 6 months doing this presentation. So, during confinement, I was at home and I said, okay, let's learn a little bit about propagation. So I was not aware of this. I want to tell you this, I've been a ham for, so many years that I don't remember anymore, since 1981. And I think I was a propagation ignorant until 6 months ago. And this came to me like a sort of illumination. And now I go to this FT8 PSK reported data, and I can tell with great precision where propagation is. I don't see a lot of fluctuation. Where do I see a fluctuation in the isoline? When there's a storm. When there's a storm, it goes up, maybe 10 degrees in latitude. And when there's, when there's degradation, goes down. And sometimes there's enhancements, but the degradation is stronger. So the size of the fish is very constant. This is like in the stock market, The stock market opens in Japan, and then it will be about the same in Europe, unless the Fed increases the interest rate. So you basically, the stock market is the same. If there's a special event like a change in interest rates, then the isoline changes dramatically. But from day to day, there's not that sort of movement. So propagation is very constant. And, they used to say that bands are dead in the contest opens the bands. That's not correct. Bands are open every day. We just don't have the stations there. And now with FT8, we have billions of stations, billions of QSOs, and we see that the bands are open. We look at the pattern, and it's amazing,
Trey, how about a question for Jose?
So Jose, I wonder if you are able to leverage any of these tools in real time while you're operating a contest yourself by keeping an eye on things, and if you can use that information to your advantage. And furthermore, if so, have you noticed or observed some band opening that you hadn't anticipated and made some extra multipliers?
Okay, that is a very tricky question, because as you know, I'm a member of the contest committee, CQ-wide contest committee, and I operate single op. So I don't do usually multi-singles or multi-multis. And I told you, I've been doing this for 6 months. So in my last operation was last year from Delta 4 Charlie. I think if you use this, you should be assisted, because it will give you a tremendous amount. You will know immediately when the band is open or not. Imagine, one of the key elements, if you are a single op, is to know when to move bands. And if you are looking at this, an FT8 report, you will know when the band is going to die, because you will see immediately FT8 reports in advance, because FT8 goes deeper, goes to -22, 23, and on CW, you're operating at -5 and up for good communication. So with FT8 reports, you know immediately where the band is, if the band is going to open, when it is going to open, when it's going to close. in a way, that's why I selected the title, There's Nothing Magic About Propagation, because until now, there was a sort of a magical thing that you were a very good operator because you had all this experience and you could sense the band opening and dying. With FT8 report, I mean, and once a guy puts this in the program, you know, forget about knowing about propagation. It will tell you if propagation is there or not. So, but if you are a single op, I'll have to ask our director, K1AR, if I can use this as a single op. If he says I can use it as a single op, I'll use it. If he says no, I will not use it.
Well, I didn't really mean anything by that when I asked the question, but since you brought it up, I guess the question I have is, would it be inappropriate even for an unassisted single op to have one of those maps up of PSK reporter while he's operating? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, look, I was thinking about this, you know, we have this guy, there's some guys that operate, let me give you this example, KR2Q, you know, he always operates QRP. And he search and pounce, is looking, you know, for the band. Now imagine you are assisted and you have information of dBs, and you have this information of real-time propagation. Should you go search and pounce station by station, or should you go immediately to the loud stations? If you are QRP, you're going to work the loud stations. You're not going to work the weak stations. So when we have this sort of information, and you can mix this from FT8 to contest information, you can determine the strengths of a station, not only by the RBN, but by the FT8, and you can adapt your strategy. But of course, you are assisted by then, right? So yes, I think we are not exploring this type of information that we have. So this is sort of exploring big data, using big data, and we have to use it. It took me 6 months to fully understand this. Okay, so I decided to put this presentation so that everybody else can speed up and understand this. But once you understand this, it's a you know, there's nothing magic anymore about propagation, because you immediately say why things are happening or not happening. And it's real, you know, I check every single opening and I see exactly why that opening is happening. I hope I could answer.
Jose, I think I speak for everybody that's on here. We could go on for hours talking about this. I know several of us our heads are exploding, and you have, if this is what you did for 6 months, I can imagine what another 7 or 8 months to prepare for the Propagation Summit. And, you know, we'll bring you back for the Propagation Summit and have you, you know, have a double session. It'll be the first double session. So we'll give you 2 hours. What do you think of that?
Okay, yeah, you know, I'll end with 2 things. And when I started contesting many years ago, you know, we're still in paper logs, and I was a complete ignorant about contesting and propagation because I had no mentors here in Portugal. I started alone, so I did all my contesting career basically alone. And I sent a letter to this guy, N6AA, and to other very top operators back in the time, asking for the log, because the log at that time was the only information that he had. And, you know, I asked N6AA and other guys, and nobody answered to me except N6AA, and he sent me his log. So I got his log, his complete log, you know, from 9Y4VT, I don't know, 100 pages or something like that, through the mail. And I remember as if it was today. And he said, I remember thinking, if the #1 guy at the time, he was the world record holder, was able to share his log with nothing, you know, I asked and he shared. And I remember thinking, I will do the same. So I like to share. So yes, if you want to have me here for 2 hours, I'll be willing to do that. Because, you know, I've been doing this for 25 years. And even if I say everything that I know, I still have the 25 years that I've done. So it is a lot of years doing this. So I think I still have an edge there. The other thing, I really think we should, I think W2NAF is here and the president. W2NAF has all the FTA data, I believe. And V3NEA also did the pattern. You know, remember the pattern, the maps? We should have those maps daily for any location, for any grid. We only have those maps. I know there are a lot of, you know, we're talking about billion reports, but anyway, but every day it's not billion. Maybe it's just 20 million or something like that. So we should have those maps daily, and we can see the pattern of propagation. You don't need a prediction anymore that was done in the 60s, you know, with 10,000 observations. You have real data from propagation. So I would ask W2NAF to convince V3NEA to do what he did for 2017, 18, and 19 and do that daily. Or maybe Kilo Charlie 2 Golf, who has this MUF map. You go to his website, so he gets the information from DigiSons and from the models. And then we have to connect the FTA data, real data, with that, and we can draw the map of the MUF map, and you have available propagation everywhere.
There you go. We can have our own fish anytime we want it. So thanks very much, Jose. That was great. And we really appreciate you coming on from Portugal. If you've noticed, there are 7 presentations today. 4 of them are from outside the US. So that is phenomenal. And Jose, I can't thank you enough. I don't think you took a breath the whole time. So I don't know how you're doing it. I do want to say that November 8, Oscar November, you have won a pair of Hamvention 2022 tickets, November 8, Oscar November. So thank you very much to the Hamvention folks. And we do have our presentation from Rob Sherwood, and then we're going to go right into the 2021 CQ Contest Hall of Fame induction, which is a very, very cool thing to see. And so everybody will get to see that online today. And so with that, we're going to turn it over to Rob Sherwood, Transceiver Performance for the HF Contest and DX operator. And our new moderators are John, K1AR, and Scott, N3RA. Thank you to Trey and to George. Thank you very much. Rob, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Let's go full screen here. Get that out of the way. Okay, so as Tib said, we're going to talk about transceiver performance. In the last, well, 14 years ago was my first CTU presentation. We mostly talked about receivers, but now we need to talk about the whole shebang, receivers and the transmitter performance, which the transmitter today might be the limitation because the receivers are just amazing. So don't just focus on the receiver. I started testing in 1976, and I'd say some of the receivers or the transceiver performance was fairly mediocre. Today, it's amazingly improved, but in some cases, the transmitters have gotten worse. And in some cases, we've gone into a menu and made a bad choice. So we're going to talk about how to fix that. I get phone calls and emails saying, why isn't my website ranking by sensitivity? And it's really not an issue. If we go clear back to the R398, which some of you may be familiar with, the sensitivity, and that's a sideband sensitivity rating, 0.2 microvolts. And I use microvolts because we can go back and look at radios in the past because nobody heard of noise floor back in the 60s. And then the R4C, which I had a lot to do with to have improvements to it, 0.2 microvolts, and a K3S with the preamp number 1 on 0.2 microvolts. So we're not really limited by sensitivity in a practical way. What is a limit, and Frank mentioned this earlier, urban noise is a real problem. I moved to Denver in 1969, right out of college. And I would say that band noise has gone up about 3 dB per decade. It could be worse in some locations. I think line noise is worse. I don't think the power utilities take care of the insulators as well. Wall warts. We used to have a wall wart. Maybe it was a transformer and a couple of diodes, and now it's a switching power supply that makes racket. And of course, all the computer power supplies are switchers. And believe it or not, your modern household appliances have microprocessors in them. Your refrigerator, washing machine, dishwasher, they've got a blooming microprocessor in it. And that may be making noise from your house or your neighbor's houses. LED light bulbs, some are fine, some are not. VDSL is just a faster version of DSL, and that can leak out signals blocks away. And at least in Colorado, we're blessed with people growing pot in their basement, and they've got these 1,000-watt bulbs that make horrible racket. Of course, they don't pass the FCC specs, but they ship in from China, and guess what? They're terrible. So why isn't, if we had the perfect receiver, why isn't that alone adequate? Well, if we have a wide signal that's in our passband, and look at the passbands we have with DSP receivers today, we can be degraded in reception or even blocked. So what would these wide signals be? Well, I'm sure we all know what sideband splatter is, the guy that's up the band 10 kilohertz and we hear his monkey chatter. Excessive key clicks. Now, in the last December's ARRL 10-meter contest, I worked CW and sideband both. There was a CW station, the key clicks were 35 kilohertz wide, and I found him by just tuning until he got, the key clicks got stronger and stronger. And then broadband composite noise, not talked about much, but is a real problem at field day, for instance, or anything line of sight. There was that same contest on CW. There was a signal 50 kilohertz wide with composite noise, and I had to find him, and I did. And not only did he have his main signal and all that noise, he had like 10 other signals close in. So we can see with these amazing band scopes today what's going on. So what has really improved recently? Well, reciprocal mixing dynamic range was defined by the ARRL in 2012, and that has to do with the local oscillator in your transceiver, or if it's a direct sampling radio, the clock. And when the synthesizer noise has improved, that means the reciprocal mixing dynamic range is better. It also usually improves the transmit composite noise. Composite noise means phase noise plus AM noise, amplitude noise. That's the total noise, and that's what we hear on the air. We don't just hear phase noise, for instance. So examples of rigs that have really good, relatively close in, 10 kilohertz transmit composite noise, the K3S with the new synthesizer, or a K3 with the improved synthesizer, the top of the line Icon, and then the new Yaesu rigs, the 101D or the MP, and the FTDX10. And then at slightly wider offsets, which would be significant for field day, or a station that's on a different mode, the TS890S and the 7610 are also excellent. It's one thing that we're really happy to see that Yaesu has finally come to the program and now has transmitters with excellent transmit noise. So this has been a long time coming, and we're happy to see that here. So what numbers are most important in a multi-signal environment? Now, if we're the only guy on 10 meters, who cares? But we really would like big numbers in close-in dynamic range for CW and RTTY in particular. And I'll explain why on sideband that it's not as significant, and really the reason that we got away with using rigs for about 15 years that really had sort of mediocre close-in dynamic range. The reciprocal mixing I just mentioned, that has to do with your synthesizer, or transmit noise, splatter, and key clicks. So those are the things that we really need to pay attention to. So if you really haven't thought about transmit composite noise or reciprocal mixing dynamic range, well, what's it all about? Well, every oscillator has noise. In the old days when we had like an S line or a C line, we had a PTO, and it was pretty clean, and a crystal oscillator for each band. Well, that was super clean. But then the synthesized radios came along. Well, we liked that because we didn't have drift. We got general coverage, digital readout, but really the early synthesizers were terrible. So what happens if we're trying to work a weak signal, and that's the little bullet nose signal on the left, and there is a really strong signal nearby, and nearby is relative. That can be a perfect signal. Of course, that doesn't exist, but it doesn't matter. If it was a perfect signal, the noise on the local oscillator, and you say, well, I don't listen to the local oscillator. That's true. But let's say the local oscillator has noise, and it looks like that Gaussian curve over on the right. Well, that gets superimposed, mixed with the strong signal that's nearby, and puts noise sidebands on that signal. So then that can cover up this weak signal we're trying to work because of the reciprocal mixing. Now this graph here on the right assumes that the noise of our local oscillator falls off fairly quickly, and we hope it does, and some do, most do, but not all. Some just are flat, and they may have a number at 10 kilohertz and the same number at 100 kilohertz or 300 kilohertz. So in some cases, we can have that strong signal. It doesn't have to be nearby, meaning like 10 kilohertz away. It could be 100 kilohertz away. So that's what we have to deal with. So the devil's in the details. We have nice reviews in QST, and I always paid attention to Bob Ellison's sidebars. Now, Bob's actually retired, but you've got a lot of history of Bob Ellison's sidebars. So if you're looking at something in the past, go look at what he had to say, because that's usually the nitty gritty. So like in the March 2020 QST, he was reviewing the Xiegu G90. That's out of China. It's a 20-watt rig. It can go down to QRP, obviously. Popular for soda, parks on the air, and things like that. And he said the reciprocal mixing dynamic range, the phase noise, wasn't too good. And he also said CW sidebands, that's key clicks, worse than average. The transmit splatter, we all know what that is, higher than you'd like to see. And the transmit composite noise, they didn't use the word composite there, but that's what we hear. It was higher than we'd like to see. But the main thing was, do not use it with an amplifier, because we're not going to be a good neighbor. And Contest University has really emphasized, be a good neighbor and have a clean signal, because we have to share the bands. So here's something we're going to talk about, two things. This was the ARR contest, and 10 meters, 2018. I happen to be using a TS890. And we're trying to say, how do we really run our receiver the right way? So in this case, I'm on 10 meters at a quiet location out in the country, 5-element monobanger at 65 feet. I've got the preamp on, but how do we know if we need the preamp on? Because we don't want to just leave the preamp on regardless of the band. So we want to look at what I call antenna noise gain. And the easy way to compare is to switch to either a blank space, like maybe you've got an antenna port you're not using, or the RX port, or a dummy load. That'd be by the book. And we switch between, let's say, the dummy load or an open circuit and our antenna tuned in between stations. And if the band noise doesn't go up much, of course you can measure it, but 6 or 10 dB is real obvious. We'd like it to go up 8 or 10 dB. If it doesn't, turn the preamp on. But if the preamp's off on whatever band you're on, let's say we're on 15 meters or certainly 20, maybe we've already got a significant increase in antenna noise gain on 20, don't turn the preamp on. If you look in the lower right-hand corner, I've got the audio peak filter on, not real sharp. I'm not trying to really narrow it down to 100 Hertz, but we want to reduce noise because noise is tiring. So I set the bandwidth about, let's say 300 Hertz or something. And you can see here on 10 meters, it wasn't that much QRM. There were like 20 stations or more in a 10 kilohertz band, and I was running a 350 Hertz bandwidth. Now we get down to 160. Well, that's sort of the other side of the equation. Many more signals in this case, because 10 meters 2 years ago wasn't in great shape. Over 30 stations in a 10 kilohertz bandwidth. I was using a 7610 in this case. You can see in the upper middle, audio peak filters on again, and the bandwidth was at 250 Hertz. But look at the attenuator on the left. Well, certainly the preamp is not on the lower bands, unless we've got a beverage, and then you've probably got a separate preamp on your beverage. So why do we have the attenuator on 160 meters or 80 meters or even 40 meters? We have all sorts of sensitivity or receiver noise floor to burn. The difference in band noise on 10 meters in the daytime versus band noise on 160 at night is over 30 dB, 30. Well, our radios are designed to work on 10 meters and now, of course, 6 meters, so they have to be plenty sensitive. Well, we don't need that kind of sensitivity down on the low bands. You can have local signals at 160 miles away that are 60 over 9 maybe. So we want to reduce the chance of overload. The other thing is we really want to not be listening to band noise as loud as every signal on the band. We want the AGC threshold to be above band noise. How much? Well, I'd say about 10 dB is a good point. So how do you know that? Well, let's say we're on 160 and we don't have our attenuator on, which we should. We punch in 6 dB. Probably nothing changes as to the band noise with a 6 dB attenuation, but maybe at 12 it drops a noticeable amount. You don't have to measure it, but a noticeable amount. I worked one contest because I didn't have any new radios to run that year, and had a TS990 and a 7300. Well, the 7300 only has one attenuator, 20 dB. So I set it at 20, and I set the 990 at 18, as close as I could get them. I ran the whole contest with that much attenuation during the nighttime. And it was like nirvana. When I'm doing S&P, I tune between stations and the noise almost disappeared. Now you say, well, what about the weak stations? I had to turn the volume control up every once in a while, like what, 3% of the time or something. Now you can use the RF gain if you like. If you're using a Flex or an Apache, there's a separate adjustment as opposed to the attenuator, but most of the rigs don't work that way. So I happen to like the attenuator. The 7610, by the way, has 3 dB increments if you use that alternate mode, and I could have set it at 15 or 9. So that's pretty nice. So what else did I capture with this screenshot that I had no idea I was capturing when I took this picture with my iPhone? Well, look at the signal on the left. It says Keyclicks 5X. Look how wide that guy is on the band scope and on the waterfall. That's just terrible. You look over in the right where it says clean, and that signal is like 3 dB weaker. That's insignificant. Look how narrow it is on the band scope, and look how narrow it is on the waterfall. That's just tremendous. He's not causing QRM for another station nearby. So let's go back to the Keyclicks 5X and look at that little signal trying to peak up above his key clicks. You can see that in the band scope, and you can see it in the waterfall, but he's almost being covered up with key clicks. So we shouldn't be transmitting a signal like that. What about sideband? Well, unfortunately, our signals are not as clean as we would like, but technology has come along. Of course, we had Class A with, I believe, 3 Yaesu rigs in the past, no longer, but we have pure signal, which is their special name for pre-distortion. Pre-distortion is kind of like negative feedback or inverse distortion. So every amplifier, and particularly the solid state amps in the rig or in our linear, have a distortion product, and there's like a distortion curve, if you want to say. So this distortion can be canceled out. So I'm actually talking to the signal that says pure signal on 20 meters. Now he's an enhanced sideband guy, so his bandwidth was set at 4.6 kilohertz. Well, I don't do that. Certainly, I hope nobody does that in the contest, but let's say it was 2.7. But the point is, look at that signal straight up and down, like a rectangle on the waterfall. And then 14 kilohertz down the band, well, that guy is kind of wide. His total splatter, now you've got to be strong to see it that bad. It's probably 20/9, and the band noise is running, you know, S3 or something. This picture was actually taken a couple years ago, well, in June of 2019. So I don't really want my signal to look like the one on the left, but right now, Apache Labs is the only one that has that feature written by Warren Pratt NR0V. It's open source software. So let's look at more typical ways that we look at transmit signals on sideband. We use a spectrum analyzer, and this is the cleanest transmitter I've ever owned, a Collins 30S3. I wish that I had a newer one that was that good. So there's, how do we measure that in the lab? Well, we have a spectrum analyzer with cursors. So we put one cursor on the two-tone test. It doesn't matter which one, they're equal. And then we put the other cursor on whichever intermodulation product we're trying to measure, 3rd, 5th, 7th, or 9th, for example. Well, you can see in the upper right, it says minus 36.5 dB. And that's the way to measure it properly. But then the advertisements and the reviews these days, they rate it against what we call PEP, peak envelope power. They just add 6 dB to the number. It doesn't make the distortion any better. It's kind of like taking your speedometer on a modern car that's on miles per hour and switching it to kilometers. Well, the number got bigger, but guess what? You're still going 60 miles an hour. So the other thing to look at with this Collins with negative feedback, and of course 6146s, we'll never see those again. The distortion products 80 dB down are like plus or minus 10. So that's just tremendous. But unfortunately, we don't see that very often today. So here's the second cleanest transmitter I've ever owned, the TS990S. It's only about 2 or 3 dB worse on the third order, not a tremendous degradation. It's a 50 volt PA, and it's easier to design a 50 volt PA than a 13 volt PA. So we can see here the distortion about minus 33.9, but look, it doesn't fall off as quickly. The other one was plus or minus 10 until it was like 80 dB down. And this one's about plus or minus 18 kilohertz, 80 dB down. Now we're not going to hear the 80 dB down stuff, but you get the idea. Well, there's a K3. Well, it's about 10 dB worse than the Collins, but even more significant, it hasn't fallen off to 80 dB down at plus or minus 20. But the real purpose for this picture is, well, what's happening on the air? And why did I say earlier that for sideband, we really didn't need as good a receiver on sideband? So let's look 4 kilohertz away from the signal with the arrow there on the left, and the distortion product of the 2 tones is down 45 dB. Well, we don't transmit tones, and really the higher frequency sibilant sounds, S sound, CQ tone contest, those what really splatter out. Well, let's say we're really down 55 or maybe even 60 dB on a given moment when he's calling CQ. The dynamic range of here a TS590SG, a very modest priced radio. I think new it's about $1,400 and used maybe $900. Which dynamic range is in the low 90s. So if the splatter is down even 60 dB, the receiver's dynamic range is 90 dB, the receiver's not the limit. And that's the reason we got away with using all those up conversion radios that had close in dynamic range of about 70, plus or minus 3 or 4. Because on sideband, the splatter was probably the limit. CW, a different story. Well, here's what you could have had at one point in time from Yaesu. This was an FT1000 Mark V. This was Pete W6XX SK, unfortunately. I always said if you couldn't copy Pete, the band was dead. Well, he had a phenomenal signal, a great Yagi, and a very potent audio. And look how clean that is. The distortion products are way down, and you say like you can't even hardly see the distortion sideband. So this is what Class A was able to do. Well, we don't have Class A in a modern rig, so that's gone. But we do have adaptive pre-distortion. Now, Elecraft says the K4 someday, probably next year, we hope, will have pre-distortion. And Flex has talked about it for, I don't know, 8 or 10 years. I know it's on their list. I wish they would implement it. So here is the real world. This was on 75 meters, about 8:30 in the morning with a generally local QSO radius of 50 or 100 miles. And that's my signal on the bottom where it says Kenwood. And I'm a little bit stronger than the guy that talked next that was running a Apache 200D, but look at the difference. Now he's a little bit weaker than I am, but not a whole lot. My signal's like 3 times as wide at say like 60 dB down. So I wish that I could have a signal like the one with the pre-distortion. Okay, what about CW? And what happens if we go under a menu and we pick a wrong number? Almost every modern rig today has the ability to adjust rise time. And that has to do with how quickly when we make contact with the key or a bug or whatever, and the signal gets up to full power, how quickly does it go from 0 to full power? Well, we would hope that if we're trying to work a weak signal, 1 kilohertz away from a strong signal that we should be able to copy. If we just had a rock on the key, the signal might be, I don't know, 100 hertz wide or something, but we're sending something like 59 Colorado. And so in this case, if we went into our menu, and this is a TS890S, and went from 1 millisecond rise time, which is the top graph, to 6 milliseconds, which is the adjustment range, the key clicks at 1 kilohertz offset change 25 dB. Now, I don't think any OEM should even offer you 1 or 2 milliseconds. ICOM goes 2 to 8, Kenwood 1 to 6. I would certainly start at 6, maybe even 8, but if you say that's a little too soft, okay, let's put 6 on everybody's radio. Elecraft doesn't let you screw up. I think they program 5, but they won't let you change it and pick a terrible number. So I wish the OEMs would just quit this. I mean, it should flash up on screen and say, you just turned key clicks on. So we're going to have to take care of that on our own. So you say rise time, what did I mean? Well, this is in the time domain. You can see on the left, this happened to be a 10 tech, and its adjustment range was 3 to 10. I still wouldn't pick 3, but you can see on the left, the signal ramped up pretty quickly, and on the right, it ramped up much slower, so the key clicks would vastly change. So that's up to us today. Go into a menu, pick 6 milliseconds. Transmit composite noise. We don't hear too much about it. Field day, it's a horrendous problem, and Frank, W3LPL, and W3OA, they really know how to do field day. You've really got to get your antenna set up right, but you got to pick the right rigs. You don't want to bring a rig into field day that's going to cause a big problem, particularly since we've got CW stations, FT8 and sideband, all on the same band. So here's an example of a clean rig. You don't have to worry about what does dBc per hertz mean, but it's just a big number. So the K3S at 10 kilohertz is a wonderful number. And at 100 kilohertz, it didn't go up much because it was fantastic to start with. The ICOM 7610, not quite as good at 10, but virtually identical at 100, so we'll call them identical. But then remember I said a while ago that some of these rigs, they don't get better with transmit noise at higher offsets. So you look at the Yaesu 3000, it's not a great number at 10 kilohertz offset, but it's no better at 100 or 200 or 300. So that's a problem. Let me give you a real world example of how big a problem this can be. I mean, it's in general, I would say, exclusive of field day, which we're in 1,000-foot radius, it's line of sight. But in the case in Boulder, Colorado, people live up in the foothills above the city. And there's one station that's about 1,000 feet above the elevation in Boulder. And he used to run an FT1000 MP, and he didn't bother another ham in the city who has a stack on 15 meters. He's a big 15-meter fan. No trouble. But then he got a new radio, the FTDX 3000, and suddenly the station 5 miles away in town that was line of sight was getting almost the entire band on 15 meters wiped out with broadband noise. So that's what we don't want to do. We're not being a good neighbor then. So let's get real techie for just a moment. The league has a really fine piece of test equipment from Roden and Schwartz, but it only measures transmit phase noise. And usually that's okay. If they had a perfect world, that was all we need to worry about. But sometimes a radio has AM noise, amplitude noise. So this is the newer $150,000 piece of test equipment from Roden and Schwartz. If you look at the blue graph that goes down, down, down to the right, that's wonderful. That's the phase noise. But in this case, it happens to be when you back off the power to 30 watts, which might be all the power you need to drive a LD MOS linear. Well, the black line is AM noise, and that's as much as like 18 dB worse at a 20 kilohertz offset. So that's going to cause a problem. To show you that composite noise is the combination of phase noise and AM noise, if you look at a 150 hertz offset, you can see the black line and the blue line cross over each other, and the composite noise, the green line, is 3 dB higher. That's exactly what it should be in theory, and that's what it measured. So the next slide is going to talk about composite noise with a bunch of rigs. I don't expect you to memorize this, but if you can look at the presentation later, drop me an email. You can see that for certain environments, you're going to hope that you're going to have the better numbers. So for a typical pileup, we would probably look at the 10 kilohertz numbers. But maybe if we're talking about field day, or you've got a neighbor a mile away, and you're going to say, okay, I'm going to go up the band, then you might want to look at the 100 kilohertz data. This is the combined data from my lab and from Robbie S53WW. So we measured some of the rigs, we only each had the data. In some cases, we had both, like in the FTDX 101D. And our agreement was pretty darn good within 1 or 2 or 3 dB. So you would rather have your rigs be the upper third as opposed to the bottom third. So there's just some data you can look at later to say, okay, I'm going to field day and let's weed out the ones that are maybe not a good choice. I don't know if you read my article in QST November 2019, and the league came up with the title, "It's Time to Clean Up Our Transmitters." Good for them. It was originally going to be a QEX article talking about phase noise, but I said, well, there's more to it than that. So I included all 3 types of noise: phase noise, composite noise, and key clicks and splatter and all that. So I really think the league did us a service by saying we need for our manufacturers to now put more emphasis on the transmit side. The receivers are tremendous today. So let's fix the other side of the equation. It was interesting, in the same issue, November 2019, QST, they also tested the Expert 1.5 KFA with pure signal pre-distortion from Apache. Now, they were just measuring the third order. It improved 17 dB, but overall, it improves it so you got that rectangle as opposed to the signal with the wings on it. The league also published an interesting compendium of amplifiers, tube-type amplifiers, in 1997, and all their data for third order distortion products, and this was the PEP method, so it made it 6 dB bigger, but okay, well, that's what we have to live with. All those tube amps were -40 to -50 dB, and that's great. But now we're almost all LDMOS. So, or just the transistors, whatever they are in your rig. So the Elecraft KPA 1500 in the QST review, -30, as opposed to -40 or -50. The Power Genius that we tested in Colorado, it was -30, a little better on 40, a little bit worse on 10. Then from the QST article, the Expert, well, -30. Well, if I was transmitting with my TS990S, that's -40. But if I run my -40 signal through a -30 amplifier, guess what? It's -30. The league published curves a couple of times that was really interesting. So the one on the left was the KPA 1500 from Elecraft, and the blue line is 20 meters. And you can see it's pretty straight up through about 1 kilowatt, and then it starts to compress a bit. So I'd probably run on sideband the KPA 1500 at about 1 kilowatt. CW, no problem. Well, then they tested the ACOM solid state 1200S. Well, in this case, the 20 meter graph is red, and it's darn straight up to about 700 watts, but then it almost goes horizontal. So I would never run that amplifier above about half power. And they did publish the half power distortion products, and it was much better. The 600S is also similar. So you need to know what will your amplifier really do, and where should you really run the power level. Just because it says it can put out 1 kilowatt doesn't mean you should run it that way. So the bottom line today, all 6 major brands have amazing receiver capability, and the limit on a given contact might be the guy's next, a few kilohertz away on the sideband is splatter, a kilohertz away on the CW being the key clicks, or it might be composite noise that conceivably could be 100 kilohertz away. So those are the things we have to watch for. So the challenge really is for us, the consumer, unless we demand cleaner transmitters. Hopefully we're not saying, I like to be wide in the contest so people stay away. Well, that's really not the way we want to be. So the competition for better performance numbers were dramatic over 15 to 20 years. If we go back when the first upconversion radios came out, we had 70 dB radios, and now we got 100 dB radios without even trying. So competition drove the technology on the receivers. And OEMs finally, in the last few years, probably when the synthesizer for the K3, the new one, came out in the K3S and then was retrofittable, and then the later Yaesu and TS890S, etc., the synthesizers dramatically improved. So it really took some engineering to do it a new way. So in order to hopefully see the improvement in transmitters, we just need to say to the manufacturers, make this better. Well, here's the top 21 transceivers off my website, the individual models. There's multiple listings for some, like the K3 goes clear back to 2008, and then there's K3S, and then there was data on 10 meters versus the Flex 6700. And then all the direct sampling radios that have an ADC chip, audio to digital converter chip. There's more variation, not enormous, but there's more sample variation. So there's 2 copies, 2 samples for some of those rigs. So this is the top 21 individual models. Now that can go clear down to the ICOM 705, which I'll talk about in a minute. So you can have great success with any of these. The price range is amazing, $1,000 new to up to 12,000 or more. N2IC, I believe he's listening today. He has a pair of 590s, and he's a hell of a contester. So you don't have to spend a pile of money and really be competitive. Now, of these 21 transceivers, I've run 15 of them on the air at my contest station in the last 14 years. Some of them many times, like the 7300 that's only $1,000. I've run that 8 times in a contest. And often I'll set up, since I have multiple positions, I might have the 7300 on 10 meters, and I've got some other rig on another band. So where's the elephant in the room? Well, the K4 is finally shipping. I think they've shipped about 40, something like that. So we know the architecture, and that's been verified talking to Wayne on email. And the last couple of Zoom presentations from Elecraft, they've said approximately what they think the numbers are. And actually, I'll have numbers within 2 weeks from a friendly ham that's going to loan me one. So they say the dynamic range, close in. Of course, it doesn't matter with the direct sampling radio. Close in, 2 kilohertz versus 20 kilohertz doesn't matter. That doesn't change, unlike with the roofing filter radios. So upper 90s, that's no surprise. That's where almost all the direct sampling radios are. And that's perfectly adequate most of the time. The blocking in the mid 120s. Now that will be the difference between the HD model would be more like a K3S, but we may not see that for who knows how long. So a K4 will have 1 ADC, 1 FPGA, and 1 set of band pass filters, similar to half of a 7610 from an architecture standpoint. I'm not talking about features. And it can be on 2 bands. We could be listening on 20 and 15, but then the front end filter set would have to go broadband. If you have the K4D, that would be just like a 7610 architecturally, direct sampling, 2 ADCs, 2 FPGAs, 2 bandpass filter sets, and 2 independent receivers. And then the K4HD, that'll be a lot like the Yaesu FTDX 101D. And it can have up to 3 roofing filters per receiver. But roofing filters aren't cheap, so maybe you can order it with 2, 1 for each receiver, and then up to 6. But we'll just have to see what they offer. So what came out since CTU last year? So I'm going to talk about the ICOM 705, and we have a lucky winner today, and the FTDX 10, and I got to use both of these in contests. So the 705 covers 160 through 70 centimeters, and in the lab, the numbers are virtually identical to an ICOM 7300 with what ICOM calls IP plus turned off. That's dither. That's a linearization technique for the ADC chip. And we certainly see the difference in the lab. But because the distortion products in a direct sampling radio are relatively low and are probably covered up by band noise on 80, 40, and 160, what be interesting to see how much we notice turning on IP plus on 10 meters in a few years when we've got wall-to-wall signals from 28.3 to 29, if not 29.1, like we had 7 or 8 years ago. So this linearization IP plus, I've never heard a difference on 40 meters, for instance, and I've asked this at many presentations, but I'll bet we'll hear the difference on 10 meters come some really great sunspots. So if you have a 705, it works just like a 7300 or a 7610. Lots of VHF figures, satellites, all sorts of stuff. I didn't have time to play with that. The ergonomics are really excellent. The scope's the same size as a 7300, and it's the size of a brick, weighs about 2.5 pounds. Great for soda, parks on the air, picnic in the backyard, whatever. Common user interface, like all the current direct sampling rigs, the 7300, the 7610, the 9700, which is the VHF UHF model, and the 705 now. And everything today I call software defined. Now, some people use it to say, well, I run it with a computer, but there is so much software in every radio today. There was just an update to all 4 of those ICOM rigs as far as a firmware update. The 7610 came out last about 3 weeks ago, I guess. So it has a new scroll feature that makes it almost as good as the way this the waterfall works on the TS890S that I loved. So I'm really happy with this firmware update.
5 minutes.
Okay, so I operated the contest on 3 times with the 705. I wasn't running QRP. I did drive an amp, but I was seeing how did this receiver work. Sweepstakes, 100 Qs. I just did that for fun. ARRL 160, almost 400 contacts. Search and pounce only. 2 JAs, 80 sections. I was on the air 16 hours for someone who was at that point 73 years old. That's about all I can do. 10 meters, it worked great. I really needed a headset for Vox because the headset I bought that works on an HT didn't work on the Vox, but it worked fine. And I had 362 contacts on 10 meters. What about the new FTDX1? Well, it's a cheaper version, and really the lab numbers are just a bit less than the 101D. The ergonomics, a little clumsy for me. The buttons are kind of small. And there was a significant firmware update in April. They improved the key clicks a lot, and they improved the waterfall for the 2D waterfall. The 3D waterfall to me is useless. Waterfall means I've got a history. I like to see about 30 seconds at least of history in my waterfall. With the 3D, even with the firmware update, and there's a new one that just came out May 5th, 14th, the 2D waterfall now doesn't go away when you transmit. The 3D still does, and I'm told by Yaesu out of the UK that it will never get fixed. I don't understand that. So the 101D, the MP, and the 101D, I mean the FTDX10, limitations on the 3D waterfall seem useless to me. Contest, I only got to run it in 1. CQ Worldwide 160. I worked a little over 200 Qs. Search and pounce, 3 JAs. Obviously no trouble working DX. 45 sections. I only had 7 hours. I didn't get to work Sunday, had other commitments. The audio peak filter worked great. Selectivity was great. Ergonomics could be better. The band scope needs averaging, and Yaesu owner's been talking about this since the 101D shipped. The firmware, most recent firmware, May 14th. I haven't installed yet. I'm only on the April update. So there you have it. Time for question time. If you want to send me an email to get a PDF, or of course, Tim will have it up on his website, or ask me a question, I can do that. And there we are, Tim.
Yep, perfect, Rob. And yes, the presentation is up on contestuniversity.com. Thank you, Terry, for doing that. And with that, let's go over to K1AR for a question.
Okay. A lot of, Rob, you were really good. I had a list of questions here and you kept answering them. So I kept scratching them off as you kept saying. So one question about key clicks. It's probably fair to say that a lot of hams, maybe most hams, don't even realize the implications of rise time on key clicks. So, given the targets that you suggested we should default our radios to if they allow to it, why would an OEM even offer something at 1 or 2 milliseconds in the first place? What would be the advantage of keeping it down there if you don't happen to care about key clicks?
I wish I knew the answer to it. Maybe they're saying, well, somebody's going to be sending it 60 words a minute or 90 words a minute, which, like, who cares? So I think it's just a mindset. Well, this is adjustable. I'm going to give the guy a lot of options, and they don't really understand. When I was talking to one OEM about 4 years ago, I'd measured the rise time at 1.4 milliseconds, and the CEO said, "What's wrong with that?" So I don't think it's well understood. Now, for instance, that update on the I measured a 101 MP that was local, and they brought it up to my contest station, and the bandwidth at 30 words a minute was just over 500 hertz at -60. So in that case, the firmware update made a dramatic improvement, probably cut the bandwidth down by a factor of 3.
So Scott, N3RA, welcome to the moderators team, and a question for Rob.
All right, thank you, Rob, and thank you, Tim. A couple of questions on pre-distortion. One was, is pre-distortion happen to be patented by Apache, or is it just a choice of the other manufacturers not to be implementing it? And then how does pre-distortion work when you're running an amplifier?
Okay, perfect. No, I mean, pre-distortion has been around in the broadcast world, in the cell phone industry, for decades. So this is nothing new. Apache is open source. If another OEM wanted to use Warren Pratt's software, then they would have to go open source. Well, we know that's not going to happen. So they'll have to write their own. So they just need a clever programmer and enough horsepower to run it, because there's a lot of horsepower in an i7 computer, for instance, to run, or an i5 to run pure distortion, pure signal pre-distortion. And what was the other question? How's it? Oh, amplifier.
Yep.
Okay, so all you need is a sampler. Most of the current rigs that have current amplifiers that have just come out in the last few years have that built in. But let's say you've got an L4B or SB220. You just need an external sampler at the output, and you can buy it or build it. And then that sampled output that's about 50 dB weaker than the kilowatt goes back into the rig. So any amplifier can be cleaned up, whether it's a tube amp or a solid state amp. We just need an external sampler if it isn't built in.
John, another question for Rob.
Sure. I think this would be a helpful topic just to have you comment on, Rob, in general, and that is transmitted phase noise also affected by linear amplifiers? In other words, does a linear amplifier add noise of its own, or is it just passing through what the transceiver is generating?
For the most part, it's probably passing through what the transceiver generates. It's possible that you could create some additional phase noise or composite noise in the amplifier, but that's really not much of an issue.
Thank you, Rob. Scott, another question for Rob.
Okay, somebody is asking if you could go into more detail about the Yaesu meter averaging that you mentioned and what benefits that might provide.
Oh, the averaging of the spectrum scope?
Yes.
Okay, well, it's real jumpy, and it kind of gets tired to look at it. Now, if you were just running on a guess and ignoring the band scope, you would probably don't care. But almost everybody else has averaging capability. So it's just not jumping around as though it was, going crazy. So it's an eye fatigue problem. It also makes it harder to see things, because if it's really jumping around, and like that picture that I had where the weak guy was being almost covered up by the key clicks, you would never see that in the Yaesu, because you can't average that out.
Okay, John, another question for Rob.
Sure. Rob, this is really maybe directed towards newer contesters, but it may really apply to everybody. And that is, unlike you, most of us are not spending day and night, sort of in the depths of all of this data and information that you have analyzed so well and presented well. So if I'm just a guy who's doing a drive-by observance of specifications, and I'm looking to buy a radio, at the end of the day, what are the one or two key specification areas I should really pay attention to for me to make a decision for a contest radio?
Okay. Well, of course, you had that list that had 21. If you pick any of those, that's a good start. But and you really, in price, ergonomics, reliability, factory service, updates to fix bugs or new features, that's all important. We don't want to think this is not a one number game. As I mentioned, almost everybody's radio has totally adequate sensitivity. On 6 meters, you're always going to run a preamp if you're in a quiet location. I've never heard or listened to a transceiver yet on 6 meters that didn't need a preamp, but that's really not an issue. If you're a sideband only contester, then really the dynamic range number is probably not going to be a major factor. But if you're got other hams nearby, you really don't want to transmit a bunch of wideband noise. So if you go to that list that you can get on the, look at the PDF later, that had all those different tests from me and from Robbie, you would hope that your neighbor doesn't have one at the bottom and you don't want one at the bottom because you don't want to make all that noise. So dynamic range, and then the reciprocal mixing dynamic range. So there's two dynamic range numbers you'd want to have, something 90 plus, let's say. But you don't have to spend a fortune. And look at the used market. I mean, the 7300 crashed the used market. So you can buy a fine radio today for $700. That's modern technology. I'm not talking about going back to a Swan 350 or something.
And the point about the TS590 that N2IC is using, I mean, that it's amazing how much performance you can get, out of an IC 7610, an IC 7300, or the TS590. And you're right, on the used market, that's the place to go. So very good, Rob. Let's go back to Scott.
Let me make one comment.
Go ahead.
When new ham, people say, well, what should a new ham buy? And I don't care if he's got a budget of $5,000. I say new ham, buy a 7300, be on the air for a year and see what maybe features you want, because hopefully all the new hams stay around, but if they don't, they didn't spend a pile of money. So it's an amazing entry-level radio we can buy today right out of the box. And not entry level meaning it's going to really hurt you. You mean just a perfectly fine radio.
Yeah, and very high performance for the money. Scott, over to you for another question.
Yeah, I love the 7300. The transmit composite noise table with suggestions for better and worse radios for field day has mainly newer and higher priced radios. Do you have any similar results or suggestions for some of the more common older radios that might be out there, such as the 991, the 897, the 7100s, and I'll even add the 765s of the world and so forth?
Well, if we go way back, I don't think there were issues with transmitted composite noise. I mentioned that Yaesu finally got their act together, but if you went back to an old-fashioned radio, it didn't have a problem. But once synthesized radios came along, that's when things really went to put. So I've got, I think, 13 radios that I've got transmit noise on in a table. I mean, I think almost all of them are in that compendium, but if somebody wanted my list, I can send it out and I'll put it up on my website. So the field day is the worst environment most of us ever have to deal with. So there's where we really need to look at that top third there on the on that chart that has data from S53, WW, and me.
So there was a question in the chat, what manufacturer is the 7300? That's the ICOM IC 7300, the ICOM IC 7300. Over to you, John.
All right. Rob, I'm going to guess that most hams don't have a Roden Schwartz box in their shack to measure specifications of the radio. So someone asked here a good question. Is there kind of a poor man's solution, like using a signal sampler, a tiny SA spectrum analyzer combo, just a way to, and a poor man's way to just kind of look at your transmitted signals with reasonable accuracy and give you a sense of what you have in your own shack?
Oh, absolutely. Matter of fact, funny is this thing. I don't have a $150,000 piece of test equipment either. I use a Perseus. Now, Tim's very familiar with it. K3LR has 6 of them up in the rack. And it's a wonderful piece of test equipment for me. It's an FFT spectrum analyzer. With most rigs, you can make the measurement directly. The really good ones in the last few years, you need a crystal bandpass filter to reduce the fundamental. So you can do it with the Perseus. You could do it with a 6000 Flex. You could do it with an Apache 200 or 7000 or 8000. So really, those direct sampling radios that really give accurate readings in dBm can be used to make that measurement. The Perseus is, you can buy it at HRO for $770. And if you already own a Flex or an Apache, you can use that.
Great. Scott, another question for Rob.
Rob, how do you think the ham community can go about applying the appropriate kind of pressure to manufacturers to, as the ARRL and you mentioned, cleaning up the transmitting act?
Well, I guess we really have to see, let's say on the pre-distortion subject, we know that Flex can do it. We know that Elecraft says they will do it. So then if those 3 OEMs, Apache, Flex, and Elecraft offer it, let's say next year, and then the people are buying those radios because they really do want to have a clean signal. Well, then the other 3 might say, maybe I better get with the program. So it's going to take competition.
Okay, Rob. And final question, John, for Rob.
Sure. Rob, rightfully so. I think you and others spend most of your energy looking at ICOM, the big guys, Elecraft, Flex, Yaesu, so forth, Kenwood. Is there any sleeping giants out there that we don't really know about that maybe keep Ray up at night thinking about other manufacturers or anybody emerging out there that you've bumped into, or do you not have the time to look yourself?
Well, believe it or not, there are 10 QRP rigs on my website, and I just added the G90. And some of them, of course, are at this point are 20 watts or fewer watts. But you wonder if those rigs over time, those companies will get in to fight the big 6. I'm not aware of anything that's sort of in the weeds that might come down the pike. It's interesting that, like with many OEMs right now, we're kind of constrained on product on the shelf to sell. But like the Andromeda from Apache will have a computer built in and an LCD built in, kind of like a 6600M. So if a person does want that type of design, that will be available from Apache. We'll call one of the 6. But I don't know of anybody that's, well, now we do have expert out of Russia that has the MB1, and I haven't tested that because the one I had several years ago had infant mortality and I never got it to run it through the lab. So I guess that might be an unknown as far as testing, and maybe RSGB will test it or something like that.
Well, thank you, Rob. And I want to thank you for all the work that you've done to help Contest University over the years. You've been a tremendous supporter of this program, and we certainly look forward to having you back in person next year in Dayton. So we wish you the very best. I want to remind everybody that you want to stick around through the Hall of Fame presentation, because at the conclusion of the Hall of Fame presentation, or it could even happen in the middle, we'll be giving away a new ICOM IC7610. And Ray Novak will be here to help do that. So you want to stick around for that. Rob, thank you very much. And we'll let you go on to doing other measuring projects. And I'd like to introduce at this time the CQ Worldwide Contest Manager and Chairman of the CQ Worldwide Contest Committee, John Doerr, K1AR, for our 2021 CQ Hall of Fame for the contest is the Contest Hall of Fame from CQ Magazine. John, take it away.
All right, let me take off my moderator hat here and put on my Hall of Fame hat. So this is really another tradition that most of you know we've done in the Contest Dinner for many years now. And unfortunately, we can't do it that way this time around, but in some ways, this is kind of cool. So we're going to have over 1,000 people are going to be able to see this, which we haven't been able to do in the past. Let me just quickly say a couple words about the Hall of Fame for those of you who are not familiar with it, sponsored by CQ Magazine. So the CQ Contest Hall of Fame originated back in 1986. So it's been something that's been going on now for quite a while. In those days, the very first recipient was K2GL. You may know as the N2AA contest station, and followed the next year very quickly by new members KH6IJ and G3FXB. Since then, we now in total have 77 members that are in the Contest Hall of Fame from all around the world, US and otherwise. And one of the things that sometimes people don't realize about the Contest Hall of Fame is this is not a entity that's designed to honor people who are the best operators. In fact, many members or some members of the Contest Hall of Fame really aren't known for their operating skills as much as they're known for the contributions that they have provided to contesting and to the hobby at large. So we really are proud of the fact that members of the Contest Hall of Fame are recognized for their contributions to contesting, for their desire and ability to go above and beyond, for their operating skill and for their leadership. Now, members of the Contest Hall of Fame are nominated by clubs generally, or even in some cases, national organizations in smaller cases. The target is generally about two new members per year, plus or minus a little. And the process is really very simple. Nominations are provided, and the combination of the CQ contest directors across the portfolio of CQ contest, as well as columnists and CQ management vote. And it's a very straight up system to decide who ends up getting inducted into a particular class for a year. Nominations are due March 1st. So for any of you who are thinking as a club or entity for nominating somebody next year, the nominations are due by then. And that's a pretty tight deadline. Okay, so today we're going to be inducting, I should say, two new members into the Contest Hall of Fame. And it's my honor and thrill to be able to tell you right now that the two new members of this year's class of 2021 are K8CC and K6XX. And both, I'm sure you would agree, are certainly worthy candidates. So as many of you may have heard, Dave Pruitt, KHCC, passed away back in December of 2020. And nevertheless, his accomplishments speak for themselves. And it just seemed appropriate that the best person who could probably begin the presentations today on Dave's behalf is Dave's brother, Tom Pruitt, W8CI. So without further delay, I'm going to turn it over to Tom, and I'll let him speak on behalf of his brother, Dave Pruitt, KHCC. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, thank you, John. You hear me?
Yep.
Okay, very good. So yes, I'm Tom Pruitt, W8CI, and I would like to introduce you to my brother, Dave. I have a slideshow here. I will share some pictures while I'm talking. Okay, can you see that? Okay, Dave received his novice license in 1969 while a sophomore in high school, taking his exam at the nearby Heathkit store. He upgraded to advanced class the same year and to extra class in 1976. He obtained the call sign K8CC in 1977. We grew up in Livonia, Michigan, running low power with simple antennas from our parents' QTH. He developed a love for contesting after several years operating Field Day with Bill Stocking, W8BVU, a school teacher who took Dave under his wing. In 1976, he went away to college in Siloam Springs, Arkansas, where he became lifelong friends with father and son amateurs John N5DX and Stan K5GO Stockton, and operated many contests with them from N5DX. He came home to Michigan and joined the Mad River Radio Club in 1982. In 1983, he bought 5 acres in Superior Township, Michigan, and built his QTH. The first tower went up the weekend of the 1986 CQ Worldwide Sideband Contest. The station has grown to 5 towers with 30 antennas from 1.8 to 1296 megahertz. With the help of other operators, they operated many contests and accumulated over 300,000 QSOs, all uploaded to the ARRL logbook of the world. That's enough for 5-band DXCC, 5-band worked all states, and over 250 countries. Dave graduated in 1982 with a degree in electrical engineering. He retired in June 2014 after 33 and a half years at Chrysler Corporation. He'd been to the Caribbean multiple times, operating as K8CC Portable C6A, from the Bahamas, from Puerto Rico twice as WP3X, and multiple times from St. Croix as WP2Z and KP2TM. In 1984, I was working in Honduras, Central America, for an AM/FM shortwave broadcast station. Dave came down to be the best man in my wedding. Of course, Dave couldn't pass up the opportunity to get on the air. So we matched the station's 200-foot tower on 160 meters and threw up a beverage receive antenna. And he ran pileups all night using the call HR1 DAP until 5 a.m. when the station needed their antenna back. In 1996, he participated in the World Radio Sport Team Championship in San Francisco, California, as part of a 2-man team with K5GO. And they finished 10th out of 52 participating teams from around the world. His main interests in amateur radio were HF, VHF, UHF contesting and DXing, developing software for his interests in amateur radio, and station design and homebrewing equipment. Dave was a well-known contester and DXer. He had friends all around the world and was known as a kind and helpful mentor to others. He had served as president of the Mad River Radio Club, Great Lakes Division representative for the ARRL Contest Advisory Committee, chairman for the Michigan QSO Party Organizing Committee, ARRL volunteer log checker for the ARRL 10-meter contest, and the former editor for the National Contest Journal. Dave became a silent key on December 29th, 2020. So back to you, John.
All right, thank you, Tom. I think it would also, we thought it'd be appropriate also to get some additional comments on Dave from Victor K1LT, who's available now to say a few words. So Victor, go right ahead.
Okay, I didn't know Dave very well, despite the fact we both were part of the Mad River Radio Club. We most of our communications concerned club business, and we didn't Never talked to him very much about his general ham radio activity, but I had to do some research to learn what I didn't know. So Tom's already covered a lot of the stuff I was going to mention, but he didn't mention a few things. So Dave, one of his passions was the Mad River Radio Club. He was president 3 times. He was also at various times the secretary, the treasurer. He was a newsletter editor for quite a while, and he did a lot of writing for the newsletter. So that stuff is up on Mad River website if anybody really wants to look at it. Like Tom said, he wrote the contest. He wrote software, but the thing he most notably wrote was called NA. It's one of the original real-time contest logging packages that I use that a lot. A lot of other people have used it a lot. It's kind of a classic. Should be preserved. Dave liked to design his own antennas, so he designed a 5-element Yagi and had that published in the NCJ. He was NCJ editor for a while. Tom mentioned that Dave was active in the Michigan QSO party and that he managed it. But he also, not only did he manage it, he also participated in a very substantial way. He, along with some other people, he visited every Michigan county at various times, and a total of 108 different counties over 5 years with one guy I talked to. Another time, maybe it was one of the pictures that went by on the slideshow, was he put together a multi-op operation from a rare county, complete with portable towers and the whole works. So that's kind of, and that he wrote an article about that also appeared in the NCJ. That's a good one to look up. It's just a fun thing. You saw pictures of a station go by. He was really into station building, so that's just impressive. But the thing that really stand out from the people I talked to about Dave was he and Tom said this too, he was a mentor. He helped other people. Several people I talked to said he helped them get established in their contesting careers. He invited them to his station, to operate. He built stuff for them or loaned them equipment. And certainly had plenty of advice for him. So that's probably his most outstanding contribution. So I'm impressed with this guy. I wish I had gotten to know him better when he was still around. Thanks. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Victor. That's great. So in summary, I guess what you could say about Dave Pruitt, KHCC, is that he was a huge contributor and leader in our contest community. He was a great contester. He was somebody filled with humility and, simply put, a wonderful human being. And as a result, it's my privilege and honor to acknowledge the entry today of Dave Pruitt, KHCC, into CQ's Contest Hall of Fame. And you can applaud at home or however you choose to do it, but it's well deserved. Thank you. Okay, let's see, Tim, do you want to interject here or keep going?
You're on a roll, AR. Keep going.
All righty. Okay. Let's see here. So we now have a second inductee, and today's second inductee, as I mentioned earlier, is Bob Wilbert, K6XX. So speaking on Bob's behalf, as an introduction, is Rick Tevin, N6XI. Rick, it's all yours.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, contesters. It's a privilege and a pleasure to introduce Bob Wilbert, K6XX, as he enters the Contest Hall of Fame. Born in Santa Rosa, California, Bob has lived ever since in the Golden State. He attended UC Berkeley and Santa Barbara and entered the semiconductor industry in Silicon Valley, managing to remain technical and productive despite stints as a manager. He semi-retired and built his dream station in the Santa Cruz Mountains while working for California's favorite radio company, Elecraft. Bob joined the Northern California Contest Club in 1989. We asked candidates to leave the room while we debate their applications. So today will be the first time that Bob learns that I was the only member to vote against him. No, not really. In fact, I've watched him excel ever since. A frequent member of our board of directors, he also served 3 terms as VP contest chairman and 1 as president. He authored our sweepstakes handbook, a tool that propelled our club to many victories. He's an instructor at Visalia Contest Academy and a learned presence on our email reflector. For our 1996 running of WRTC, he built the website, inspected many of the volunteered home stations, and was probably personally responsible for rejecting my station because it had the unfair advantage of a 40-meter rotary dipole. Bob's extremely active, especially in WRTC qualifying events. He was a team leader in 2010 in Russia, thanks Bob, and in 2018 in Germany, where he came in 18th out of 63. Outstanding. Here are a few of his many awards. NCCC presents its annual Founders Award in honor of Contest Hall of Famer Jim Niger N6TJ to the highest scoring single op combined CW and SSB in CQ Worldwide DX. For the past 19 years, the winner has been K6XX. The Jim Maxwell W6CF Memorial Trophy goes annually to the highest scoring California single operator unassisted in the ARRL DXCW. Bob has won it in 9 of the last 15 years. Bob won another Jim Maxwell Award for the greatest contribution to our club's sweepstakes effort 3 times. And most notably, he's been the NCCC Contester of the Year 3 times. Bob considers himself a ham first and an engineer second, but the 2 are inextricably intertwined in his station building. He built an amazing station in the Santa Cruz Mountains. 8 towers, supported 48 antennas, most for fixed directions, and only 3 rotors. The large shack had 6 co-equal positions, each with access to any antenna. Adapters allowed use of any type of radio anywhere. Bob laid hands on every piece of equipment, inside and out, modifying radios, designing the switching, and erecting the towers and antennas essentially single-handed. I'd like to share my screen here, if I may. Okay, it looks like that's not going to work, so I'll just proceed without that. You may have noted my use of the past tense to describe Bob's station. Alas, the California wildfires last year completely destroyed Bob's home. All 48 feed lines disintegrated, and only 1 tower remained intact. It was a tragedy, mitigated only by the fact that Bob and Mickey escaped unharmed. But did it stop him from California contesting? Hell no. Just weeks later, he helped me recable my STEP IR so he could operate CQP from my modest station in the High Sierra, winning single op assisted. Can you spell undeterred? So Bob is truly a contester's contester, a brilliant engineer, high achiever, mentor to many, and a gentleman most worthy of the honor we bestow upon him today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to introduce Contest Hall of Famer, my friend Bob Wolbert, K6XX.
All right, thank you, Rick. So at this time, it's again my honor to welcome Bob Wolbert, K6XX, into the CQ Contest Hall of Fame. Bob, over to you.
Wow.
If you could say a few words.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Rick. That sounds like an interesting guy. I'd like to meet him someday. Good afternoon, everyone. Please bear with me. I have a few words to say, but don't worry, we'll be done in a couple hours, and then you'll be able to find out if you'll be upgrading your shack with that IC 705 or whatever in the final drawing. Wow, I thought I had reached the high water mark when the NCJ issue arrived in 2009, but this is truly amazing. As Rick alluded, 2020 was a difficult year for all of us. 9 months ago this week, yesterday, as a matter of fact, my station changed substantially. But receiving this incredible honor goes a long way towards mitigating the evils of 2020 as they continue into 2021, at least for me. This is where I'm sitting right now, my present shack. It is a shack, but it gets me on the air. It's near the base of my surviving tower, and it's powered by a solar panel and a gas generator. Like most 12-year-olds, I lived with my parents. Unfortunately, their antenna restrictions were exceedingly strict, with my mother deeming dipole antennas as too ugly for her house. I was allowed a roof-mounted trap vertical antenna. And boy, was she mad when she found out about elevated radials. My first real contest entry was the newly revitalized California QSO party in 1975. Rusty, W608T, led an NCCC publicity team promoting CQP, and one September evening, they trekked up to the Sonoma County Radio Amateurs Club meeting. That event sounded great to me, except I had a problem. Although a postcard from the FCC test site stated I'd passed the general exam in June, no license had arrived. I was still WN6HPF. If you remember, in those days, a physical paper license was required to operate. An advertisement for QSL cards from the Little Print Shop was addressed to WA6HPF, so the mystery of whether I had become a WA or a WB was solved. But after expensive long-distance telephone calls to the FCC, they guessed that a mail bag full of licenses had been lost, and mine would be reprinted. But the clock ticked on. October arrived. CQP was 3 days away. I told myself that no matter what, I'd put my brand new paper route money bought TS520 on the air for CQP in both modes. And so I bootlegged my first contest, during which I made my first phone QSO. Predictably, my general license arrived in Monday's mail. For the next few years, my trap vertical called lots of stations, both in and out of contests. Sometimes they'd answer me. I dabbled in CQ Worldwide, ARRLDX, WPX, the new radio sport contest in July, and of course, CQP. After graduation, employment in Silicon Valley commenced, working for companies making products out of actual silicon and focusing on ICs intended to make things get more out of their batteries. The last few years, I've been employed by the local amateur radio company where I now try to get the most out of linear amplifiers. In 1988, real estate was acquired and a personal aluminum garden was begun. A Gotham quad on a 40-foot tubular tower beautified my new neighborhood and let me enter all the DX contests as a new DXer struggling for the first 100 confirmations. I still didn't have them. Hearing me in the contests, new neighbor AD6E extended an invitation to a meeting of the NCCC. Little did Al realize how much this club would motivate me and how much additional QRM he would then endure from only 3 blocks away. At this first NCCC meeting, I was warmly welcomed and convinced to apply for membership. The evening's presentation resonated with me. I should call CQ. Previously, I thought running was reserved for the stacked Yagi set. Returning home that evening, the all-Asian phone contest was underway and 15 meters was wide open to JA. My quad and L4B ran JAs past midnight. I miss sunspots. Yeah, this is how a new contester was infected. And it turns out penicillin doesn't cure it, and I've never recovered. It's hard to overemphasize the importance of my membership in NCCC. It's touched on every aspect of amateur radio: operating, electronic design, antennas, computers, and perhaps most importantly, purpose. Apparently, the club's also pleased with me as they still accept my dues every year. After the NCCC, WRTC has been the next most important motivator for my radio life. I worked all of them one way or another. I was part of the organizing committee for WRTC 96 in Northern California. I visited Slovenia in 2000, but worked the next 2 WRTCs from home while installing antennas at the new QTH. With those antennas, I earned runner-up status for WRTC 2010 in Russia. When the first place operator was forced to decline, RA3 AAU telephoned to offer me the spot. With only 6 weeks remaining to assemble a station with new custom hardware, including an octopus, find a teammate, get a Russian humanitarian visa, believe it or not, and reserve a flight to a destination 11 time zones away, what could possibly go wrong? Harry generously gave me all afternoon to decide. Rick, N6XI, who you just heard from, agreed to give it a shot and we signed up. A week later, I had designed and built an interface box with the octopus lockout, bandpass filtering, and antenna sharing, and then constructed one of those newfangled triplexers. Rick and I had not operated before, and neither of us had ever used an octopus lockout. Regardless, we and our only somewhat overweight luggage arrived at the Domo di Dovo airport. A thoroughly enjoyable time ensued, highlighted by the contest. We didn't win, but we didn't embarrass ourselves either. Ended up in the middle of the pack. In 2014, I was again the first runner-up, but this time nobody dropped out for the trip to Massachusetts. I attended as a regular tourist and enjoyed East Coast propagation from the W1KM superstation. I did qualify as team leader in 2018, and Mike W8CI accompanied me to Wittenberg and again proved he is an outstanding operator. We placed in the top third, and if you filter out the European scores, we did quite well. The organizers, led by Chris, DL1MGB, raised the bar so high it's difficult to imagine further improving the format. But 2023 in Italy will be fun. Get there if possible, competitor or not, you'll have a great time. WRTCs attract a fantastic collection of characters that are definitely entertaining. I am an electrical engineer, but I am a ham first. My emphasis is on being well-rounded and attempting competence in all aspects of our advocation. Designed and built all types of gear, and guided by Dean N6BV's HFTA program, my latest station had antennas on various towers sited by direction, not by band, on the hillsides. It worked well. I rely on ground support from K6HJU, K6GHA, KW6S, N1WC, W6WO, my wife and daughters, and plenty of others for antenna building and installation. Lastly, and certainly not least, the operating side of contesting is tremendously important. Having attended several Dayton contest dinners, I recognize the extreme proficiency of the audience assembled here. That knowledge motivates continued effort on my part, including forcing myself to be mode flexible. While CW is preferred, phone and even those nasty digital modes are used regularly for contest QSOs. Well, who's to blame for inspiring me? The list of culpables is long. Here are the repeat offenders. My wife, Mickey, and daughters, Sarah, Lisa, and Emily claimed to be much suffering, but they put up with weekend widow status. So thank you for your time. I'm deeply humbled by this honor.
All right, well done, Bob. Thank you, and congratulations both to you and to KHCC. We're just so thrilled for both you guys, and glad to welcome you into this year's CQ Contest Hall of Fame. So that's it on my side. Back to you, Tim.
Okay, John, thanks very much, and congratulations to Bob and to also my dear friend Dave, KHCC, and thank you for all you do for amateur radio, John, for the CQ Worldwide and many other endeavors. I want to thank sponsors today too. Hamvention has been a close sponsor of Contest University for many years, and so I'm very happy to have them involved. Ray Novak at ICOM America, I couldn't do it without you. Yasmi, the Northern California DX Foundation, has always supported our youth projects. QTH.com has done wonders for our website, and so do support K9FOX and QTH.com. And I couldn't do it without my right hand, my left hand, and my brain, Terry Kate MNJ, who is the behind the scenes person that makes this all happen. Also, thanks to the Radio Club of America for your support and guidance as well. Ray Novak, are you in the house? Ray?
I'm here.
All right, there you go. So Ray, I have some Hamvention tickets that I'd like to give away. This is 2 tickets to Hamvention.
I already get tickets.
Now, not to you. I'm not giving
okay.
to you. This is Kilo Delta 9 Oscar Queen India, KD9OQI. You will join November 8 Oscar November, Whiskey Delta 8 Juliet Mike, and Kilo Echo 7 Delta X-Ray is getting free tickets to Hamvention 2022. And earlier today, and the IC 7300 donated, thank you to from Hamvention was given to Kilo Bravo 3 Zulu Victor Hotel. An IC705 that came from DX Engineering and ICOM America went to Victor Echo 3 Tango Oscar Bravo. Another Hamvention IC7300 went to Kilo Papa 4 Radio Yankee. And now we have the big prize, the ICOM IC7610, thanks to ICOM America and DX Engineering. And who is the lucky winner?
Well, I'm glad that I'm a ham because I understand what I'm looking at is not no-yo, but it's November 0, Yankee Oscar.
November 0, Yankee Oscar. Please go into the chat and let us know you're here, still here. November 0, Yankee Oscar. November 0, he's there. All right. So November 0, Yankee Oscar, congratulations. And Ray, thanks so much for helping with Contest University.
Oh man, this has been a blast. I've watched most of the show, had a couple of conference calls, but man, this has been a fun time, and I can't wait for next year.
Please join us tomorrow for Hamvention Forums. You can go to contestuniversity.com to sign up for Hamvention Forums tomorrow, and we hope to hear you during the Hamvention QSO party. So thanks to everybody. Hope you had fun. We'll be doing a propagation summit here, and we learned a lot today, had a lot of fun, and that's what ham radio is all about. So from all of us here at Contest University, and on behalf of Ray and ICOM America, DX Engineering, and Hamvention, 73, and get on the air. Corey, are you still with us? Thank you, Corey, for everything you did today. There's Corey.
Yeah, we're still here.
And
remember, anybody that's still there, you got to sign up separately for Hamvention. It's a separate webinar.
Right. And Corey, when do you think you will have this up on YouTube?
Well, it's streaming now. It should you should be able to see it shortly after. So
great.
And then we'll pull down the recording and go from there.
All right, super.
So where do we go from here?
Well, we've been in the chair since 8:30 this morning, so I'm thinking about dinner.
I watered the flowers, I have to confess.
It was a fast day, and boy, all the professors and presenters were great, and we got super questions today. It was really nice.
Hey, if any of you Hall of Fame guys are still on, you guys did a great job. Thank you for supporting it today.
You're welcome.
It looked like it was a blast. I'm sorry I had phone calls coming in and wasn't able to watch or hear it, but I'm definitely going to go back as I recognized quite a few faces and listen to those parts of the presentations.
I still got a bunch of notes. Like, ooh, that's something I want to check out. Ooh. Every year you learn something.
Oh yeah. Well, so let's hope that we have a hybrid next year. We're in person and online.
Wait a minute. We were doing that before we had COVID.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we might have to go multiple rooms. I don't know. We're going to have to increase the staff.
Today all the presentations are great, but Jose, I think he probably won the prize today.
Oh, he knocked that one out of the park.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
That was amazing. Yeah. And that was the second time I'd seen it, and it's still a blur.
Yeah. He did raise someone raised an interesting question about, does that kind of information make you assisted as a single op? That's
something for you and your committee to ponder.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm taking tonight off. No pondering tonight.
Well, I miss Miss having dinner with you, John. The contest dinner, that now 2 years. 2022, get here quick.
And I tell you, I have so much material built up. We're gonna have to extend it by an hour.
I'm gonna need more. I got to get back into shape for running prizes around the room.
Yeah. Corey, Corey,
there's my superhero there. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, Corey, you recorded the chat as well, so we'll have the chat, right?
Yep, we have the chat, all the questions, all of that gets saved off. So
there's a question. David says, "Will Propagation Summit be found on contestuniversity.com?" And the answer is yes. And so just stay tuned to the CQ Contest Reflector and other popular places. We will make an announcement on Propagation Summit 2022. It'll be after the first of the year. Well, John, you know, they're slowly spooling off, but there's still 474 folks that don't want to miss anything here.
I know. I should say something controversial, like I've decided to merge
No,
assisted and
come on, man.
Oh, didn't I mention that today? I'm sorry.
I think it's time for you to take your wife out and have a bottle of wine.
Hey, we had dinner with K9VV last night.
I saw that.
Yeah, that was a blast.
What brought Fred to town?
He was just he was on vacating up in Maine, and he said, "Hey, I know guys that live near Maine."
Yeah.
So it just kind of happened, and we had a really nice time.
Well, looking forward to seeing Fred again next year at Hamvention and Contest University. So
yeah, he's something else. So all right, guys, we'll see you all.
Corey,
great job by everybody, and congratulations. Well done.
Thank you, AR. Thanks for all you do. And,
okay, bye.
Thanks to Corey and Terry and Ray and Scotty, who's still here. And Corey, I think you've got the big switch. So it's time to shut her down.
all right, we'll pull the disconnect. 73, everyone. Have a good one.